Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents, l'honorable présidente du Conseil.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured today to table in both official languages the Public Accounts of Canada for 2021. The Auditor General of Canada has provided the opinion on the accounts of the Government of Canada.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 8.2 of the Auditor General Act, a report of the Auditor General of Canada to the House of Commons entitled Commentary on 2020-2021 Financial Audits, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3G, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Okay. The tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the current policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages 5 treaties this morning. The first is entitled Amendments to Annex 1 of the International Convention Against Doping in Sport, notified on October 1st, 2021. Second, exchange of letters between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Colombia, constituting an agreement to amend the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Colombia, done at Lima on November 21st, 2008, done at Ottawa on February 16th, 2021, and Bogota on August 4th, 2021. Third, co-production agreement in the areas of film, television, and on-demand audiovisual media services between the Government of Canada and the Government of the French Republic, done at Paris on May 20th, 2021, at Montreal on June 2nd, 2021, and at Paris and Montreal on July 28th, 2021. Fourth, Resolution 88-15, setting up a European support fund for the co-production and distribution of creative cinematographic and audiovisual works, Your Images, adopted by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe on October 26, 1988, as amended. And finally, the arrangement between the Government of Canada and the European Space Agency concerning the participation by the Government of Canada in the Advanced Research in Telecommunication System 4.0, ARTES 4.0 program, done at Paris on April 17th, 2020, and on April 20th, 2020. This last treaty is tabled for information purposes only. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Finance regarding Bill C-2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19. And Speaker, a big thank you to the extraordinary and tireless clerks and staff that made this all happen. Alexandre Roger, Philippe Meya, Isabelle de Souza, and Emilie Teverge. Thank you so much on behalf of the committee. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Develop a National School Food Program for Children. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to introduce my bill, the School Food Program for Children Act. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre for seconding this bill and for her tireless advocacy in support of food security. This legislation would require the Minister of Health to develop a national school food program to ensure that all children in Canada have access to healthy food. The program would operate at little or no direct cost to children or their families, build on existing practices from other jurisdictions, and promote evidence-based healthy food education. In a country as prosperous as Canada, no child should have to struggle through the school day on an empty stomach. Mr. Speaker, prior to COVID-19, more than 1.5 million children lived in families that struggled to put food on the table in this country, and food insecurity has grown dramatically through the pandemic. A national school food program will not only give every student in Canada access to nutritious food, it will make healthy eating a daily lesson for our kids. I call on all parliamentarians to work together to support this important health and social justice initiative that so many other countries around the world are already doing. Thank you.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Julien, appuyé par
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Idloat, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Criminal Interest Rate. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's very important to introduce this long overdue legislation to end predatory lending in Canada. I'd like to thank my seconder, the Member of Parliament for Nunavut, who's been a strong advocate for marginalized people, as well as organizations like ACORN across the country who've been pushing back against predatory lending practices. Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, there are legalized interest rates of up to 600% that currently exist in Canada. This bill would end the loopholes that allow for financial institutions, payday loan lenders to charge 500 or 600%, and would cut in half the criminal interest rate that is currently permitted in the criminal code. Mr. Speaker, I'll just give you one of so many examples. My constituent, I'll call her Lisa, who paid $13,000 in interest charges over a number of years, struggled to put food on the table and keep a roof over her head for a $700 emergency loan, and she was unable to pay even $1 of the principal over that period. Mr. Speaker, other countries have put in place microcredit and lending circles and cooperative credit. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the marginalized populations, 40% of this country that shares no part of the wealth, it is vitally important to end these predatory lending practices. I hope that all members of Parliament will support this long overdue and important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Idloat, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. I just want to remind the honourable members when presenting a petition or a private member's bill, I've got a note here that says the member may give a succinct explanation. I just want to remind the people what succinct is all about. Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Navigable Waters Act, Lakes and Rivers in British Columbia. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to introduce my bill here, and I thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for seconding it. It's a bill that would restore protection to all the lakes and rivers in my riding that were protected under the Navigable Waters Protection Act, but were stripped of that under the Navigation Protection Act by the Harper government. The Liberal government promised to fix this, but their half measures in Bill C-69 did not do that. The bill would restore protection for the Okanagan River, home of one of the greatest success stories of salmon restoration in Canada, for the Kettle and Granby rivers that flow through boundary country, the Slocan River, one of the most beautiful rivers on the continent, and for lakes such as Asuyas, Skaha, and Slocan, and Vaso Lake, one of the first federal bird sanctuaries in the country. All these waterways and more are at the heart of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and they fully deserve the protection they once had.
Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Hardy, seconded by Mr. McGuinty, moves that Bill S-214, an act to establish International Mother Language Day, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to sponsor Bill S-214, an act to establish February 21st each year as International Mother Language Day in Canada. This bill recognizes that in addition to Canada's official languages, French and English, there are over 60 different Aboriginal languages spoken in our nation. And it recognizes the important cultural and societal values of the first languages of so many Canadians who've chosen this country as their home. Our thanks and congratulations to our champion, Aminul Islam in Surrey, and to Senator Jaffer, who sponsored this bill in the other place.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Shields, seconded by Mr. Waugh, moves that Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present Senate Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliamentary of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. Seconded by my honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswood, a long promoter of heritage in this country, especially if it involves sports, but a great member of the Heritage Committee. This bill intends to create the position of Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate and corrects a reference to the Canada Council for the Arts in the English version of the Parliament of Canada Act. The mandate of the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate is to promote the arts in Canada through Parliament, including by fostering knowledge, enjoyment, awareness, and the development of arts. This position will highlight the importance of art in our culture and in our communities will serve as a method for historical preservation of Canadian arts and hopefully studied soon by the Heritage Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill S-206, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors, be now read a first time. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be the sponsor of Bill S-206, which passed in the Senate unanimously last week. This bill would implement a key recommendation of the unanimous 2018 Justice Committee report on juror supports initiated by the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, who I'm proud to have as the seconder. More specifically, this bill would carve out a narrow exception to the jury secrecy rule so that former jurors who are suffering from mental health issues arising from their jury service can disclose all aspects of that service, including the deliberation process, with a medical professional bound by confidentiality. It protects the integrity of the rule while seeing that former jurors can get the help that they need and that they deserve. This bill is identical to Bill C-417 that I introduced and which passed this House unanimously in 2019. Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense, nonpartisan bill that has enjoyed unanimous support. I urge its speedy passage.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions, motion. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petition.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to present a petition today from citizens across Canada looking to raise to the House of Commons the issue of international human organ trafficking, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners are calling on Parliament to work quickly to support S223. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to table a petition on behalf of residents from Cumberland and Courtenay and Royston in my riding, Mr. Speaker. They've supported this petition because of their concerns around food security and tackling poverty, Mr. Speaker. And they highlight that farmers markets are a really key and important tool in terms of COVID-19 recovery, in terms of supporting domestic food systems and food security and the local economy. They call on the government, Mr. Speaker, to support a national matching program for all provincial farmers markets nutrition coupon programs across Canada that would match provinces who already contribute to their farmers market nutrition coupon programs and encourage provinces that don't have such a program to implement one by offering matching funding. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important program in British Columbia. It's an honor to table this petition calling on the federal government to match this program in British Columbia.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of the Canadians on the issue of international organ harvesting and to prevent that. In particular, they're calling upon the Parliament of Canada to speedily pass Bill S223 that's prohibiting Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I present a petition it's been filled out by many Canadians on the practice of organ harvesting, the terrible practice, especially as it relates to Canadians traveling abroad to participate in it. Again, it's terrible and we need to stop it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present today. The first petition is with respect to Bill S223. This is a bill on forced organ harvesting and trafficking that a number of my colleagues have tabled petitions on already. This is the same bill as was put forward in each of the last two parliaments, and the bill has already passed the Senate. And petitioners are calling on the government, the House of Commons, to work together to finally pass legislation to prohibit forced organ harvesting and trafficking, to prohibit Canadians from going abroad to receive an organ taken without consent. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights concerns about the situation in Ethiopia. Some of the specific information, this petition is a little bit dated, but the conflict, in particular in the Tigray region, continues to be a significant concern for many Canadians and people around the world. Petitioners note that Ethiopia is a large recipient of Canada's international development assistance, and they want to see more engagement from the government with respect to this situation, working to end the conflict, supporting peace and mediation, calling for full humanitarian access, independent monitoring, and international investigations into credible reports of war crimes and gross violations of human rights. Mr. Speaker, the next petition is from people that have been concerned about the definition used for conversion therapy in a number of conversion therapy bills. Petitioners want to see efforts made to fix the definition. They support efforts to ban conversion therapy. They want to see clarity in the definition around what is being referred to by conversion therapy. The next petition highlights an issue that's very important in my riding, carbon capture and storage technology, an important tool for fighting back against the challenges we face in terms of climate change. Petitioners note the government's commitments with respect to emissions reductions and call on the government to introduce new tax incentives to attract investment in the area of carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology. The next petition highlights the issue of Canadians struggling with mental health challenges and a bill passed in the last Parliament around allowing medically facilitated suicide for those facing mental health challenges. Petitioners note that the Canadian Mental Health Association has said that they are a recovery-oriented organization. They do not believe that mental illnesses are irremediable. Therefore, the undersigned call on the government and Parliament to oppose any efforts to classify mental illness as irremediable or to allow state-administered or supervised killing based on mental health challenges. The next petition highlights the persecution of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. It outlines a number of the abuses that have been faced: birth suppression, Uyghurs being subject to political and religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, and forced organ harvesting. Petitioners want to see stronger engagement from Parliament as well as from the government in response to these issues. The House of Commons has recognized that Uyghurs face genocide. However, the government has not been willing to take that step. Petitioners call on the government to formally recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, to sanction those responsible for heinous crimes committed against the Uyghur people. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I'm tabling highlights the human rights situation in Burma. It notes the coup that took place earlier this year. Large number of people killed, detained, and the systematic killing, abducting, and torturing of civilians by Myanmar's security forces, and the fact that the Tat Madaw does not have a mandate to represent Myanmar and has been outlawed by the National Unity Government as terrorist responsible for gross human rights violations. Petitioners have a number of asks of the government to recognize the National Unity Government as the only legitimate governing body of Myanmar and support its efforts to establish a federal, democratic, and pluralistic country that respects the rights of all ethnic communities, including the Rohingya, to designate the Tat Madaw as a terrorist organization and cut all diplomatic ties with it, to provide humanitarian aid for refugees displaced by countrywide crackdowns and the bombing of villages and towns like in Karen, Kachin, and Chin states, and to provide financial support for detainees and civil workers who have joined the civil disobedience movement against the junta. The next petition highlights another international challenge, the situation in the Republic of Artsakh, also known as the Nagorno-Karabakh region, that following a war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, that a ceasefire was established, but there are continuing concerns related to the detention of prisoners of war. Petitioners call on the government to condemn Azerbaijan's illegal detention of Armenian prisoners of war and call for their immediate release, to use all the diplomatic tools available to advocate for the release of these held captives, to condemn ongoing state-sponsored anti-Armenian hatred in Azerbaijan, and to denounce all aggressive rhetoric from Turkey and Azerbaijan against Armenia and Artsakh, as well as to provide the necessary humanitarian assistance to ensure the safety and viability of the population of Artsakh and facilitate the exchange of exchange of the remains of fatalities. The next petition highlights the situation of the Hazara people in Afghanistan. This particular petition was certified prior to the Taliban takeover, and there were significant human rights concerns in terms of targeting and violence of the Hazara community in Afghanistan that go back a very long time in terms of successive waves of violence that the Hazara community have experienced, and the situation is particularly dire now for the Hazara community, as well as Sikhs, Hindus, Christians, and other minority communities in Afghanistan. This petition in particular is calling on the government to formally recognize the 1891-93 ethnic cleansing perpetuated against the Hazaras as genocide, to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day, and the petition also supports Bill 287 from the last Parliament, which was aimed at ensuring development assistance was always contributing to the advancement of peace and security and focusing on the well-being of all individuals, including minority communities. Madam Speaker, the next petition I'm tabling is with respect to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Petitioners note the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, including organ harvesting as part of that persecution, and that extensive evidence points to 14 key officials and former officials of the Chinese Communist regime who demonstrate primary culpability in human rights atrocities committed against Falun Gong practitioners. petitioners call on the government to deploy all legal sanctions, including the freezing of assets and the barring of entry to Canada against perpetrators involved in these abuses. They want to see the government use the Magnitsky Act targeting those that have been involved in the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Madam Speaker, the final petition that I'm tabling today is with, there'll be more tomorrow, colleagues. More tomorrow. This petition highlights the situation of the energy sector. It highlights the fact that the Trans Mountain Expansion Project will create many jobs and new opportunities for Canadians. It highlights the benefit of Canadian energy and calls on the government to support the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I commend all these important petitions to the consideration of members.
Presenting petitions, the point of order, the... Point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As you know, Standing Order 36.6 gives a maximum of 15 minutes for petitions. There's 338 members of Parliament. If one member of Parliament is able to monopolize half of that time, which is the case that just happened, Madam Speaker, what that means is that, unfortunately, other members of Parliament may not be able to present their petitions. I would ask you, Madam Speaker, to do what has been our normal practice, which is to allow members of Parliament to present a handful of petitions, 2 or 3, and then we move on to other members of Parliament in order to avoid one member of Parliament taking half of the 15 minutes allotted to petitions. Thank you.
So on the same point of order, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, I believe it's the NDP House Leader may not have noticed, but I actually went last. All of the other members who wanted to table petitions went before. But also, the member will know the standing order prescribes a limited amount of time per petition, and I think I exercised a greater economy of words per petition than members of his own caucus. I can't help it that I have an active constituency and many people that want me to raise issues in this House.
We have another point of order, the honourable member for Don Valley, Vancouver Kingsway, sorry. And I just want to say that I have heard enough, but I will allow the honourable member to speak on this one, and then I will just add to it the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, speaking to this point of order, actually there was another member in this House who had risen to present petitions before the honourable member from Sherwood Park, and the Speaker just didn't see him. But in 13 years in Parliament, I have never seen one member abuse a rule like this and take time, 50 minutes, and dominate by introducing 10 or 12 petitions when other members of this House also have very active constituencies and also would like to introduce petitions. So I would ask my honourable colleague to exercise some restraint and maybe some respect for his colleagues.
I just, before I go to any other points of order, I will indicate that there is still some time remaining, that there is 15 minutes of time allotted for petitions. The rules regarding petitions does not indicate whether it's 1, 2, or 10 petitions that can be tabled. It does specifically indicate that, when presenting petitions, that it be as short and succinct as possible, that individuals do not read the whole petition to allow others. There is still time for other individuals to present petitions, and in my view, I would like to move on so we can get on with business of the day and recognize the next individual, the next member who wishes to pose a petition. I do have
Another point of order. If it's on the same point of order, as I said, I've just ruled on it, so it would be best not to continue going there. I don't think that it is wise for members to, I would just say maybe, don't want to use the word chastise, but to rule or to indicate that one member is taking up a lot of time. I think that we do know that individuals are very passionate about their petitions, and so are Canadians, and that's why we have the tabling of petitions in the House. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really didn't want to get up to speak, but after that comment from the NDP, petitions aren't just from us as parliamentarians. We're representing them as Canadians. Our constituents are bringing forward these petitions to us to present to this House. It's their way to connect themselves to this House. So I would just reiterate that and commend our member that brings that voice forward to the House this morning.
And I appreciate the added information, which is basically what I just had indicated. And so just in different words, but presenting petitions, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce a petition signed by Canadians who are concerned about forced human organ harvesting. In particular, the petitioners call upon Parliament to see the speedy passage of Bill S223, which seeks to amend the Criminal Code as well as the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prevent Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs that were removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Excuse me. Order. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues as well. Though I've been on my feet a number of times in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, it's my first formal speech, and so I'd like to take a moment to say thank you. Representing the people of St. Catharines in this place has been the greatest honor of my life, and I want to say thank you to the voters, to my supporters, and everyone who helped on the campaign. There's one name, and all of us here, there's one name on the ballot, but we know it takes dozens and dozens of people behind the scenes. And though we all have differences of opinion, I know everyone comes to this place to work hard for the betterment of their constituents, and I commit that to my constituents and the people of St. Catharines. I want to say, even though there are far too many people to thank, I want to say a special thank you to my team. So Sam, Sarah, Zach, Rami, and Cass, who are there with me behind the scenes. They are an incredible team, and I'm so fortunate, and the people of St. Catharines are fortunate to have them working for them. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank a standout volunteer in my campaign, Alice, who did some incredible work for us and helped us get to where we are. So thank you so much. I was able to be in the House yesterday and listen to some of the debate, and I was reminded of a dinner I was at probably about 10 to 15 years ago. And it was a children's mental health organization in our region presenting their first ever, what they call HOPE Award, to present to a local member of the community who is an outstanding member in terms of delivering on mental health and addiction. I believe that recipient that year was Dr. Robin Williams, who is a longtime pediatrician, who was my pediatrician when I was young. and eventually became the medical officer of health and is a passionate advocate for mental health, especially children's mental health. But she looked down at the head table, and at that time, the House of Commons was debating significant changes to the criminal code, a lock 'em up and throw away the key approach that unfortunately made its way through. And she was concerned by this. And I remember her looking down from the podium after accepting the award and looking down to the Conservative Member of Parliament at the time and said, "Please give me a fraction of what you intend to spend on building prisons, and I promise I will lower the crime rate." Lock them up and throw away the key doesn't work. And that same Member of Parliament who Dr. Williams pleaded to, was sitting in committee. It was one of our first studies after 2015 on the Justice Committee. And we were talking about and discussing the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in federal prisons. And I believe it's more than 20% of the prison population, about 20% of it is Indigenous people, but yet 5% or less of the Canadian population is Indigenous people. And I expressed some concern. But that same member, a few minutes later, he had the next opportunity to question the witness, said the system is working. People in jail mean the system is working. It's not, Madam Speaker. We've fought the war on drugs for a long time now. Almost my entire life. We have fought this war. And we've lost it. I don't know if there's a member here that can stand up and say, this has been a successful public policy adventure by any level of government in any country. And it heartens me a bit when I see finally Conservative members get up to talk about the opioid crisis, to talk about a 3-digit suicide number people can call. But there isn't a connection. And that's a great initiative. And I truly hope to see it in the immediate future. But there isn't a connection to broader policy concerns. There isn't a connection to the systemic racism that exists in this system. There isn't a connection to our criminal justice system is overrepresented by people with mental health disorders and concurrent disorders. That's addiction and mental health disorders at the same time. And we can look down. Members of the Conservative Party say more mandatory minimum penalties. These are effective tools of a government. And we look down to the United States, look south of the border. This is a laboratory for mandatory minimum penalties. We've done it as Canada. It hasn't worked. But let's look to the United States. Pick whatever state the honourable members want to. And it hasn't worked. If mandatory minimum penalties worked as a significant tool of deterrence, the United States would be the safest country in the world. And I don't know that anyone here is willing to stand up and say that in terms of drug offenses, firearms offenses. It's significant. And we even see right-wing politicians in the United States finally saying enough is enough as significant percentages of their states' budgets and the federal prison budget is exploding and not producing that public safety. Questions need to be asked. Why isn't this working? What is happening here? Judges in the United States often have zero discretion in terms of what they do, but I know in Canada we have a significant respect for our judiciary. We have a significant respect for our judiciary. I know the honourable member wants to take off his mask to heckle. He's so upset by discussion of this topic. And
I do want to remind members when somebody has the floor, he deserves the respect to be allowed to do his speech so that the honourable members are able to draft their question or prepare for their questions when it's time for questions and comments. So I do ask that there be no heckling or yelling across the way. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage has about 3 minutes to
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it's disappointing the honourable member for Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies would remove his mask to yell and heckle when it's not his opportunity. But I thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to continue on this. I don't know what the animosity is. We have failed. Liberal, conservative governments successively have failed on this file. It's time to right the wrongs on this. It hasn't worked. It doesn't make us safer. Time after time, this has been promised to Canadians. Mandatory minimums will make us safer, and it hasn't. And in the speeches I've heard from members of the Conservative Party, we haven't heard that the decisions by the Supreme Court of Canada that have struck down mandatory minimums along the way, because they lead to a lack of judicial autonomy. I think as I was interrupted there a moment ago, we have a great deal of respect for judiciary in this country. And even as a lawyer in St. Catharines, I commended the Harper government at the time for the quality of the judges that they appointed in Niagara. And I think that's the case as well. And I know there's some criticism of the types of people who get appointed to the bench, but I've never heard anyone stand up in this place and say the individuals who the Minister of Justice appointed were unqualified. We have a high-quality bench. And judicial discretion needs to be at the heart of things. Things come up. We can't focus on every aspect of an event, every likely outcome. So why don't we leave that trust in judges? Every member of this House wants their community safe. And it seems counterintuitive, mandatory minimums. We think, it's got to work. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't want to go to jail for a set period of time. It works. Well, study after study shows that it doesn't. And I think it's important because there's a suggestion on the other side that we don't want this. But I think every member of this House believes it, and it's insulting to say we don't. That if you commit a serious offense under this, under the criminal code, under the changes that are proposed here, if you commit a serious offense, you will receive a serious penalty. And that's fundamental. And that's part of the judicial discretion. Aggravating and mitigating factors are important parts of our sentencing structure, even when a mandatory minimum doesn't exist. And though it may not seem like the fact, mandatory minimums actually reduce sentences. Look at the studies. Judges see it as a ceiling, not a floor. And so I'd like to thank the honourable members for listening to me, and I look forward to answering some questions.
Great job. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the parliamentary secretary for his speech. I'm doing work on human trafficking, and he mentioned the mandatory minimum and any states that it seems to be working. We had a roundtable in Oshawa. We had representatives from Texas, the FBI, and one of the things that is very concerning, these perpetrators of human trafficking, it's modern slavery. And if we don't have similar type of penalties across the border, it actually seems to be attracting more of that quote unquote business on this side of the border. I'm very concerned that these penalties are being removed and we're going to be seeing more human trafficking. Could you please comment on if they're going to be moving forward in this direction? How do you use a deterrent against these international human traffickers, the slave traders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There we have it again, Madam Speaker, a suggestion that human traffickers will get off. They won't receive a strong penalty. It is a serious offense. And the honourable members are suggesting our judiciary is stupid in terms of not seeing a serious offense like human trafficking and not providing a similar or a penalty that will fit the crime. That's what this is about judicial discretion. We don't appoint stupid people to the bench. They will enact a serious penalty for a serious crime.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear that mandatory minimums have not proven to be efficient over the years. I worked in detention centers and with police officers, and I saw two different types: the habitual inmate for whom you could not do much and for whom the sentence was appropriate, and the other one who was perhaps somebody who was only there for a short time. I'd like to ask the member, if we vote in favor of abolishing mandatory minimums, we have to think of maintaining sentences with regard to firearms, trafficking, and possession of firearms. Is the honourable member with that in agreement with that proposal?
Secretary?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm not going to get into the specific details and look forward to the committee's study on this, but if we keep carving out issues, we're not addressing the serious problem. And again, serious, and if the Honourable, and I take the member at his word that he was involved in the criminal justice system, he knows if people commit serious offences, they receive serious penalties. And this doesn't stop that. This legislation doesn't stop it. But there's no talk. And unfortunately, the questions that I've heard consistently from the Conservatives don't address that systemic racism problem that we're looking to address here. And so I look forward to the committee's study on it and making the bill better, and hope this bill passes very quickly.
And comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe and I hope that all members of this House want to deal as effectively as we possibly can to save lives with regards to the opioid crisis that we know is hitting very hard in Canada. And while I appreciate that this bill does eliminate the mandatory minimum sentences for all drug offences, I think what we know, what proof has shown us, is that we need a safe supply. We need decriminalization of possession of small amounts of drugs, and we need to expunge records to actually deal with the opioid drug crisis. Will the members speak to that and speak to the idea that the Liberals do have still work to do to make sure that we are dealing with the opioid crisis properly?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We all have work to do at all orders of government. The opioid crisis doesn't have a silver bullet to solve anything. This legislation will not solve it. Safe supply is another piece of the puzzle, will not solve it. We have to talk about things like housing and poverty reduction. We have to talk about so many things because this is a crisis that has been decades in the making, and we need significant, complex, real solutions to solve it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I speak to Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The bill proposes sentencing and other amendments that would provide greater flexibility to the criminal justice system and support appropriate and proportionate responses to crime. In doing so, the proposed changes would help to reduce the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities in the criminal justice system, including by repealing sentencing laws that have been shown to disproportionately impact these groups. I applaud the government for showing leadership on important issues like this. The recent events remind us that systemic racism and discrimination are real problems in the criminal justice system, and the consequences of leaving these problems unaddressed are significant. We know that many systemic factors contribute to the seriousness of this problem. These systemic factors can only be addressed through deliberate and sustained action by all those responsible for aspects of the justice system and other social systems that interact with it. That said, our criminal laws and the responses they dictate significantly impact what can and cannot be done by those in the criminal justice system. These laws affect those who engage with the criminal justice system as accused, as offenders, as witnesses, or as victims. Conservative sentencing reforms have resulted in the increased use of mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment, or MMPs, and additional restrictions on the availability of conditional sentence orders, or CSOs. These changes have limited judges' ability to impose proportionate sentences. They also affect judges' ability to meaningfully consider the background or systemic factors that impact Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and marginalized people. And they play a part in bringing them into contact with the criminal justice system. Unsurprisingly, we've seen significant increases in incarceration rates for members of these communities in the last 2 decades. So, for example, in 1999, Indigenous peoples represented about 2% of the Canadian adult population, but accounted for about 17% of admissions to both provincial, territorial, and federal custody. As of 2020, Indigenous adults accounted for 5% of the Canadian adult population, but represented 30% of federally incarcerated individuals, with Indigenous women accounting for 42% of all federally incarcerated women. Similarly, in 2018, Black individuals represented 7.2% of the federally incarcerated population, but only 3% of the Canadian population. We also know that Black people are also more likely to be admitted to federal custody for an offense punishable by an MMP than are other Canadians. Data from the Correctional Services of Canada from 2007 to 2017 revealed that 39% of Black people and 20% of Indigenous people who were federally incarcerated between those years were there for offenses carrying an MMP. And that's why repealing those MMPs is expected to reduce the overall rates of incarceration of Indigenous people and Black Canadians. Bill C-5's proposed reforms are informed by extensive consultations with a broad range of justice system and other partners across Canada, including Crown counsellors, or prosecutors, I should say, defense lawyers, Indigenous leaders and communities, academics, victim advocates, restorative justice proponents, representatives of frontline community support systems, and representatives from such areas as health and mental health, housing, and other support programs in the social system. The bill also responds to calls for reform from various commissions of inquiry, such as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and the Commission on Systemic Racism in the Ontario criminal justice system. Parliamentarians have also noted the detrimental effects of MMPs. For instance, the August 2016 interim report of the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Delaying Justice is Denying Justice, found that MMPs have negatively impacted Indigenous persons and members of marginalized communities, including those with mental health challenges. Similarly, the Parliamentary Black Caucus in their June 2020 statement called for the review and repeal of MMPs and the removal of limitation on CSOs. Madam Speaker, the common theme in all of these calls for reform is the recognition that the broad and indiscriminate use of MMPs, as well as the Criminal Code's current restrictions on the use of CSOs, has had numerous negative impacts, and that those impacts have been disproportionately felt by Indigenous people, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. They've also made our criminal justice system less effective and less efficient. I believe this bill will help to restore the public's confidence in the criminal justice system by providing much-needed discretion to sentencing judges who are aware of all the facts of a case and allowing them to impose sentences that respond to the particular circumstances of the offense and of the individual before the court. The bill would achieve this important goal by repealing 20 MMPs, including MMPs for all drug-related offenses and for some, not all, firearm-related offenses. The bill would also lift many of the restrictions on the availability of CSOs in cases where offenders do not pose a risk to public safety, allowing them to serve their sentences in the community under strict conditions, such as house arrest or curfew, while still being able to benefit from employment, educational opportunities, family, community, and health-related support systems. I think most Canadians would agree that conditional sentences are an appropriate sentencing tool and should be available for judges for appropriate cases. I would expect that they would be used in less serious cases, and I'm confident that judges can make the appropriate assessments as to their use. Lastly, this bill would require police and prosecutors to consider alternatives to criminal charges for the simple possession of drugs, such as issuing a warning or diversion to addiction treatment programs. These measures are consistent with the government's approach to treating substance use and the opioid epidemic in Canada as a health issue rather than a criminal justice one. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by noting that I'm aware that Bill C-5 has already been met with widespread support by communities and those responsible for the justice system in Canada. Some have gone so far as noting that it is among the most progressive criminal law reform bills introduced in many years. I believe the government is on the right track, and so do many others with this bill, and I urge Parliament to support its swift passage. I look forward to hearing the views of other members. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, abolishing mandatory minimums is a first step, particularly with regard to drug possession, and weapons is a subject that is to be discussed. It's a first step, but it's not a full step, because this will not completely end the overrepresentation of the First Nations and Black individuals in prisons. We have to still continue to train judges, police officers. It's important to counter prejudice, as well as invest in social structures for these people. What does my colleague think about that?
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, I must say that I agree with the honourable member in her assessment of the situation. It wasn't long ago that we were debating the notion of additional training for judges to deal with gender issues that might come up. Again, so that the judgments were appropriate to the criminal justice system, but also for the unique circumstances that the individual before the court is presenting.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his speech on this topic. And one of the frustrations I hear from people in my riding, especially firearms owners in my riding, is that the government seems to always be making more hoops to jump through for the law-abiding Canadians. They seem to be making things more difficult for hunters and sport shooters. But when it comes to fighting criminals and standing up against organized crime specifically, they're looking at reducing mandatory minimums and making things easier for criminals, and it's difficult for us on this side of the House to understand that approach. So I'm wondering if the member opposite can explain further how he feels that reducing minimum sentences will do anything to help stop organized crime.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, as my honourable colleague from St. Catharines noted, minimum mandatory provisions somehow seem to become the ceiling rather than the bottom of the spectrum. So any suggestion that Bill C-5 would remove sentencing, would make serious crimes less punishable, is just simply wrong. What it really does is it allows judges to exercise the things that are in the name. They judge things. They have the discretion to apply justice appropriately to the specific situation. And in a serious situation such as the member was alluding to, I have no doubt that they will do their job effectively.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague and friend for his speech. Madam Speaker, he said that this bill actually treats people who use substances for personal use, Madam Speaker, as a health issue. But it actually doesn't do that. It's far from it, Madam Speaker. It's not even a half measure. We've heard from police chiefs. We've heard from medical health professionals. Our own shared province of British Columbia has been calling for decriminalization and safe supply as first steps to address the opioid crisis. This bill still criminalizes people, Madam Speaker. Sure, it leaves it in the hands of judges and police officers to decide whether they're going to move forward with charges. But it's not even close to what even the Health Canada expert panel on substance abuse recommends, which is full decriminalization and expungement of all records. Madam Speaker, through you, does my colleague and does his party support decriminalization, and when will they honour the request from British Columbia for an exemption under the Controlled and Drugs Act for simple possession in terms of decriminalization?
The honourable for Fleetwood Port Kells has 1 minute to respond.
Well, in practical terms, the police are not arresting people for simple possession. Certainly in British Columbia, where Crown Counsel has to approve all charges, they're not approving charges. So, for all practical purposes, that's not happening. Decriminalization, and this is a personal view, doesn't go far enough. We need to ensure that there is a safe supply. We cannot leave the provision of drugs, dangerous drugs, the profits and the production in the hands of criminals. And I would be prepared to work with my honourable colleague to see that come about.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm both happy and kind of unhappy to be rising today to speak about Bill C-5. First of all, it's basically a copy of Bill C-22, which was tabled and debated in the previous Parliament. But since there was an election, everything started over. And I'm kind of unhappy to have to start over. You know, this bill would have reduced mandatory minimums for a number of measures. So at least this is an opportunity for us to change things. You know, the main reason that I became a Conservative MP was that I wanted to maintain law and order and defend security. That was my first motivation. Of course, there's the economy as well, but law and order is something that's very important to the Conservative Party, and it's what motivated me to become a member of Parliament. Since 2015, when I was elected for the first time, you know, unfortunately that was the year that the Liberals came to power, but since 2015, we've seen a really drastic change in the government's approach to public security. And particularly everything that has to do with protecting victims and giving rights to criminals. It's very concerning, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, the NDP has systematically supported the Liberals' approach on this. And unfortunately, the Bloc Québécois often does as well. For me, as a Quebecer, I have a hard time understanding how my colleagues from the Bloc can have such a left-leaning approach on this issue. But that's another matter. Madam Speaker, to me, C5 takes a very ideological approach. And it's an approach that I simply can't understand. I'll give you an example, or a list of examples, of crimes whose sentences will be reduced under C5. Robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, importing or exporting a weapon knowing it's unauthorized, discharging a firearm with intent, using a firearm in the commission of an offense, possession of a firearm knowing it's unauthorized, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, possession of a weapon obtained by the commission of an offense, possession for the purpose of trafficking, and discharge of a firearm. You know, just listing that, Madam Speaker, just listing those different firearms offenses, if Canadians were listening to us today, I think the majority of them would say, this makes no sense. You can't reduce sentences for this type of offense. A majority of people would say that if they knew what we were debating today. The vast majority, you know, do a survey. They would say these are criminals who are committing criminal acts and we shouldn't be reducing the sentences. That's what ordinary people in the street would say. Of course, each member here represents his constituents or her constituents, around 100,000 people. And the Liberals will say this is what people want, and the NDP will support the Liberals. Unfortunately, we're a minority in the Conservative Party at the moment, but I can guarantee that if you ask most Canadians, more than 50% of them would say that they are against this type of measure. And we should also remember the Liberals' changing attitudes on this, because some of these measures in the criminal code date from 1976 and were actually implemented under the Liberal government of Pierre Trudeau, the same Trudeau who is the father of the current Prime Minister. So there were Liberals, Madam Speaker, in 1976 who put these measures in place. At that time, the notion of left or right-leaning positions on crime was very different. I think we can agree that, Trudeau at the time believed that these were necessary measures. Now, 40 years later, we're trying to understand what the son of Pierre Elliott Trudeau is doing and why he has such a different approach. Because his government is taking an approach that is dangerous for national security. Now, C5 deals with firearms on the one hand and drugs on the other hand. So here we're talking about penalties for traffickers, drug traffickers, not just drug users. We're not talking about people who use drugs recreationally or personally. We're talking about traffickers. The people who produce, sell, and traffic drugs like heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, crystal meth. I'd like to read you a little extract of what my colleague from Edmonton St. Albert said yesterday in this House. It's about fentanyl. He said Canada is currently facing an opioid crisis. Every day around 20 Canadians die because of an overdose of opioids. That has increased by 88% since the beginning of the pandemic. There are now 7,000 Canadians per year who die this way. And the Liberals' only solution is to reduce penalties for the people who are trafficking these drugs and making these drugs available on our streets, killing 20 Canadians a day. So this is the main issue, Madam Speaker. It's this ideological approach that the Liberals have toward crime and criminals. As my colleague, the member for St. Albert Edmonton, said in his brilliant speech yesterday, we need to ask, how can ending strong sentences for drug traffickers, people who are killing 20 Canadians a day, how can that be understood? I just can't get this through my head, and I think that's the case for a lot of my colleagues too. And I would really hope that some of my colleagues from other parties like the Bloc would say, that's right, this goes too far. We're not tackling the issue in the right way here. And this has nothing to do with drug users or drug addicts. There may be people who consume drugs for different reasons, but we're not talking about them. Earlier, my Bloc colleagues were talking about dealing with the problem before it gets serious, tackling root causes. But if you're going to do that, you have to tackle the drug traffickers. And the worst thing, Madam Speaker, is that the Prime Minister looks at this and seems to say, that's okay. You don't get the feeling that he understands. If we really thought it was based on evidence or facts or, a new insightful way of seeing things, that would be one thing. But it seems to be just an ideological idea that he has. And that's not acceptable. So let's remember, Madam Speaker, C5 will reduce penalties for firearms offenses. Okay, firearms. We've been talking about firearms for a long time in the last few weeks in Montreal. There have been a lot of shootings in Montreal done with firearms that have come in through the U.S. The guns come into Canada, they're sold on the black market, and people who are 14, 15, 16 years old are using these guns in the streets of Montreal. It's been happening in Toronto for years as well, and now it's happening more and more in Toronto. So police officers, judges, the whole justice system is trying to find a way to control this problem. And here in Ottawa, we're debating a bill that basically says, oh, well, don't worry, if the weapons traffickers are arrested, they won't have a very severe sentence. It's not a big deal. If you buy firearms and use firearms, hey, don't worry about it. That's the message that C5 sends. It's don't worry, do what you want, and we'll just tap you on the wrist, and that'll be it. And the same thing happens on the drug side of things. Normally, in a society where the rule of law is respected, someone who is considering selling drugs should think, you know what, if I get caught, I might have a serious consequence. But now the government's sending a message that says, hey, don't worry. If you sell drugs and, the result is that 20 Canadians per day die, it's not a big deal. Madam Speaker, for me, it just doesn't make any sense. Now, there's also talk of house arrest in this bill. So they're basically saying, oh, don't worry, we'll send you home. You can do your time there. And this is for crimes like kidnapping, sexual assault, kidnapping a person under the age of 14, theft of a motor vehicle, breaking and entering. There's a whole long list of crimes here for which the sentences would be reduced and they'd be able to be served as house arrest. So a person who commits a sexual offense, for example, might be able to serve their sentence as house arrest, living in a house close to the victim. That does make sense. Now, to get back to firearms, last month, members of the Cornwall RCMP Integrated Border Integrity Team launched a gun smuggling investigation after a boat crossed the St. Lawrence River. There were 3 large bags unloaded from the boat, and the RCMP conducted a traffic stop of the vehicle that it was loaded into and found a large number of restricted and prohibited firearms and magazines. Then, Inti Ferrero Delgado, age 25, from Laval, Quebec, and Vladimir Souffrant, 49, of Montreal, were placed under arrest. So this question of import and export of weapons, these people are arrested. But now, under Bill C-5, once they're arrested, they basically say, well, there's no mandatory minimum sentence, so maybe this isn't so bad. They can say, go home and serve this under house arrest. This would be the real life consequence of this bill. If I commit a crime, what will the sentence be? If you see the sentences constantly going down, it really changes the game. And since 2015, since the Liberals came to power, there's been an increase in violent crime by 20%. So if you look at a life of crime and the government keeps saying, hey, don't worry, that's okay, well, people take advantage of that situation. And big criminals can influence younger people. They can say, hey, don't worry, because this prime minister will make sure that things aren't too bad for you if you get caught. Now, the other point, Madam Speaker, people are bringing up this idea that this has to do with systemic racism, that this bill would somehow impact systemic racism. But it has nothing to do with that. They say it'll have an impact on Black communities, Indigenous communities, other racialized communities. Well, yes, some of these communities are overrepresented in terms of, the percentage. But regardless of the color of your skin, a crime is a crime. So if a crime is committed with a firearm, the notion of race shouldn't enter into it at all. And this is really just smoke and mirrors here. They say that this is going to solve systemic racism, but there really isn't a connection there. We need to look at other things. If we want to see why is there an overrepresentation of certain people in prisons, it's not by lowering sentences that you're going to solve that problem. And I have a very concrete example of this. 3-4 years ago, we were debating Bill C-71 on gun control. I was at the Public Safety Committee at the time. And I asked an Indigenous group to come testify before the committee. Under C-71, firearms owners need to ask Ottawa for a number in order to be able to transfer their guns to a new owner. So this is a public safety idea, which could be debated, but anyway, it's a measure that exists now. So I asked the Indigenous group to tell us what they thought of this measure. And they clearly said, this doesn't concern us. The representative said, if a father wants to pass on his weapon to his son, he doesn't want to go ask Ottawa for a number. So whether you're Indigenous, white, black, if you've got two hands and you're holding a firearm with those two hands, the notion of race is irrelevant. And Indigenous people aren't even subject to these measures under C-71. I asked that question to the Public Safety Minister, and he didn't know how to answer. So the Liberals are trying to send a message here. They're trying to get media coverage. They're trying to show that they're open. But really, I want to look at the data, at the evidence. If you're picking up a weapon, race becomes irrelevant. So these are very sensitive issues. And I really hate it when the Liberals use these arguments to make political arguments or try to show themselves as being the most virtuous of all the parties, because that's really not true. So, Madam Speaker, to conclude, I would say that C5 is a bad bill. It's a bill that is full of smoke and mirrors and that is trying to mislead Canadians and make them believe that this will solve systemic racism. But all it's doing is help criminals commit more crimes. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I listened to my colleague's speech. My question is, in my riding, we have a lot of people who have been heavily impacted by the opioid crisis. And a lot of people are working to help them from a health standpoint. So I'd like to ask him if he doesn't agree that for something like the opioid crisis, shouldn't we be looking at this from a public health perspective rather than from a criminal perspective?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And that's what I said at the start of my speech, quoting my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton. When you talk about opioids and fentanyl, you have to remember that there are criminal elements involved in the importing and distributing of those drugs. So traffickers mix fentanyl with cocaine and other drugs, and sometimes the quantities are too high and people die. 20 Canadians a day are dying from opioids. So it's a major problem. And I don't think the solution is to reduce sentences for dealers. That's not going to solve the problem. On the contrary, the trafficking has to be controlled at the source so that these drugs aren't even sold to Canadians. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to focus on a few of the prejudices that my colleague betrayed. If the member for Charlebourg doesn't recognize the Bloc's position, we could say the same thing. As Quebecers, we don't really see ourselves reflected in the members' positions. He says C5 gives criminals more rights. And I'd like to ask, first of all, what is a criminal? Does he see any distinction between a habitual and an occasional criminal? And let's put this in one word. Does he believe that occasional criminals can be rehabilitated? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to my colleague on his re-election. We're pretty close in terms of ridings. Yes, there's a difference between a hardened criminal and an occasional criminal. There can be people who just have bad luck in life, but reducing sentences will only incentivize further criminality, because if a person is not going to get a very stiff sentence because I think that just propagates the idea that crime pays, and that's what we mustn't do. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Charlebois for his comments. I listened to his speech with interest. My question for him, he talked a little bit about how Indigenous people in Canada don't see this as a solution, but we know from the TRC that, in fact, one of the calls, Call 32, is for the stopping of minimum mandatory sentences. So I'd like him to comment on the fact that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has called for this to happen, and how can he then stand in this place and say that that's not accurate?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. That's part of the ideological debate. What stand should we take on public safety issues? Whether you're Indigenous, Black, or white, or another race, it doesn't matter to me. We're all humans. We all have two hands. When we decide to commit a crime with a weapon, for example, then we have to pay the price. The idea of race or indigeneity, I think you need to go upstream and find solutions, prevention so that people don't commit crimes. But I think that when it comes to public safety, it should be equal for all human beings, regardless of race. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
This last election, constituents riding in Prince Albert actually wanted to see us get tougher on gang crimes, criminal activity, rural crime. In this piece of legislation, it looks to be doing the opposite and sending the opposite signals. I'm just curious, the member in his riding, what would his constituents say to him as what should be the priority when it comes to dealing with criminals and illegal guns and things like that? Does this bill do that, or does it actually send the wrong message?
Honorable Député de Charlebourg-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm from a rural area. I know that rural areas have a lot of problems with the fences, people breaking into homes, and the residents are isolated. People break into their homes when they're there, and it happens very frequently. It's a major problem. Those people sometimes are drugged or drunk, and they come in with weapons. So we're trying to stop this scourge, which is rural break-ins. But this legislation would reduce sentences. What message does that send? Obviously, people are going to keep it up because they know even if we get caught, it won't really. I won't get a stiff sentence. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Je l'ai sur le bout de la langue.
Just a minute. I have it here on the tip of my tongue.
Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd also like to thank him for congratulating our colleague from Trois-Rivières. We're very happy to have him here. Even if you win by just one vote, it's still a victory. The latest word is that there's no studies to show that MMPs have any impact on the decision whether or not to commit a crime. Does my colleague have some information that we don't have? Is he announcing that this is in fact the case? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I don't have the evidence here, but obviously it's just basic logic when you talk about law and order. Do we want a society where people know that sentences are virtually non-existent when you commit a crime? Or do we want a society where people have the certain knowledge that if they commit a crime once, it might be one thing, but if they repeat, they will be punished?
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, the heart of this bill recognizes that our judges, which are independent, that have the legal background and the understanding of circumstances surrounding a crime that is committed, is in a far greater position to be able to deal with the circumstances or the sentence. And my question to the member is, does the Conservative Party not have confidence in our judicial system to be fair in the dispositions that judges can give without having a minimum sentence, which is causing other issues such as systemic racism?
The honourable member for Chalabourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every week, we hear testimonies from individual Canadians who don't understand why a judge handed down such and such a sentence, or questions about the court's decisions. But our job is to pass laws, and then judges have to do their job. We have to give them the best tools possible so that they can do a good job. But as soon as we start reducing sentences or taking away criteria, then we aren't doing our job. We're not giving the courts the tools they need. So we are the ones who get to decide what orientation we want our courts to take when dealing with these cases. We're the representatives of the people.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Madam Speaker, we've heard from mayors, provincial governments, and including British Columbia, healthcare professionals, frontline service workers, police chiefs, public health officials calling for decriminalization of personal possession of drugs. We've got the opioid crisis happening, Madam Speaker. My question to my colleague, will he listen to health professionals and police chiefs and not let politics stand in the way of saving lives?
A brief answer. The honourable member for Chalabourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. In my speech, I did mention that drug use is one problem, but what we're tackling here is criminals, people who deal drugs. That's where we will continue to focus our efforts, not the opposite. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
My time with the member from King's Hands. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, thank you for having given me time to speak to Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Canadians want a criminal justice system that will contribute to their safety and that will act swiftly and effectively. They expect their criminal justice system to produce fair results for all.
That this is not the case for all Canadians. There are many reasons for this, including the way our criminal laws are drafted and how they are applied. I'm very proud to be part of a government that has demonstrated the courage to acknowledge that our criminal justice system and our laws do not always produce the most appropriate outcomes for everyone, and has taken decisive action to correct this. In so doing, we are providing our courts and decision makers within the criminal justice system with the flexibility that they need in order to make better decisions for everyone. Bill C-5 proposes needed law reform in 3 areas. First, it gives sentencing courts greater discretion to impose fit sentences by repealing mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment for some offenses in the Criminal Code and all offenses in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Second, it provides sentencing courts with greater discretion to impose fit sentences by repealing unnecessary restrictions on the granting of conditional sentences of imprisonment. And third, it requires police and prosecutors to consider diverting simple possession cases away from criminal justice system and to a health treatment program. Traditional criminal justice system approaches to offenses in simple drug possession cases are not working. This new approach would produce better outcomes for the accused and for society more generally. At the heart of this bill is a recognition that those responsible for administering our criminal justice system need to have discretion in responding to crime. This is completely appropriate because the ability of our criminal justice system to produce appropriate outcomes is based on the proper exercise of discretion. La Cour suprême du Canada.
The Supreme Court of Canada has repeatedly asserted that discretion is necessary to the smooth operation of our criminal justice system. I fully agree. Bill C-5 would repeal mandatory minimums relating to 6 offenses as well as 14 offenses under the criminal code. In so doing, this bill would restore discretion to courts tasked with sentencing. Some would say that this means that sentences for these offenses will henceforth be shorter, but it also sends a signal that these offenses aren't serious.
Impose appropriate penalties based on the facts before them. A fit sentence is just that, one that is appropriate in all circumstances. And if a particular trial judge's decision is inappropriate, then our system enables this to be corrected through an appeal. I also have complete confidence that the courts will continue to view these offenses with the seriousness that is warranted. Repealing MMPs for certain offenses involving firearms does not mean these offenses are not serious or that courts won't recognize their level of severity. On the contrary, courts across Canada consistently comment on the fact that firearms-related crime is particularly serious and should be addressed in correspondingly serious ways. That will not cease to be the case because of this bill, and offenders who deserve to go to jail will still go to jail. What will be different, however, is the following. There will be fewer charter challenges. Prosecutions will be faster, and sentencing decisions will be better tailored to the circumstances of individual offenders. When courts are sentencing Indigenous people, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities, they will have the ability to meaningfully consider the circumstances of the offender before them to make a sentencing decision that properly takes these circumstances into account. Madam Speaker, I urge all members to support these changes. In our platform, our government committed to continuing to combat gender-based violence and fight gun smuggling with measures that we have previously introduced, such as lifetime background checks to prevent those with a history of abuse against their spouse or partner from obtaining a firearms license, red flag laws that would allow immediate removal of firearms if that person is a threat to themselves or others, particularly to their spouse or partner, increased maximum penalties for firearm trafficking and smuggling from 10 to 14 years of imprisonment, enhancing the capacity of the RCMP and the Canada Border Services Agency to combat the illegal importation of firearms. Bill C-5 also proposes to restore judicial discretion for sentencing courts through amendments to the conditional sentence regime. Conditional sentences were created in 1996 and to provide an innovative way for courts to sentence offenders by allowing them to serve their sentence in the community under strict punitive conditions, but also rehabilitative ones. These changes recognize that imprisonment at correctional facilities is not always necessary. These changes also responded to the fact that Indigenous people were disproportionately being sent to prison and that this had to change. The conditional sentencing regime has always disallowed their use for offenses punishable by mandatory minimum penalty. Sentencing courts also have always had to be satisfied that serving the sentence in the community would not pose a public safety risk, and the sentence had to be less than 2 years. However, over time, additional restrictions placed on this tool have diminished its effectiveness and made it unavailable in a wider range of cases. This has taken away judicial discretion by removing an important tool for addressing over-incarceration. With the changes proposed by Bill C-5, the government is correcting course from the previous Conservative government's limiting of CSOs so that courts can better respond to the specific facts before them. They will still only be available in cases where public safety would not be impacted. These are welcomed evidence-based changes that are broadly supported and that will make an important difference in our criminal justice system.
Finally, I'd like to briefly deal with the changes relating to simple possession of drugs. Madam Speaker, the opioid crisis affects so many communities in Canada. This has forced communities to come up with innovative solutions and has also contributed to the understanding that a health-based approach is much more effective than a criminalization approach, which stigmatizes people and creates obstacles to their rehabilitation.
Importance of making greater linkages between the justice system and other social systems, including healthcare. The proposed measures in this bill would do just that. This bill would encourage police and prosecutors to move away from charging and prosecuting for simple drug possession in appropriate cases and instead direct people into other appropriate systems that are better able to respond to the root causes that contribute to their interaction with the justice system in the first place. Think about it. Instead of being charged and prosecuted, which can result in job loss, separation from family and community, and increase the possibility of reoffending, the system would facilitate the supports needed, would keep the person working and keep them in their communities. This is smart criminal justice policy that has been proven to work, and I strongly support these changes. Les réformes contenues dans ce...
The reforms in this bill have been long awaited and are broadly supported. I know that a lot of people would have preferred this bill to go even further, but the Minister of Justice said that this was an important step in a broader effort to make our criminal justice system more equitable for all. It's important to take this step now. I would call on all members to support this important legislation. Thank you.
It's the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an excellent speech. I do want to question her on a few things here, one of which, of course, is the absolute faith in judges that they're going to be wide open to give a bunch of good rules here. The rules we set for our laws in Canada are very wide already, and judges have discretion within a breadth of how to actually deliver sentencing. They are not strict. However, they do need a set of laws, a set of rules, guidelines about how they apply that sentencing, regardless of the person in front of them at that point in time. There is a victim of that crime as well. And all victims also need to see that there is crime and punishment here. There is actually something that is an outcome and is a cost for this. Would you suggest that there's an objective here that you're not looking at as far as an outcome goes that will lead to something worse in society as opposed to something less worse in prisons? Thank you.
I'm not going to suggest it, but I would ask the honourable member to put the questions to the member through the speaker. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank the member for his question, and basically just say, obviously, this bill will be worked on in committee in order to really look at all of the different ways that it'll have impacts on society. But I'd like to also say that currently our justice system doesn't necessarily work. There is an overrepresentation of certain communities, and that's because judges don't necessarily have the discretion that they should be able to have. And as was mentioned in my speech, people can still go through an appeal process if ever the judge's decision is deemed to not be the right one. We do have faith in our judges, and so we do believe that this bill would only help improve the situation. And of course, when it comes to simple drug possession, nobody's really worse off except for the person who's committed that crime themselves. So a rehabilitation program is obviously a much better solution.
And comments? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mandatory minimums have been shown through research to be not always useful. When it comes to firearms, we can talk about that again, but prevention. There are reasons why young people turn to crime, and we need to have means to prevent crime. Young people, we need to invest in health and social services and social housing, affordable housing. There's a difference between affordable and social housing, too. When is the government going to take preventative action? Thank you. Now, a member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member through you and just say that I fully agree with her. I'm a teacher as well, so I know full well everything about prevention and how young people are so easily influenced and need help to find the right path. And I think this bill leads us in the right direction. By getting rid of these 2-year mandatory minimum sentences, it will help young people get back on the right track and get rehabilitated instead of winding up in jail. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I thank the member for mentioning that that the Liberal government acknowledges Indigenous people are over-incarcerated and that they have trust in the judicial system. But by removing mandatory minimums instead of decriminalizing personal possession of drugs, it makes sure that people with addictions will still end up in the criminal justice system rather than the healthcare system. Why is this government only taking a half step toward reducing the overrepresentation of Indigenous, Black, and racialized Canadians in the criminal justice system?
Une brève réponse.
A brief answer, the Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member through you and basically say that absolutely a lot more work needs to be done, and this is only a small step in the right direction. It is, however, an important step in this direction, and we want to make sure that we take all of the right steps without moving too quickly and endangering Canadians. And for sure, there is a problem of over-representation of Indigenous and racialized communities, and this is one of the reasons why this bill is being enacted, or why this bill is being presented.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is a real pleasure to rise in the House to talk about Bill C-5 today. This bill is a legislative measure that would eliminate some mandatory minimums and would give prosecutors the discretion to deal with simple drug possession as a question of health compared to a criminal matter. And I want to start by talking about what I believe is the most fundamental aspect of this legislation, which would allow judicial independence in sentencing. Madam Speaker, I was a lawyer before coming to politics, sitting in this House, and having the privilege of serving the constituents of King's Hands. And I would like to say that generally individual circumstances are very different, and it's important when it comes to sentencing. And not allowing judges to use judicial discretion is a problem for me.
Madam Speaker, in this House, I had the privilege of listening on this debate on the same bill before the House in the 43rd Parliament, the aspect of judicial independence and their discretion. And I want to make a link between what I believe to be generally a conservative principle, that you allow local decision makers to be able to utilize their discretion when available, right? It's the idea of decentralizing decisions to local governments, to provincial governments, when available and necessary. And I know my friends from the Bloc Québécois would certainly appreciate that as well, about the devolving of powers. I see that also in this legislation, Madam Speaker, in the sense that we sit here as parliamentarians, and I've heard the Minister of Justice, I've heard other members of this House provide circumstances and cases that could be used to talk about how this bill could impact sentencing and judicial outcomes. But the reality is no one in this House knows the particular circumstances of a case that's going to happen 3 or 4 years from now. And I think at the end of the day, we want to be able to allow our judges, our judiciary, to be able to make those decisions, to be able to weigh both mitigating factors and aggravating factors. Because I certainly, as I mentioned before, in my time as a lawyer, not all circumstances of a case are the same. And I think fundamentally, this allows the discretion of our judiciary to make those decisions. And again, the member from St. Catharines, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Heritage, in his remarks earlier today, talked about the fact that the Supreme Court of Canada has found that mandatory minimum penalties, in some cases, are unconstitutional. And certainly, I think, and it's up for debate, but where I sit in this House, that they are not effective of actually reducing crime. And I've heard conversations from colleagues in this House about how we tackle crime and how we be able to challenge some of those. And I agree, there needs to be work done outside of this legislation. This legislation is not a silver bullet, Madam Speaker, to solve that. But this is legislation that helps provide that discretion to judges, and also reduce the systemic challenges that Indigenous and Black Canadians face. And Madame la Présidente, j'ai mentionné...
Madam Speaker, a number of times in this House I have mentioned that I have the privilege to represent 3 Indigenous communities in Kings Hanks, Sabaganagadi, Boozkap, and Annapolis Valley. And in talking with the leaders of these communities, I have heard how the criminal justice system can be structured in such a way that it creates inequalities. And this leads offenders to engage in a life of crime as they go through the prisons for simple drug possession instead of benefiting from rehabilitative measures or the necessary supports in order to help them to get out of a life of crime.
To trying to work to rehabilitate individuals, to be able to look at certain circumstances. We're putting people in jail for a minimum period of time, even if perhaps the circumstances don't warrant it. And that's the reality. And again, my members opposite, they can have their view, and I would welcome their questions when I'm done. But I would like to be able to keep the floor.
I do want to remind members one more time that, when somebody has the floor, they deserve the respect. If the honourable members who are not speaking wish to ask questions and comments, and I would ask that they hold off until then. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly welcome the questions once I'm finished. And the statistics have been borne out. Again, I really think fundamentally this is about judicial independence and discretion, but the facts are quite stark. 5% of the adult population in Canada are Indigenous. They represent 30% of our incarcerated population, 42% if you consider women. 7.2% of our incarcerated population is Black, despite the fact that they only represent 3% in this country. And this bill means a lot to my Indigenous communities, indeed many of my Black residents in Kings Hands. And what I've heard in the debate, and perhaps what some of the members opposite were trying to intervene with, is a crime is a crime. I hear that, right? A crime is proportionate. It doesn't matter what your background is. And at the end of the day, what I would say to that is we need to look at the circumstances behind the behavior. And I agree, serious crime represents and should represent serious punishment. But at the same time, by imposing mandatory minimums and taking that discretion away from common law principles in terms of sentencing, we're not giving that discretion for judges to be able to look at the best case scenario and also look at prosecutors in terms of their ability to look at the circumstances and provide recommendations that will actually keep our communities safe. And again, I would agree on the idea that this piece of legislation alone does not solve the issue. There has to be a focus on investment in social support systems, in housing, in recreation. All of that is important to reducing crime writ large in our communities across the country. But this is important to creating challenges for those individuals that maybe perhaps otherwise there's better programs and better supports than just imposing a mandatory minimum penalty. And I want to also mention, Madam Speaker, the point around encouraging diversion for simple drug possession. I know that we have a challenge in this country. I would be naive to stand here in this House and say that drugs are not a problem in Kings Hands. They certainly are. I know certainly on the opioid crisis, particularly our colleagues from British Columbia, this is something that is often mentioned in the House. But I think this is just reasonable, sensible public policy to allow and give further discretion to police officers to be able to use their discretion to treat these instances as a health issue versus a criminal issue, and to try to make sure that those supports are there in that place. I know the members of the NDP would be asking for a step even further. There is circumstances where the Minister of Health and the Minister of Justice are able to work to be able to allow municipalities, I don't know the section right before me, but allow this to go further. And I know those are going to be things that our government will consider in the days ahead. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know how much time I have, perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, but I would suggest this in terms of my conclusion. I think all members of this House agree that serious crime and activity deserves a serious penalty. and that we should not be light on crime in that sense. But when you look at the mandatory minimum penalties that have been in place, in some cases, they've been ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Canada. We know that they have a detrimental impact on visible minorities in this country. They take away the discretion for judges to be able to look at the circumstances of a case and be able to move forward. Indeed, many members of this House have said that the mandatory minimum penalty actually almost provides a cap in terms of what the courts will actually award. So as opposed to maybe looking at the circumstances, recognizing that there's an aggravating factor, and saying, actually, this individual in question deserves to have a higher sentence, sometimes the courts will just simply look at the mandatory minimum, put that in place, and that is really problematic as well. So I think that we need to be able to move forward. I'll certainly be in support of this legislation. I think it's reasonable, and I look forward to taking questions from my members opposite in this House. Thank you.
It's the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And I just want to share the perspective of the constituents that I represent in Lakeland. You know, I come from a family of law-abiding firearms owners. I represent many law-abiding firearms owners, hunters, sport shooters, of all nationalities, all backgrounds. And I guess this is what they say to me. What they're confused about is the Liberals' approach to gangs and to gun crime, even while shootings increase in places like Toronto and Vancouver, and residents there, they deserve to have a government that will protect their safety, make their neighborhoods and their streets safe. But I guess I just wonder why the member then doesn't agree that there should be prison time for robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, importing or exporting unauthorized firearms, discharging a firearm with intent, all kinds of illegal possession firearms, and discharging firearms with recklessness. You know, law-abiding firearms.
Ask the honourable member to answer the question. I do have to ask other questions. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite. Nowhere in my speech did I ever mention that there should not be jail time or criminality for those types of behaviors. In fact, all I said is that we should not be imposing a mandatory minimum. We should allow the judiciary to make their decision on what is an appropriate sentence. So it's this type of, with all due respect, fear-mongering that is problematic for important debate on being able to reduce systemic barriers in our criminal justice system. I believe that serious penalties deserve serious time, but I also believe that we should give that discretion to judges to make their choice, not us as parliamentarians here in this place.
I want to remind the member she had a chance to ask the question. If she has other questions, she can attempt to be recognized again, as opposed to talking over while the honourable member is responding. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ability of judges and even police officers to make decisions because they know the subjects and the individuals in question is important. We have seen sentences. I heard earlier a colleague saying we're going to eliminate all the sentences. No, that's not it at all, if I understand correctly. It could be a 2-year sentence or 5 years or 6 months with some changes. But I'd like to hear my colleague talk again about the importance of clarifying the legislation with regard to prevention and rehabilitation measures for minor crimes.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Of course, I agree with those thoughts about the need for judges to have discretion. And I think that when the prosecutors put forward a case, it's necessary to take into consideration all the circumstances, aggravating factors or extenuating factors, and find a solution to ensure rehabilitation or other measures to ensure that this individual is in a position to get out of a life of crime.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kings Hands. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quick question. Honourable colleague actually stated in his speech, and we know that the Liberal party in government has said on many occasions that it acknowledges that drug use and addiction have to be treated as health issues, not criminal ones. Yet, this bill, of course, retains the criminalized attitude towards drug use. It simply changes the sentencing. Can you help us explain, or can you perhaps explain to the House and help us understand how this bill, by keeping drug use and addiction in the criminal sphere, honors the concept to treat addiction as a health issue, not a criminal one?
Brief answer from the member for Kings Hands.
My member opposite for the question. Look, at the end of the day, I think we're moving in terms of our understanding in this country about how we treat these particular issues. I know the member opposite, I believe, is in the Lower Mainland, where the opioid crisis is quite severe. What I would say is that although it retains the criminal powers, it certainly gives discretion to be able to treat this as a health issue, which is extremely important. We know that there's other measures through the Minister of Health where we can treat issues around opioid crisis as a health crisis and be able to put measures in place. So I look forward to working with him in the days ahead.
Before I go to resuming debate, I just want to remind the House that we are at the 5-hour mark. Therefore, all speeches moving forward are of 10 minutes, and with 5 minutes of questions and comments. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to stand in this House and speak to a bill that I think is not only a long time coming, and not only that I think is important to many Canadians, but which actually touches upon, I think, a very, very real and profoundly important issue that is touching every single community in our nation. Of course, the bill itself deals with the issue of mandatory minimums, and the initiative of this government to remove mandatory minimums for a number of prescribed sentences. I think it would remove mandatory minimum sentences for all drug offenses under the Criminal Code, and then some others with respect to tobacco and firearm provisions. Of course, I was in this House when many mandatory minimum sentences were put into the Criminal Code by the previous Harper Conservative government, and our party opposed that approach then, and we oppose it now, and we do so for a number of reasons, which I'm going to go for. The New Democrats have long opposed the imposition of mandatory minimum sentences into our criminal code for all but the most serious of crimes. And here are some of the reasons for that position, Madam Speaker. First of all, it's a very blunt tool. It removes the discretion of a judge to shape sentences to suit the specifics of every particular case. Now, I happen to have been trained as a lawyer, and I spent 16 years litigating cases in the labor setting, and I can tell you that every single case I ever did, and I would posit before this House that every single case that comes before a judge in this country is unique. It touches upon unique individuals with unique circumstances, and it occurs in very specified circumstances and conditions. And the essence of justice is to fashion a resolution that suits the particular circumstances that come before a court. Politicians should not be sentencing people from this chamber. In our system of government, where we have separation of powers, the judiciary separated from the legislative branch, separated from the executive branch, separated from the police force, these are core elements of our modern democracy, and they're very important ones. And I'm always suspicious of attempts by politicians in this House to try to reach into the courtrooms of our nation and tell judges what to do in a particular situation. What's particularly wrong about mandatory minimums is that it purports to tell judges to sentence a particular person irrespective of the person before them and the circumstances of that case. Second, mandatory minimum sentences are routinely ruled as unconstitutional in this country. And so I think we can safely say that in most cases, mandatory minimum sentences do not comport with our Constitution and our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this country. Third, mandatory minimums it's clear now, the evidence is crystal clear that they are a major factor that contribute directly to the overrepresentation of the incarceration of the most marginalized Canadians, including Indigenous, racialized, and poor people. As an example, Indigenous people in Canada make up about 4.9% of our population. But if you were to walk into the prisons of this country, you would find that 30% of the people in Canadian prisons are Indigenous. And with respect to Indigenous women, it's even more shockingly appalling. 42% of the women in Canadian prisons are Indigenous. And a major factor contributing to that is the use of mandatory minimum sentences. Finally, Madam Speaker, mandatory minimum sentences don't work. And I need only point to the United States as the best example for that. The United States locks up the highest percentage of its population of any country in the world. And it has done nothing to reduce the crime rates or the rate of violent offenses in the United States. So if it were true that the use of mandatory minimum sentences reduced crime, then there would be empirical evidence of that to our neighbor to the south, and it's been proved to be quite the opposite. As a matter of fact, the state of Texas, one of the toughest, most tough on crime jurisdictions you will find on this planet, has publicly stated that mandatory minimum sentences have not worked in that state. And all that's happened is they've locked up an incredibly high percentage of the population in that state, and with no impact on crime rates. So I support this measure, Madam Speaker. I support this bill. Discretionary sentences and diversion from prison are distinctly preferable to mandatory minimum sentences that lock up more Canadians for longer time to no positive effect. But make no mistake, this bill will do nothing, zero, to address the core problem with drug policy in this country, and that is to treat drug addiction and substance use as health, not criminal issues. And, Madam Speaker, that is the root cause of the problem with drug policy in this country. Substance use and addiction are health issues, not criminal ones. They are not moral failings. They are not issues of character. They are pure issues of health. Addiction is a complex biopsychosocial illness. It results in compulsive behavior that is rooted in trauma. Substance use disorder is listed in the DSM-5, which is the diagnostic manual that medical professionals use in this country. Now, this is one of those issues, Madam Speaker, where I will say that the general population is far ahead of the politicians of this country, and dare I say, many politicians in this House. And that is because no family in this country, not one, is untouched by addiction or substance use disorder. Everyone has a mother or father, a sister or brother, an uncle or aunt, a cousin, a grandparent, or maybe even themselves, who have suffered from substance use, whether that's alcoholism or addiction. And these families know something that I think is really important to acknowledge in this House. Those people who are suffering are not criminals. They are sufferers. They are patients. They are people struggling with an illness. Dr. Gabor Mate, who I consider to be an authority of global stature in our countries, a great Canadian, has found that the basic cause of addiction is trauma. He is on record as saying, after treating people on the downtown east side of Vancouver for many years, he never treated a single person, not one, who did not have significant childhood trauma. So what does criminalizing those people do to them? Well, criminal sanctions are society's way of imposing maximum trauma on citizens. You get accosted by the police. You go through the trauma of arrest. You go into the very serious, intimidating context of a court. You go through a trial. You go to jail. This system is designed to impose the most serious pressure society can possibly do. So in other words, what we do when we criminalize drug policy is we re-traumatize people whose main issue is that they suffer from trauma. That's completely counterintuitive. In fact, it's cruel. And it does not work. If criminalizing drug use worked, Madam Speaker, we would have eliminated it years ago. We have spent billions of dollars, incarcerated millions of people around the world, harmed tens of millions of people, and achieved nothing. Today, Canada is setting year after year record deaths in opioid overdose. Every year since this government was elected in 2015, the death rate has gone up. Since 2016 till 2020, over 17,000 Canadians have died. In BC, 6.5 people die every day. So, Madam Speaker, I'll conclude by saying stigma, shame, and punishment are the core emotional issues of those suffering from substance use disorder, and criminalizing their behavior exacerbates and deepens that shame and stigma. We don't need to get rid of mandatory minimum sentences. Madam Speaker, we need to decriminalize drug use, bring in a regulated, low-barrier, safe supply, focus on education, prevention, and have treatment on demand through our public health care system. Then we will make progress on drug policy and use in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me. And I want to thank the member for his eloquent comments and appreciate his support with a caveat for this bill. I agree with him that I think we all know that mental health and addiction issues are health issues, and we, as such, needs to treat them in that manner. But, Speaker, there is a fair bit of debate as to what are those next steps looks like. We know that decriminalization, simple possession of drugs is one way, a path forward, but it's important that there be enough supports in the communities around treatment, harm reduction, and other sort of things. And there are models like in Portugal and in Scandinavian countries that, with certain debates, are effective in some manner. I will be interested to learning from the member as to his thoughts as to what steps needs to be taken beyond just decriminalizing simple possession of drugs. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. Again, as I said in my speech, in terms of a mandate from Canadians, I believe it's there. I fundamentally believe it's there. I think that most Canadians right now want their government to decriminalize drug use in this country and to treat it authentically and comprehensively as a health issue. You know, this government has said on many occasions that it is guided by evidence, as it should be. They say that quite consistently. They've said it throughout the COVID crisis. Why, I ask, do they not follow the evidence when it comes to drug policy? Everybody from public health officers to the Canadian chiefs of police to addictions experts to people with lived experience to drug researchers, there's a consensus in this country that we must fully decriminalize drug use and provide a different approach to this. And so I think that what we're asking for in this House is leadership.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To my friend and colleague on the other side, I like the speech. I did note that it is primarily on mandatory minimums for drug possession as opposed to what this is, which is actually allowing, this bill actually allows judges further discretion to deliver minimum sentences or some defining where they fit in that spectrum. I actually think that he's right on the drug minimums, that we need to get a law that actually does decriminalize a lot of these activities. However, the actual exhortation of this bill is to actually give some more authority to legal people to determine what those are, as opposed to Canadians who elect people to determine what those penalties should be or the breadth of those penalties. And that's why we're here to give that role. And we're usurping that role right now to somebody else. How does he actually think that we're going to actually represent Canadians and what they expect in the criminal justice?
To give the Honourable Member from Vancouver Kingsway a chance to make a comment.
Thank you. Well, again, I go back to what do Canadians expect us to do here? And I expect Canadians expect us to be guided by evidence, to be legislating with wisdom and passion, and to be coming up with good public policy. And I think the fundamental question for us in this House is, we either fundamentally believe that drug use and addiction are health issues, or we do not. And if we do believe that, then it has no place in the criminal code. And tinkering with the sentencing, it might be preferable to have non-mandatory sentences, but it's still in the criminal code, and we're still using the sanction of criminality on something that fundamentally it's inappropriate to do so. As it says in the big book of AA, half measures availed us nothing. This is a half measure, and it will avail us nothing.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for Vancouver Kingsway for his speech. It was both sensible and measured, and it's nice to hear people speak in such a thoughtful way in this House. Now, I'd like to ask him a particular question. We're generally favourable to withdrawing some of these mandatory minimums, but with some exceptions. Notably when it comes to multiple offenders, repeat offenders, or anything to do with weapons trafficking or firearms offenses. You know, that's a big issue that we're dealing with now. So I'd like to hear the NDP's position on this. Would they be ready to modify their position on some of those to pass perhaps a more nuanced bill? The Honourable Member, 15 seconds.
Well, thank you for his kind words, my honourable colleague. He's quite right that I focused my entire remarks on the aim of this bill to eliminate mandatory minimums when it comes to drug sentences. I am aware that there are other sections of the criminal code where mandatory minimums may be taken away. I do think that when this bill goes to committee, that those sections do deserve closer scrutiny, and I'm sure I speak for my colleagues when I say that they will give every consideration to make wiser law.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin, if I can, today by thanking the voters of Ottawa South, Madam Speaker. This is my 7th consecutive election. I'm honoured and privileged to represent such a magnificent riding, a very diverse riding with over 82 languages spoken, well over 160 countries of origin. Madam Speaker, I like to describe my riding as the United Nations of Ottawa South. Madam Speaker, a great deal of time has already been spent describing the objectives of Bill C-5, its proposed reforms and the expected impacts. I support these changes. And I believe they will make a significant positive contribution to our criminal justice system. They'll also contribute to efforts to address the undeniable, disproportionate impacts that existing criminal laws have on certain communities in Canada. We know that certain communities in Canada and in other countries are involved in the criminal justice system at higher rates than other people. In Canada, the over-incarceration of Indigenous persons and Black Canadians is well documented. Many of these reasons are systemic, including our laws on sentencing. It's clear to me that the issue of an over-incarceration must be addressed by revisiting our existing sentencing laws, and that is exactly what Bill C-5 proposes to do. Canada is not alone in recognizing that the increased indiscriminate use of mandatory minimum penalties, or MMPs, has proven to be a costly and ineffective approach to reducing crime. Indeed, many jurisdictions comparatively around the world are moving away from this approach to criminal justice. While MMPs can be a forceful expression of government policy in the area of criminal law, we know that MMPs do not deter crime and can result in unjust and inequitable outcomes. The Supreme Court of Canada, Madam Speaker, has been very clear about these issues. Criminal justice policy is not developed in a vacuum. Evidence-based policy is informed by relevant research, including comparative studies from other countries. By examining a particular policy's successes and failures, we can develop reforms that build on what we know works and addresses what we know does not. For instance, while the United States, both at the federal and the state levels, has historically made great use of MMPs, in the last decade, many states have moved toward reducing or outright eliminating mandatory sentences with a particular focus on nonviolent and drug-related charges. These trends reveal a shift that is motivated by, amongst other things, a need to address high levels of incarceration and the corresponding social and fiscal costs. Just speak to a California legislator about how expensive it is, how expensive it has been for the state of California over the last several decades. This is being done by governments of all political stripes in the United States. And I encourage all parties in this House to recognize the true impacts of MMPs and work to improve our criminal justice system. Some in the United States have termed this as a, quote, smart on crime movement. This approach recognizes the need to address high levels of incarceration of young Black and Hispanic Americans who are disproportionately negatively impacted by the use of mandatory minimum sentencing laws in the United States, particularly, as I've already noted, for nonviolent drug-related offenses. Some have also pointed out that mandatory minimum sentencing actually encourages cycles of crime and violence by subjecting nonviolent offenders who could otherwise be productive members of society to the revolving door of the prison system. Recently, the President of the United States indicated his intention to repeal MMPs at the federal level, where he has jurisdiction, and provide states with incentives to repeal their own mandatory minimums as well. Other countries' colleagues have made similar changes. For example, in 2014, France repealed certain MMPs, predominantly citing evidence showing that the reconviction rate had more than doubled between 2001 and 2011, increasing from 4.9% to 12.1%. Madam Speaker, when examining trends in like-minded countries, we can see a clear policy shift towards limiting the use of mandatory minimum penalties to the most serious of cases and restoring judicial discretion at sentencing. While international comparisons cannot be the only lens through which we develop sentencing policy in Canada, particularly given our unique cultural traditions and diversity, such comparisons provide a useful backdrop against which to assess the adequacy of our own sentencing laws. Currently, the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act provide MMPs for 73 offenses, including for firearms offenses, sexual offenses, impaired driving, kidnapping, human trafficking, sex trade offenses, murder, high treason, and drug-related offenses such as trafficking, import, export, and production of certain drugs, for example, cocaine and heroin. 30 offenses have been amended in the last 15 years, almost entirely by the previous Harper government, to increase existing MMPs or to impose new ones. Now, Madam Speaker, I was in this House when those amendments were made by the previous government, when those measures were introduced, and I had an opportunity to debate them at the time. I was opposed to them then, and I'm opposed to them now. But what I was particularly struck by, Madam Speaker, at the time, was that evidence had been presented to the House produced by the Criminal Law Policy Division in the Department of Justice, whose director happened to be a former progressive Conservative member of Parliament. And the evidence which was adduced and presented by the Department of Justice indicated that the amendments that the government of the day was pursuing would not achieve the outcomes that they desired. They had been warned and forewarned not only by opposition members at the time, but by the think tank inside our Department of Justice. Well, Bill C-5 will reverse that trend, and in so doing, it seeks to make the criminal justice system fairer and more equitable for all. It would repeal MMPs for 20 offenses, including MMPs for all drug-related offenses, as well as some for firearm-related offenses. This isn't a signal from Parliament that drug and firearms offenses are not serious and are not worthy of important denunciatory sentences in appropriate cases. Firearms and drug offenses can be very serious, and I have full confidence in our courts to impose appropriate penalties. Bill C-5, as I said, would not repeal all MMPs in the Criminal Code, This bill does not propose changes to the penalties for child sexual offenses and other sexual crimes, nor would the mandatory penalty of life imprisonment for murder be changed. Some will argue that the government should have done away with all mandatory minimum penalties. Others will be critical of the government's decisions to reform the MMPs that are included in this bill. This bill is an important and balanced step forward, and I know that our Justice Minister is always open to considering further changes in the future. So despite there being differences of opinion, Madam Speaker, as to the role of MMPs in our sentencing laws, I would not want these used to distract us from our job, which is to examine the important changes in Bill C-5. We have a good bill before us that has been welcomed by a broad range of stakeholders. It makes critically important changes, not just in the area of MMPs, but also with respect to conditional sentencing and to the way the criminal justice system addresses simple drug possession. I will be voting in favor of these changes, Madam Speaker, because I am convinced they will make our justice system fairer and better. I urge all members on all sides of this House to support the swift passage of Bill C-5. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park versus Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and congratulate him on his re-election. He began his speech talking about how certain historically marginalized communities, for instance, Black and Indigenous Canadians, are disproportionately represented in the prison population. Now, it seems clear that one possible cause of that over-representation is that members of certain communities are receiving disproportionately long sentences relative to others for the same crime. And it would seem that one way of combating racism in the justice system is to ensure consistent sentencing, that people, regardless of their background, regardless of their race, for instance, are receiving similar kinds of sentences for the same crimes in the same circumstances. So one way of reducing that racism would be to have clear sentencing guidelines. Perhaps it's mandatory minimums, perhaps it's sentencing starting points. By this legislation, by removing mandatory minimums, widening the range for judicial discretion, it doesn't seem on that basis then to be combating discrimination. Rather, it creates more space for the inconsistent application of penalties for the same crime. I wonder if the member has a comment on that.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I would be desirous of seeing the kind of consistency that he alludes to, Madam Speaker, one size does not fit all. One size does not fit all. When there is a crime being adjudicated at court, judges have a specific responsibility to adduce and to hear all of the evidence, to consider the evidence, to take into consideration background, mental health, addiction. We've heard here repeatedly on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker, that this question of addiction is, on some sides of the House, considered to be a weakness, perhaps even a choice. Well, addiction is the antithesis of being free, Madam Speaker. When one is addicted, one is not free to make necessarily rational choices. So the answer to the question the member poses is one size does not fit all, and trying to force fit every case into a box that the kind that the previous government forced, I think, has led, we see now, to the kind of evidence we know to be the case, which is a small percentage of a population, for example, Indigenous Canadians, being widely overrepresented in the prison system.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear more on the importance of retaining discretion and flexibility for judges when sentencing, depending on the circumstances of the case, of the offender, whether it's a repeat offender or whether it's a young person under some bad influence. I'd like him to elaborate on that and tell us whether he thinks the sentences for what he thinks about sentences for trafficking in illegal arms, which is our main concern.
If I could, just where I left off, and that is the role and purpose of judges and the difficult role that they fulfill when they sit as triers of fact. I remember when I began my career as a young articling student, Madam Speaker, with a criminal law firm, I was struck by the difficulty that judges face when these cases are presented to them. I was also struck by the connection between criminal activity and mental health and addiction. We know this to be true. And we've seen the kinds of complexity which is put before courts, which calls for the kind of judicial freedom for judges to be able to assess meaningfully and to find other opportunities to deal with a serious situation. This bill does not do away with all mandatory minimum sentences. I've said that in my remarks. There is room, there are occasions when that's the case, but I think we need to make sure that judges maintain that flexibility.
The Honourable Member for Courtney-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, over 25,000 lives have been lost due to a poison drug supply since this government came into power. Now, they've heard from health professionals, police chiefs, addiction specialists, experts, Madam Speaker, that continue, even their own panel from Health Canada on their experts on substance use, giving them clear direction and guidance to decriminalize use of drugs and to provide a safe supply. It's the first steps. Madam Speaker, yet they haven't responded. Vancouver's waiting. BC's waiting on their exemption. Madam Speaker, I truly believe, and maybe my colleague can help me with this if he also agrees, that it's politics that are getting in the way, and politicians, by not taking bold and courageous action. And if the Liberals truly believe this is a health issue, will they, Madam Speaker, treat this as a health issue and listen?
A very short answer from the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is yes, we are treating this as a health issue. Yes, this government remains open to the concept of decriminalization based on evidence, based on comparative experience, and I would encourage the member to bring that evidence forward to committee when this bill is being treated. Thank you.
You mean debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not sitting in my usual place because Standing Order 17 doesn't apply. Government Motion Number 1 made sure of that. So I'm taking advantage of that motion. This is the first time I'm rising in this House to give a speech of some length. I've risen several times already on routine proceedings and other things, but I want to thank my constituents, the residents of Calgary-Shepherd, for honoring me with this third term in the House of Commons. I'm still in awe of this place. This is the cathedral of our democracy, as one of my mentors, who was a former member of Parliament, said of the House of Commons. And I've been listening to the debate that we've had so far from different members on both sides of the House, describing the contents of the bill sometimes, and other times the aspirations of the bill. And I think the government side is getting carried away with the aspirations of their bill, their hopes and dreams that they've put into these words, that they've put into this piece of legislation. You know, we conservatives often get called the party of law and order. We often get called the party, you know, like we're tough on crime, that we don't see the two sides of it, which is there's an offender, but there's also a victim, or victims, plural, involved. And oftentimes what I've heard from the government side is an exclusive focus on the offender or the accused. The provisions of this bill only actually apply to the offender once they reach the part of the proceedings in a court where the person is found guilty of the crime and then the sentencing is involved. But where's the talk about the victims? That's what I don't see here. And that's what many of my constituents would say, some of them who are victims of crimes. I know some of these victims of these crimes. There are members of our caucus who have family members who have been victims of crimes. And in my particular case, Madam Speaker, I will add that, you know, if you look at my voting record in this third parliament now, I was one of those members who did not vote for a private member's bill, Life Means Life. The member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan was one of those as well who didn't voted against it. I also voted for, and I can name him now because he's no longer a member, but for Larry Bagnell, which was a great chair of the Proc Committee. Who had to live through a 13-hour filibuster of mine at that committee. I promise not to do that here. But never again. Oh, you never say never again here from the other side. But it was C-235 that Mr. Bagnell had tabled in the House. We had a second reading vote on his private member's bill. There are 15 Conservatives who voted with him, and I was one of those because I thought an assessment order for those with fetal alcohol syndrome should get some type of, you know, special treatment in the course. And judges should be directed to look at that during sentencing. It was an assessment order in that case. I thought it was a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And if you look at my other voting record on other bills, members will realize that I've been willing to look at bills as they come forward and judge them by the merits of the content, not the aspiration placed behind it, because judges don't look at the aspirational language that we use in this place to describe bills. I've heard members say that this will help Indigenous or Black Canadians. get the type of treatment that they deserve in the court system, so they're not overly sentenced to harsher criminal sentences. But the word race is not in this bill. The word racism is not in this bill. Systemic racism is not in this bill. None of those words are in this bill. There was another member who mentioned that, aspirationally again, that what this bill would do was help minorities not be overly harshly sentenced in the judicial system. But I don't see those words. You could introduce an assessment order, a requirement for the judge to consider it. And on that point now, several times now, members have said, don't you trust judges? Of course we trust judges. The government appoints them. They sit on the bench. They render decisions on behalf of Canadians. They're supposed to look at both sides. They're supposed to look at the offender. They're supposed to look at the victim. They're supposed to look at, what is the outcome that is fair and just for society, a combination of what is the opportunity for rehabilitation, what is the opportunity for punishment that is fitting of the crime to ensure that the victim also feels like justice has been done in their particular case. So they talk about judicial discretion. I wonder how they feel about the discretion of the Attorney General of Canada or the Attorney Generals of the provinces. I wonder how Jody Wilson-Raybould would feel right now when we talk about discretion of judges. It was that government on the opposite side which was found to have, gotten itself involved in a criminal proceeding to favor a particular party in it. So how do they feel about Attorney General discretion and the Attorney General being able to use that discretion in the pursuit of justice? I think it's hypocritical of the government and government members to be talking about judicial discretion and the ability of judges to determine what is a proper sentence when we don't talk about attorney generals who do give direction to prosecutors in this caucus. We have several prosecutors on our side who have actually gone through this, used these sections of the criminal code in order to be able to sentence people. Many of my comments probably echo, if you consider this, the member for St. Albert Edmonton who gave a terrific, I would say, dissertation verbally on the merits of the bill, the contents of the bill. I'll mention this. I thought it was also remarkable that one of the offenses that's being rolled back in this bill is the production, manufacturing Schedule I drugs, including hard drugs such as cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, and crystal meth. Just a few years ago, I live in a suburban community, Madam Speaker. Just a few years ago, in my own community, which is entirely suburban homes, single-family detached, mostly next to a hospital, they found a fentanyl lab in one of the homes closest to Deerfoot Trail. I think it was 2 or 3 million pills were found, including pill presses. And that's been a common story in Calgary, these pill press mills in residential neighborhoods being found. Past 6 years, this little sleepy suburban community also had 2 murders in it, one of which, if I remember correctly, was connected to the drug trade. Again, this is happening in all of our communities. I'm sure all across Canada we see the daily numbers of opioid deaths. It's a crisis. I entirely agree with it. But again, the way this bill is being framed doesn't match with the contents of the bill. And what I see inside this bill is kind of a softening of the minimum that you could set for people who do crimes involving, robberies with firearm, kidnapping, things that most of my constituents say is absolutely wrong. And, before I get accused of not caring about those who do wind up in the prison system, in my riding, the very historic Ogden Hotel, which has been there for almost a century now at this point, where a CP is located right next to it, one of the original hotels in Calgary. There's something called, Pastor Delaney runs the Victory Foundation. It's a church. It actually helps men who are getting out of the prison system get their feet underneath them, really get back into things, find a job, get some training, find some education. And I've been there. I've had coffee there with people who are out of the prison system who are trying to get their life back on track. I have a beautiful painting in my house of a gentleman who was homeless, wound up in a judicial system, was charged. I always call him an expert painter from Calgary. Beautiful painting of an elk being attacked by a cougar, who was helped by the Victory Foundation. So I've met these men, I've interacted with them, tried to better understand what they go through, and many of them will tell you, that they wronged someone. And they have to right the wrong at some point. So in this debate that we're having here, there's 2 sides to this. Where is the voice of the victims? The victims who want to see fairness in the judicial system. If we're going to talk about judicial discretion, Madam Speaker, we have to talk about the Attorney Generals being able to direct the prosecutors to actually pursue these cases as well. And also, we set the box within which judges are supposed to rule. And the box is what is the minimum, what is the maximum, and what is reasonable in between. A member on our side mentioned there is also an expectation of Canadians that the same crime that is committed in, let's say, Eastern Canada, or perhaps in Montreal on the South Shore in beautiful Brossard, B section, where I lived for part of my life, would be treated the same way as if the crime was committed in downtown Calgary. That the same case, the same situation would be looked at the judges in the same way, they would get a similar type of sentence. Now, we say every case is different, every case has particular circumstances to it, but that's what we're asked to do here. And I happen not to be a lawyer by profession, so I am unburdened by legal education, and I could just give you the layman's interpretation of what the judicial system should work like. I consider that a bonus. Maybe some lawyers don't. And before I forget, Madam Speaker, Yiddish proverb for you to consider. So when you sweep the house, you find everything. So as I've gone through this bill, mentioned like the fundamental aspect of the judicial system here, I'm sweeping across this bill, and I looked for those terms that have been mentioned, members aspirationally hoping that it will achieve these goals. You know, goals of not having offenders judged solely by their immutable characteristics like race, but only on the merits of the particular case. That's a concept I agree with, but it's not in here. There's no assessment order. They could have taken the idea from a former colleague, Larry Bagnell, and applied it to the particular thing that they truly care about. I can't see how we can support this type of bill. This is the same thing as C-22 in the last parliament. They knew we wouldn't support this type of legislation. They had an opportunity to fix it. They chose not to take it between when they tabled that bill and the return of this parliament. They lost the opportunity to find some type of consensus in this House on producing an actual bill to help Canadians, to help victims of serious crimes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I found it interesting. I'm always happy to hear Yiddish proverbs in this place. It's as a Jewish person, and there aren't very many of us in this House, it's a language that is close to being lost. So it's always nice to be able to hear some of that. But my question for the member opposite is first of all, a point of clarification that, in fact, sentences aren't being removed. Mandatory sentences are being removed in this bill. And going forward, it proposes to actually confront the opioid crisis from a health perspective. And I know that in my community, we have lost many people to the opioid crisis, and I would like to ask him, does he not support safe supply and treating the opioid crisis from a health perspective?
Gregory Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad the member enjoys my Yiddish proverbs. It is a disappearing language, which is why I refer to them, and I will save you trying to pronounce it in Yiddish. My Yiddish pronunciation is not very good. To the member's question, though, she mentions the fact that part of this bill deals with a very serious crisis, and it's a health crisis. It's not a criminal crisis. It's a health crisis of people who are addicted to opioids. I know people in my community. I have friends who are impacted by it, who got addicted to things like OxyContin and other opioid narcotics. It has a huge impact. But this bill also contains things like eliminating the mandatory minimum for the robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, the importing or exporting or knowing of it when it's unauthorized, discharging of a firearm with intent. Why mix the two into one bill?
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My question for my Conservative colleague is a simple one. Does he acknowledge that this bill does not take away any sentences? It takes away the fact that it's mandatory to impose a specific sentence for a specific crime. And does he not agree that on committee we can work on this if there's violent offenses involving firearms and recidivists, repeat offenders? We might agree on certain things, but in assessing the significance or the seriousness of a crime or of the offender, isn't it more about protecting society? Does the member recognize that sentences can be just as stiff?
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, of course, I acknowledge that this bill doesn't do away with sentences, but it does away with mandatory ones. Now, it's up to us to set the parameters around what a judge considers to be a minimum sentence. So we can set the minimum and the maximum, but the judge gets to decide in specific circumstances where to land on that. And I fully agree with the question the Bloc has been asking up to now about firearms and changes. We fully agree, and I'm sure on committee that will be taken into account. But I'd like to see the legislation drafted in the right way from the get-go rather than just waiting for the committee to fix it.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate working with the member from Calgary-Shepherd in the past, and perhaps he can answer a question for me. At the same time, in the Harper government put in place legislation a few years back, they gutted the network of crime prevention centers across the country. Madam Speaker, you'll recall $100 million in funding for crime prevention was slashed by the former Harper government. Now, as you know, Madam Speaker, $1 invested in crime prevention saves $6 in policing costs, in court costs, and of course in prison costs. So it didn't make sense that the Harper government eliminated crime prevention across the country, including centers like the BC Centre for Crime Prevention. Could the member explain why the Harper government gutted one of the most effective tools in combating crime?
For Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, I think we've hit the twilight zone in this chamber. The Harper government hasn't been in power in 6 years, and it's been the government of the member for Papineau for the last 6, so we should ask questions about that. And this bill has nothing to do with financial decisions or spending decisions, so I can't answer his question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, very, very quickly.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member spoke about an excellent piece of legislation in a previous Parliament that sought to take into consideration the circumstances of people with fetal alcohol. I know that some of the members from the government who have spoken, the Justice Minister, the member for Ottawa South who just spoke, opposed that bill. The members share more about why he supported this excellent private member's bill and why we need to see something like it passed into law.
5-second answer from the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
5 seconds isn't enough. I'll have to find another Yiddish proverb. But the member is correct. It was C235, Mr. Bagnell from the Yukon. And he'll forgive you for saying from the Yukon. I understand you're not supposed to say that it's a Yukon territory. It was an excellent piece of legislation because it basically carved out special treatment for types of offenders who had fetal alcohol syndrome because they should be treated differently in the judicial system.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-5.
Speak to Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, which proposes important reforms to reduce the over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. Speaker, I'm going to spend my time primarily talking about the conditional sentencing orders, and what I would like to try to bring in this conversation today, in my experience as both the Minister of Community Safety and Correctional Services and the Attorney General of Ontario, where, as we all know, the administration of justice responsibilities lies, i.e. at the provincial level. And in my comments, I may share some of the frustrations when I was in that provincial role felt with some of the changes that were made during the Harper government that are trying to be undone through Bill C-5. Speaker, as we all know, that a fair and effective criminal justice system is critical to ensuring that Canadians feel safe in their communities, have confidence in their justice system, and trust that offenders are being held accountable in a manner that is equitable, transparent, and promotes public safety in Canada. The unfortunate reality is that far too many people face discrimination and systemic racism in all stages of our criminal justice system. This problem, Speaker, has been exacerbated by tough-on-crime sentencing policies, including the indiscriminate and broad use of mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment, generally known as MMPs, and added restrictions placed on the availability of conditional sentence orders, or CSOs. These restrictions were meant to keep Canadians safe, so to speak, but this missed the point because conditional sentences are never permitted in cases where public safety is put at risk. These restrictions have prevented judges from imposing non-custodial, community-based sentences, even in cases where these sentences would otherwise be appropriate in the circumstances. Speaker, this one-size-fits-all approach to sentencing denies the reality that offenses can be committed in a broad range of circumstances with varying degrees of seriousness. Someone who steals to feed their family is less blameworthy than someone who steals goods to sell on the black market. One-size-fits-all sentencing has too often used the latter example as the baseline of sentencing laws, and this has created problems in our justice system. MMPs also run counter to the fundamental principle of sentencing, namely the sentences must be individually tailored to the particular circumstances of the offense and the degree of responsibility of the offender before the court. Speaker, Bill C-5 is an important step forward to provide alternatives to incarceration where appropriate, including for Indigenous peoples and Black Canadians. One important component of the proposed reforms is a series of amendments to the conditional sentencing regime that would allow the regime to fulfill its original purpose, namely to address the over-reliance on incarceration for less serious crimes. Speaker, to better explain the importance of Bill C-5's amendments in this area, let me take a moment to speak about the original legislative purpose. CSOs were enacted in 1996. I believe Alan Rock was the Minister of Justice at that time in this House, as part of a comprehensive set of reforms that recognized the need to address Canada's inflated incarceration rate, particularly as it related to Indigenous peoples. A CSO allows an offender who does not pose, and I want to stress, Speaker, who does not pose a threat to public safety to serve a prison term of less than 2 years in the community under strict conditions, including house arrest and curfew. The law governing CSOs provide judges with the ability to impose a broad range of conditions that balance public safety with other important objectives, including rehabilitation. For example, a judge can require an offender to attend an approved treatment program, which can help address the underlying reasons that led to offending in the first place. This makes good sense to me, Speaker, and is something that I can tell you that as Minister for Community Safety in Ontario and Attorney General, I addressed. Because recall, if an inmate or an offender is sentenced 2 years less than a day, that person goes to a provincial prison. Now, in my previous roles, I have visited enough jails in this province, in Ontario, to tell you that they're not the best places to be in. And if you're somebody who have an addiction issue or mental health issue, a jail is not a place that you will get the right care as opposed to in a community. Speaker, evidence shows that allowing offenders who do not pose a risk to public safety to serve their sentences in the community under strict conditions while maintaining access to employment, community, and health-related support systems is far more effective at reducing future criminality than harsh penalties such as incarceration. Indeed, evidence gathered after the original enactment of CSOs supports this finding. Within the first few years of the implementation of CSOs, recidivism rates declined and the incarceration rate decreased by 13%. Criminal Code amendments enacted by the Conservative governments in 2007, former Bill C-9, and in 2012, former Bill C-10, have since severely restricted the availability of CSOs. These amendments made CSOs unavailable for all offenses prosecuted by way of indictment that are punishable by a maximum term of imprisonment of 14 years or life, as well as those punishable by a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years if they resulted in bodily harm, involved drugs, or the use of a weapon. The reforms also introduced a list of ineligible offenses to the CSO regime, including for non-violent property crime. Speaker, because of these restrictions, the use of CSOs was significantly diminished. Statistics Canada data shows that the number of cases resulting in a CSO decreased from 11,545 cases in 2004 to 7,022 cases in 2018. Studies have further shown that these restrictions have had a disproportionately negative impact on Indigenous peoples. These restrictions have also resulted in an increased number of charter challenges and calls for reform. Bill C-5 would return the CSO regime to what existed prior to the 2007 amendments, while ensuring that CSOs are unavailable for offenses of advocating genocide, torture, and attempted murder, as well as terrorism and criminal organization offenses that are prosecuted by a way of indictment and for which the maximum term of imprisonment is 10 years or more. They would also continue to be unavailable for any offense carrying a mandatory minimum penalty. Speaker, CSOs would thus become accessible for all other offenses where the sentencing judge determines that a custodial sentence of under 2 years is appropriate, provided that the court is also satisfied that imposing a CSO would not endanger public safety and would be in keeping with the fundamental purpose and principles of sentencing. This approach would allow sentencing judges to consider all available sanctions other than imprisonment for all offenders, consistent with the sentencing principle of restraint, which requires sentencing courts to take into consideration all available sanctions other than imprisonment that are reasonable in the circumstances, with particular attention to the circumstances of Indigenous offenders. These amendments, Speaker, strike the right balance between ensuring the availability of alternatives to incarceration where appropriate, while recognizing the importance of public safety where serious offending is at issue. Madam Speaker, this legislation is a key milestone in our government's ongoing efforts to transform the criminal justice system. I applaud our government for proposing reforms that would realign CSOs with Parliament's original intent, an approach that evidence shows would directly contribute to reducing the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities in our criminal justice system, and would afford more opportunities for rehabilitation and better reintegration in appropriate cases. Speaker, these are the kind of things that when I was the Attorney General of Ontario, we were asking federal government to undertake. I am thrilled to see that it is taking place through Bill C-5, and I'm quite thrilled, Speaker, that in my new role as a Member of Parliament, that I'm able to speak to this bill and will be supporting, and I encourage other members to vote in favor of this bill as well. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's evident that many members of the government are trying to set up a sort of straw man to argue against in the context of this bill. Straw person, I should say, right? It's 2021 after all. So the member talked about issues of racism in the justice system. Lowering sentences overall across the board doesn't address the particular impacts of people from certain communities getting longer sentences. We all agree in this House that judicial discretion is important. Mandatory minimum penalties don't set a one-size-fits-all. They set a minimum that expresses society's moral condemnation, saying that at least the minimum for certain kinds of offenses should be at a certain level. And I don't think anyone in this House is proposing that people who are having addictions problems and who are engaged in personal possession offenses should be spending time in prison. I think we can all agree that people in those situations shouldn't be sent to prison. But let's talk about really the core controversy in this bill, which is removing mandatory minimum penalties for violent crime. Does the member think that mandatory minimum penalties are appropriate for serious violent crime? Yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the member has read the legislation, the proposed bill, and he knows that serious violent crimes are not included in terms of the removal of mandatory minimum sentences. But I think what's interesting here is that the Conservatives in their opposition are the ones continue to create this straw man argument that somehow by taking away mandatory minimums we're weakening a criminal justice system. Speaker, no two offenses are alike and no two offenders are alike. And the best person to determine what sentence to the particular offense is to be allowed is a judge who has the benefit of all the evidence, all the facts before them, not parliamentarians in this House.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to congratulate the member on his election. I just want to ask the member, because there have been two great reports, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the MMIWG reports, both of them making a call to addressing minimum mandatory minimums. Why is this government only taking a half step towards reducing the overrepresentation of Indigenous, Black, and other racialized Canadians in the criminal justice system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for a very valid point she's making. And I think, as I said in my remarks, that this is a first and an important step forward. But there is far more work needs to be done, and I agree with her, and I support her and look forward to working with her when it comes to the entire implementation of the calls for action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report and calls for justice in the Murder and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report. There's more work needs to be done, but I think this sets the new baseline for us to work with in terms of repealing some of the most regressive changes that were made by the previous government so that we can move forward and fully implement the recommendations outlined in the reports she mentioned. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Luwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate you letting me enter the debate. I listened intently to the member across the way's comments, and he said, I've visited jails, and they're not very nice places. Well, Madam Speaker, people that are in jail are there for a reason, and that's why we trust judges' opinions, because they were sent to jail. So I'll follow up on my member from Sherwood Park's comments. Do you not think that there should be jail sentences for some of the crimes that now you're trying to take away the minimum mandatory sentences, like human trafficking, like crimes committed with a firearm, like the intent of firing a firearm for harming someone? Are those not some of the crimes that you should be uncomfortably put into jail for, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I just want to say to the member, I was not advocating at all that everybody be released in the community. I think we have to look at the circumstances of individuals. And I do encourage and invite members to go visit jails in their local communities. And yes, the reason our jails are not fulfilling the purpose they're supposed to do is because we have packed them. We have filled them up beyond capacity because we have put people in there who may have mental health and addiction issues. You know, these are health conditions. Let's get them out in the community setting where they can get appropriate services, not just put them in a jail. Yes, serious offenders should be in the jail.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the first time I've been able to rise in debate in the House of Commons in the 44th Parliament, and I'd like to begin by thanking a few people. Throughout my career, I've been a public servant, and I'm honored to once again be serving the good people of Kootenay, Columbia. The past 20 months have been a difficult time. Many have answered the call to assist fellow Canadians, done so quietly without acknowledgement. So today I want to acknowledge one of those groups. My sincere gratitude to the constituency and Hill staff employees who have worked tirelessly under difficult circumstances to diligently support every member of this House and the constituents we serve. Madam Speaker, there is no elected path to this House, this chamber, that doesn't involve tremendous support of family, and today I would like to take a moment to thank my wife Heather for her commitment to our family and democracy, for her unwavering support for the work I do here on behalf of Kootenay Columbians and indeed all Canadians. Pursuant to the greater good and always with a sacrifice, I am so proud to be the beneficiary of her love and support. Madam Speaker, today we'll be talking about the mandatory minimum sentences as part of the C5 discussion, and I'd like to begin by setting the record straight. Colleagues across the aisle have once again taken serious legislation and are using it as a tool for political division. They have created a nice narrative for themselves, suggesting they are hard at work undoing the Conservative MMPs, when in fact a majority of the mandatory minimum penalties that C5 stands to eliminate are applicable to firearm offences that were actually introduced by the previous Liberal governments. For those listening at home, Bill C5, presented by this government, includes the removal of mandatory minimum penalties for criminals who commit firearm offences, including but not limited to using a firearm in the commission of offences, weapons trafficking, and robbery with a firearm. This government would rather send criminals who commit these offences home. Madam Speaker, Bill C5 hits close to home, both personally and, of course, professionally.
as I served on the front lines of the war on drugs and have dealt with violent offenders throughout my career. What I know to be the absolute truth is it's difficult to come up with solutions to big problems like the one we're addressing today without hearing from the victims. I've been in a room with parents who've lost a child to an overdose and have investigated and arrested the most violent criminals. I have firsthand experience with front line of these issues and have seen clear and widening gap between where this bill currently sits and where we need to go in order to make change. While we come to this House from different perspectives, I do believe everyone in this chamber has a desire to do right by Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, let me be clear to my colleagues across the aisle. If they want change, this bill won't get them there. In fact, based on my first-hand experience, C5 will move us further away from where we need to be on our collective pursuit of safer communities. Canadians need to know, and I want to be crystal clear on what the Conservative position is, convicted violent predators, those individuals who prey on the innocence of our daughters and sons, deserve to go to prison, not the comforts of their home. And yet this government seems politically determined at the cost of safe communities to send these criminals on a backyard vacation. Madam Speaker, through Bill C5, the government also seeks to eliminate 6 mandatory minimums in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that target drug dealers. This includes trafficking or possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing or exporting or possession for the purpose of exporting, production of heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, crystal meth. The government's own messaging leads Canadians to believe they are simply helping those who struggle with addiction. The minister fails to point out that mandatory minimums being eliminated are in place for those who targeted criminals who prey on addictions. There are far too many Canadians struggling with addiction. Instead of being focused on removing and reducing consequences for criminals, Bill C5 should instead be focused on offering help those that so desperately need it who are suffering from addictions. My Conservative colleagues and I believe strongly that those struggling with addictions should be the priority and receive the help that's needed. We have an opioid epidemic across this country, and British Columbia, the situation is pronounced. Far too many parents and loved ones are receiving that dreaded phone call where they're left to process the brutal reality that their child has suffered an overdose. If I may, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to address the issues of drug use and recovery. The road to recovery, which I have both professional and personal experience, is very difficult and long-term commitment. Successful crime prevention starts with our youth and must continue throughout their lives. Education programs can be successful if delivered at the appropriate time. However, addiction to opioids, for example, the effort and success takes years. We do know that the present system is not successful and it does require change. But we need an approach that's a positive solution to rehabilitation, one that is configured to help those who are addicted instead of those who are profiting from addiction. Madam Speaker, given the decline in mental health and its connectivity to the issue we are talking about today, I would like to take this opportunity to join my colleagues in calling on the government to commit to an implementation date of funding the national 3-digit helpline in this House, unanimously passed in the 43rd Parliament. The government owes it to Canadians to activate the line that creates meaningful legislation that will actually serve to make our communities safe. We asked yesterday for a date for the 988 to be activated. There was no response. Contrary to what the minister claims, this is not about reducing mandatory minimum penalties, MMPs, for simple possession. Mandatory minimums for simple possession don't exist. Madam Speaker, Bill C5 does nothing to address that. Instead, it eliminates mandatory prison time for drug traffickers who commit acts of violence. It allows criminal of violent acts to serve their sentences on house arrest rather than in prison. Puts our communities at risk. I'd really like to know who the government consulted. Did they talk to the victims? Organized crime and gangs prey on our youth. A friend of mine had a 12-year-old daughter who was approached in an elementary playground by a gang member who tricked this girl into using crystal meth. By the time the girl was 13, she had stolen most of her family valuables to support her addiction. The organized crime gang forced her into prostitution. To consider reducing minimum sentences for these gang members is not a solution. Madam Speaker, the minister says the purpose of the bill is to tackle overrepresentation of Indigenous people and Black Canadians in our prisons. According to a recent article from the Globe and Mail, the bill doesn't meet that objective. The article states that the bill is, if it's about racial justice, every single provision in the bill is entirely race neutral. For nearly a year, the government has asserted that the selected mandatory minimum penalties disproportionately affect Black and Indigenous people, but have offered no evidence to suggest they will meaningfully redress overrepresentation. Bill C-5 leaves in place the harshest mandatory minimum penalties and their brutal effects for Indigenous women in particular. According to the 2019 Corrections and Conditional Release Statistical Overview, a report released by the Minister of Public Safety, almost half the women sentenced to mandatory life sentences are Indigenous, and most acted in self-defense context of lifetimes of abuse and trauma. Madam Speaker, clearly these women are victims and not the greatest risk to public safety in Canada. Yet Bill C-5 will continue to serve Canada's harshest penalties. All Canadians deserve a more fair and just criminal legal system. Nanaimo, BC has a very successful restorative justice program. This is where we need to focus for a path forward. We're left to wonder who the government consulted on this legislation and whether or not those voices are present in this bill's current form. I'm also left to wonder about their understanding and the enforcement of this bill as to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, a set of principles that peace officers and prosecutors should use for determining whether to lay charges for possession. Surely the minister knew that police officers already have that flexibility to do this. Conservatives have a serious concerns with the government proposal to allow criminals to serve house arrest rather than jail time for a number of offenses, including sexual assault, human trafficking, kidnapping. This bill puts community victims at risk. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask all the colleagues in this House to consider real-life outcome that they will be enacting by choosing to make life easier for violent offenders and drug traffickers. It seems apparent we should instead be holding these criminals accountable for their actions and focus instead on creating meaningful legislation that will help our victims and those with addictions to make safer communities for which we live. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his re-election. I just want to pick up on a couple of his comments, especially with respect to evidence of disproportionate impact of MMPs on racialized communities, particularly Indigenous and Black communities. There's overwhelming social science research. There are a number of court cases that have indicated that this does have a disproportionate impact. And also, when I was part of developing the National Anti-Racism Strategy in 2019, we heard from so many different communities across Canada on this. I'm just wondering where he is picking up the evidence with respect to that there's no impact of removing MMPs on these particular offenses that he cited in the Globe and Mail, because the overwhelming evidence is that there is a disproportionate impact because of MMPs to racialized communities.
Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. That's not exactly what I said. But just to clarify, the Globe and Mail was a comment in the Globe and Mail. I do believe I'm an evidence-based individual, and I believe in following the evidence as to where we move forward. And show me the evidence and how we can actually, this bill will actually help those people who are marginalized right now.
Questions and comments. Honourable Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A very long time ago, a man named Thomas More wrote a book called Utopia. And essentially, in this book, he argues that crime can be maintained by a society's customs. So, today I'm wondering, in some cases, is our society perhaps maintaining crime through a lack of funding, support, and resources to social services? Because some of these young people, if they were better supported, would be able to get out of crime rather than being inflicted with long sentences.
Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. And yes, absolutely, we do need to help our youth out. And for example, the opioid crisis, which is a great example, if we were to have a program that could help them and get them on the right track, a rehabilitation program, that got them through this so that they were in fact being helped rather than continuing in the criminal justice system, that would be a huge bonus.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his important interventions and talking about the opioid and overdose crisis. Madam Speaker, Chief James Raymer from the Toronto Police Department wrote in a letter to Dr. Davila, the Toronto's medical health officer, that the force supports a new approach to decriminalization. He said, quote, "We agree that the current approach to managing drug use does not support safe communities or advance the health of people who use drugs." He cited that decriminalization of the simple possession of all drugs, combined with the scale-up of prevention, harm reduction, and treatment services, is a more effective way to address public health and public safety harms associated with substance abuse. He said that a decriminalization model should include a safe supply of drugs, something healthcare workers have demanded for years. Madam Speaker, through you, does my colleague support the Police Chiefs Association, medical health officers across this country, and experts in their call to action to end the poison drug supply crisis and save lives?
Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. And having been a former member of the Chiefs Association, Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, I'm very familiar with where they're going, and I do agree that right now we are in a decriminalization of most drugs because the courts cannot handle that anyways. So that is a discretion of the members, and that's where they're working right now. I do believe that we need to do a lot of work to support those people with addictions, and that criminal prosecution is not the answer in many cases, especially for those who are addicted to the opioids, for example. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This being my first time rising to give a speech of this length, I wanted to pause to give some thanks. First of all, to my neighbours across Kitchener Centre for placing your trust in me to be our community's voice in this place. Thank you. As well to the hundreds of people who joined to knock on doors and make phone calls, in particular a core group, Jackie, Devin, Roz, Joanna, Janet, Zoe, Scott, Wayne, Noah, Greg, Brendan, and Jenna. As well, a special thanks to Mats for all your work over the last 3 years leading up to this point. And of course to Asha, who managed both campaigns. I would not be here without you. A final thanks to both my parents, my mom and my dad, and my brothers, Brad and Rob, and my sister, Emily. You've been there alongside every step of the way, including knocking on doors and making calls, all of which has led me to my having the privilege to speak in moments like these in this place on our community's priorities. Which brings me to Bill C-5. I'd like to start with what I appreciate about this legislation, and that is the stated goal of addressing systemic racism in Canada's criminal justice system. By targeting mandatory minimum penalties, I appreciate that the government is seeking to address the fact that in 2020, despite representing 5% of the Canadian adult population, Indigenous adults accounted for 30% of federally incarcerated inmates, and that the proportion of Indigenous offenders admitted with an offense punishable by a mandatory minimum penalty has almost doubled between 2007 and 8 and 2016-17, from 14 to 26%. And finally, that in 2018-19, black inmates represented 7% of the federal offender population, but only 3% of the Canadian population. By removing the mandatory minimum penalties included in this bill, I appreciate the government's intent to address these injustices. That being said, we need to be honest with ourselves. Mandatory minimum penalties do not deter crime. And all mandatory minimum penalties contribute to systemic racism. And yet, Bill C-5, as currently proposed, only targets less than 1 in 5 of all mandatory minimum penalties in full. That's just 13 out of 73. Less than 1/3 in full or in part, 20 out of 73, and only 10 of the 28 that courts have already found unconstitutional. In this way, it seems reasonable to assess this bill as one of half measures. Now, I'm only been in this place for just over 3 weeks, and often I'm already hearing the word reconciliation used. On this topic, I'd like to read Call to Action 32 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It says, "We call upon the federal government to amend the criminal code to allow trial judges, upon giving reasons, to depart from mandatory minimum sentences and restrictions on the use of conditional sentences." Note, particularly for the members in this place who purport to support every single one of the calls to action, including, I assume, Call to Action 32, this does not say 1 in 5. I'd also like to read Call to Justice 5.14 of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, which reads, "We call upon federal, provincial, and territorial governments to thoroughly evaluate the impact of mandatory minimum sentences as it relates to the sentencing and over-incarceration of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people, and to take appropriate action to address their over-incarceration." Note for those members who I've heard are concerned about crime, including the most recent speaker in this House, to be clear, removing mandatory minimum penalties is really about placing our trust where it should be, in the judiciary. In place of mandatory minimum penalties, sentencing judges would still be required to impose a sentence that's proportionate to the degree of responsibility of the offender and the seriousness of the offense, taking into account all aggravating and mitigating factors. This includes risk to public safety. It also includes the individual and all relevant circumstances of the case in front of them, including acknowledging and redressing the realities of colonialism and systemic racism in the lives of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and other racialized groups. A final point I'd like to make is that this bill, of course, misses a significant opportunity. And that is that even with mandatory minimum penalties removed, people across the country will still be going to jail for simple possession of illicit drugs, and people will continue to die from addiction and from a dangerous supply. We would continue to be applying an outdated understanding of drug use from the 1980s instead of applying the very clear public health advice from experts, including the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police that we have in front of us, and that is to decriminalize illicit drugs, to offer a regulated safe supply, and treat this like the mental health and addictions crisis that we know that it is. So far this year alone, just in my community, we've lost 120 community members to a poisoned drug supply. Since January 2016, across the country, over 25,000 lives have been lost, each one a preventable death. For this reason, I support the calls made by others in this House, encouraging the Minister to move this bill to committee before second reading so that scope can be expanded to include decriminalization. In closing, I'd like to offer two considerations to the government. The first is to consider expanding the list of mandatory minimums to be repealed by this bill to address their stated intent of addressing systemic racism. And the second is to consider offering the clear evidence that the small fraction of mandatory minimum penalties currently included to be repealed by C5 would, in fact, reduce the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous people in federal prisons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to welcome our new colleague from Kitchener Centre to the House and congratulate him on his election. With respect to the bill itself, I want to get a sense from him with respect to conditional sentencing orders, what he thinks the impact of that will be on overall ensuring that we have off-ramps for those who are just getting involved with the criminal justice system, and if we can maybe comment on its potential impact on the overall incarceration of racialized people.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Yes, thank you to the member for the question, to the Parliamentary Secretary, and congratulations to him on his re-election. We heard significant amounts from a previous member on CSOs. I would rather focus the commentary, whether it's now or in committee, on expanding the number of mandatory minimum penalties that should be repealed, and in doing so, that would be the most effective way. We've seen in the research it's by repealing the mandatory minimums that we have the best chance of reducing the overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous and racialized inmates in incarceration.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, with respect to the offences of possession of a controlled substance under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, where in Section 4 of that Act does it speak to any mandatory minimum penalties? You spoke about automatic jail sentences, so I'd like to know what clarification on that.
Speak through me, please. I didn't say anything, so please, okay. Complete your question just to speak through me and not directly at the member.
I'd like the honourable member to inform me where in Section 4 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Acts it speaks to mandatory minimum penalties.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Yes, to the point, thank you for the question to the honourable member. Again, the point I was making is that for all mandatory minimums, when they are repealed, sentencing judges would still be required to impose a sentence proportionate to the degree of responsibility, and that I trust in the judiciary to follow through appropriately.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What people know of St. Anne's Residential School is it was where children were tortured in an electric chair. What they know is that the Justice Department suppressed thousands of pages of police evidence. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, we just had a new report by a justice, a total whitewash, in which he says that the adjudicators who rejected claims of survivors who were tortured in the electric chair, those adjudicators were right because at the time torturing Indigenous children in an electric chair was considered a form of entertainment by the priests. If we have that view in 2021, of what justice is, the right of the government to suppress evidence when it comes to Indigenous rights, that it's okay, how can we expect that anyone in this system who's Indigenous will ever get justice in Canada?
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. It's why I am so glad to have honourable members like the honourable member from Nunavut in this place, that the voices of Indigenous peoples are increasingly being heard directly in this place. It's why I included a citation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the National Inquiry, is that I think this place is better served when the voices of Indigenous people directly are being heard and their calls are, as appropriately should be answered.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it truly is a pleasure for me to speak today to this particular bill. It's unfortunate that we're already seeing this government's soft on crime approach come up with the first opportunity available to them. Bill C-5 is the unfortunate perfect example of this approach. This bill would do nothing to make our communities safer for Canadians. Instead, it would reduce punishments and accountability for drug dealers and for those who commit violent gun crimes. This bill would see the individuals responsible for harming our communities serve their time in our communities alongside victims, rather than in prisons where they truly belong. Bill C-5 would be responsible for eliminating a large number of mandatory minimum sentences for some of our most serious crimes, like robbery with a firearm, weapons trafficking, discharging a firearm with intent, extortion using a firearm, are just a few of the crimes that would no longer be served with mandatory minimum sentences. If this bill is passed, this bill clearly would not achieve the result of making Canadian communities a safer place. Madam Speaker, the crimes this bill would affect are incredibly serious offences. Canadians would be alarmed to learn that the mandatory minimum jail time for the possession of unauthorized firearm, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm, possession of a weapon obtained by commission of offence, and possession for the purpose of weapons trafficking would all be reduced by this bill. The government must assume Canadians lack common sense if they think this bill would stop gun crimes by reducing the mandatory minimum prison sentences for the criminals. Excuse me. The Liberals proposed that this bill would help those struggling with addiction to find the treatment they so desperately need. Canadians who are struggling with addiction should be able to access treatment. Instead, this bill would eliminate the mandatory prison time for the criminals who traffic and import or export these deadly substances under Schedule 1 or 2. To be clear, the Liberals are proposing to let drug traffickers and manufacturers off the hook, while at the same time claiming this would help people suffering from addiction. This pandemic has shown us just how serious the opioid crisis is in parts of our country. Now is the time that we should be cracking down on those who are poisoning our communities. What is the Liberal solution? Take away the mandatory prison sentence for those fueling this crisis should face. We have heard a representative of the government state that they would be getting rid of the minimum penalties put in place by those nasty Conservatives. Madam Speaker, many of those laws were put in place during the mid-90s when Pierre Elliott Trudeau was Prime Minister, put there by the Liberal government of the day. Liberals blaming Conservatives for the laws of a former Liberal government. Little steep. The Liberals try to convince Canadians they are helping addicts and communities. What they are actually attempting to do would be to reduce the sentences and eliminate accountability for those who traffic and manufacture the drugs that fuel crime, addiction, and the deaths from this crisis that we are seeing in communities across our country. Instead of punishing gangs, they are attempting to crack down on law-abiding firearms owners. We have a very thorough system in place in our country for law-abiding firearms owners. The firearms community, hunters and sport hunters are all in agreement that we need a robust system. Background checks are already in place. They have proven to be very effective. Should be no surprise that we do not understand what this bill would do to tackle firearms offenses by eliminating the mandatory prison sentences for the gangs and criminals who do not follow this already robust system. Should not be surprised, during the last Parliament, this government had their members vote against a Conservative private members' bill which seen punishment for those who traffic weapons strengthened. Now we see this government proposing to weaken the punishments. The disconnect could not be more obvious, Madam Speaker. I have seen what types of offences these can do in my own community of Oxford. Canadians are seriously concerned about the rise of violent and drug-related crimes in their community. It is extremely concerning to see this government is taking a soft on crime stance and not one that stands up for victims and their communities. As the former police chief in my community, I have witnessed the struggle that officers have had to continue to go through in keeping our communities safe. Instead of providing officers with the expansion of resources, this government would like to see fewer protections for our victims and softer punishment for criminals. Madam Speaker, we are talking about criminals. These are people who have been convicted in our courts, convicted of crimes such as robbery with a firearm, trafficking firearms, production of Schedule 1 or 2 substances such as heroin, cocaine, or fentanyl. These are the people the government would like to see let out on their sentences earlier. Further, the government would like to see the expansion of the use of conditional sentences. Kidnapping, sexual assault, human trafficking, or the abduction of a minor. These are crimes the government would like to see criminals serve on house arrest in the communities where they committed them. We keep hearing the government say it wants to help those struggling with drug addiction. We know that the justice system and police in our country already have the ability to utilize discretion in dealing with folks who are struggling with addiction for matters such as simple possession. This government needs to get serious about the expansion of support for people who are struggling with addiction and their mental health. Canadians have elected all of us to this House to take action. Where is the action on the call that was passed in the House for the institution of a national 3-digit suicide prevention hotline? This would be an example of a concrete action. It is unfortunate that it seems the only reason the government is dragging its feet on this action is because it was one of my Conservative colleagues who proposed it. We heard the Prime Minister state one of his reasons for calling our $600 million election in the middle of a pandemic was because of a lack of cooperation with the opposition parties in this House. Where is that cooperation from the Prime Minister's government? It took 2 full months after what the Prime Minister called our most important election in Canadian history to get this House back to sitting. And now that we have reconvened, the government takes one of its first opportunities to introduce a bill that is seriously concerning Canadians. Drug and gun traffickers and manufacturers belong in prison, Madam Speaker, not in our communities. This is a bill that sport fishermen would call a catch and release. It isn't really going to help our communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his remarks today. He touched on the fact that he's a former police chief in his community. I'd like to thank him for his service. I suspect in the lead up to becoming the chief of police in his community, he would have served on the front lines. And he mentioned, of course, some of the diversion elements of this bill that tries to treat individuals that have addictions to drugs and have simple possession to pursue other means. In his mind, when he was on the front lines and he was dealing with individuals that had addictions, did he see that through a criminality lens, or did he see these people that had health issues and could perhaps have different ways to be able to help solve their challenges?
Member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's an excellent question because police officers see it from a variety of lenses. The biggest single lens they see it is on the individuals before them, and it may be someone who has committed some criminal act but needs help that's not going to prison. But it's also in trying to help the victims see that justice is being served by having help provided to this individual. So he's absolutely right. There is a variety of resources that are in our communities, but we need a lot more of those resources, and letting the traffickers and the people that manufacture drugs get a one-way ticket to freedom is not right.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I've been concerned today hearing the Conservatives' view about their labeling criminals and criminals being criminals. I don't think criminals are born criminals. They become criminals because of the system that they've lived in. Does the member recognize that criminal records for personal possession of drugs present is a significant barrier to employment and housing, both necessary for recovery from addiction based on the situations that they've had to be forced to live in for many years, decades, maybe even generations, especially given the communities that they live in. And all we've heard today is most over-incarceration rates are racialized communities. Thank you.
For Oxford.
Thank you, and thank the member for the question. In actual fact, I think you'll believe there are so many reasons why crime occurs, but getting a record for simple possession is just not there. Police officers haven't been laying those charges for an awfully long time, and it goes back into the 60s, perhaps, but I don't think you're going to find those charges being laid in the last 30 years.
The member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had in Ontario, our home province, where the honourable member who just spoke is also from, a very unfortunate circumstance a few years ago where an inmate, an Indigenous inmate, who was 24 years old, was held for 4 years in solitary confinement in a prison in Thunder Bay, Ontario. And my honourable colleague spoke about various mental health conditions and supports and considerations that must be taken into account when we deal with legislation that is put forward. And maybe you can comment a little bit about that from his perspective as a former police chief, but also a little bit about the irony of the fact that here we have a Liberal government introducing this legislation. In fact, it was a Liberal government under which this unfortunate circumstance in Thunder Bay took place.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I'm not familiar with that, but that's horrendous. It shouldn't occur. That would be a mental health situation that could not and should not have existed in this country. And by bringing forward this particular bill, it wouldn't help that situation. And that's abominable that someone would serve 4 years in solitary confinement in any institution.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Resuming, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I asked my colleague, I know his time as police chief, and I know his time here in the House has been extensive, and he has lots of experience to share with this House. Does he see anything in this piece of legislation that would actually prevent crime or restrict crime or reduce crime?
Member for Oxford in 30 seconds or less.
Well, thank you. Absolutely none. One of the factors that's missing in all of this is the victims. Nobody's asking who the victims are and where they are getting their help from. And that's one of the things that we need to do as a society is help victims, and we're not doing that.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est un grand plaisir de...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in this House to speak to this bill, C5. This bill, Madam Speaker, was proposed in the previous Parliament, and it's very important not only for all Canadians, but particularly for Black Canadians and Indigenous Canadians, and I think for the safety and security of Canadians in general. And the reason I suggest this, Madam Speaker, is because this bill attempts to tackle two big problems in our system. The first is to get rid of mandatory minimums in the penitentiary system. It's important. And secondly, to add or leave, to put much more flexibility into the system with conditional sentences. Madam Speaker, for those two reasons, I think it's really important, and I hope all members will not just support this bill, but hopefully there will be further steps that respect the spirit of this bill and take it even further. But this is so important. It's so important to support this bill. So let's begin with mandatory minimum sentences. Madam Speaker, it just doesn't make sense to keep incarcerating people and to be taking discretion out of the hands of the courts, of the judges. Judges are judges. The very reason they're hired is to judge the situation and to protect Canadians, protect the public. And they're supposed to impose a sentence that reflects the seriousness of the crime. And Madam Speaker, when that flexibility is taken away, when we parliamentarians decide to set an almost arbitrary length on the sentence, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't increase public safety, but in many cases, it leads to the wrong sentences. We here have two advantages. First, we can visit any unit of the Canadian Armed Forces, and we can visit federal penitentiaries. And Madam Speaker, when I was elected in 2015, I took advantage of one of those advantages, and I visited. I can't say I had the great pleasure, but it did completely change my way of seeing our penitentiary system. I visited a maximum security and a minimum security facility, as well as a medium security facility. And it was remarkable. It really opened my eyes. I saw conditions which in all sincerity, conditions that would not be conducive to rehabilitation. And I came to the conclusion that those institutions should really be kept for people who are a danger to Canadians. And when you see people with mental health problems or drug addiction problems, and they still have those problems for a number of reasons, they couldn't hold a job down, or they lived on the streets, in the school of hard knocks. They might not have had any other options. They might not have had any access to addiction treatment. Maybe they came from a situation where they never had any sense of belonging. As a father of 3 children and 2 grandchildren, I know how important it is for people, for young people, to have a sense of security, a sense of belonging. And sometimes they don't have that fortune, that good fortune in their own families. Perhaps people turned to crime because they had no other option but to join a gang. I think it's incumbent on us as members of Parliament to find ways and to fund ways for these young people to have other options open to them, other options than jail. Because, as I said, prisons are the worst place you can put someone and hope for them to become a model citizen. It doesn't work that way. And I would encourage my colleagues for once in your political career, take advantage of the opportunity to visit a prison and see with your own eyes what it's like. I've heard a lot of people say, well, you know, with the increase in the dramatic increase in the use of firearms, of handguns in cities, in my hometown, Montreal, and other Canadian cities, this is not the right time to present legislation like this. We don't want to get soft on sentencing. This is not the right time. Well, Madam Speaker, I have to say, when will be the right time? When would be a better time? If you examine the logic in the current context, with the existence of mandatory minimum sentences, we're seeing an increase in the use of firearms. But nothing's changed, Madam Speaker. For a whole generation, sentences have been getting stiffer and stiffer for a whole generation. And what's the result? What do we see? A dramatic increase in the use of handguns. So let's try something different. We can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And we can't expect a different result that way. It doesn't make sense. I think we need to look for a new model more than ever now. We need to find a new way to deal with these problems. Asking judges, we should show them that we trust them to use good judgment, and we need to put some money to the funding of different options for young people, different options different than street gangs. Madam Speaker, C5, this bill is a good step in the right direction, and I hope that we will have the courage to do things differently so that we can finally come up with something that will protect Canadian safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Johnson Carrigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. I was struck when he said that sentences are getting stiffer and stiffer. I would firstly ask what empirical evidence he has for that proposition, because my experience, and as somebody who has worked in the correctional system in penitentiaries or in the community in the federal correctional system, I would agree with him that rehabilitation can be challenging. And one of the comments that he made was that these types of penalties should be restricted for the most serious of offenses, and the people, as I understood his comments in translation, that people who are a danger to the public. Would he agree that people who are targeting other people with shootings are a danger to the public as well?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to respond. And first of all, let me congratulate the member for being elected. Listen, Madam Speaker, if we believe, and we do this from the comfort of our living rooms across the country, and we believe that by putting people in prison and having harsher sentences, we're going to magically increase the level of safety for Canadians. And I must tell you that according to data from a generation, we see that this is not the case. In fact, it's quite the opposite. So we really have to build on our approach to take people into care, provide community services in an appropriate way to ensure that these people can find another option than violence. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague to provide funding for rehabilitation initiatives in Quebec, as well as elsewhere in Canada. It's through healthcare transfers, and I would just like to say that there should be support for social services. Why not do both? Not decrease, but take away mandatory minimums that reduce nothing, ultimately, because the judge will have the opportunity to impose a sentence, and transfer 35%, as Quebec and Canadian provinces are asking. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I want to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou. We've had the opportunity to work together before the last election, and I really appreciate her. Fundamentally, we agree. We agree with regard to the substance of the question. We want to reduce mandatory minimums and increase funding to support community groups that can take care of these individuals instead of incarcerating them needlessly. So I think that we share the same values. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the colleague for his intervention in the House today. I really have struggled today to stand or to listen to the debate in the House and listen to many members talk about how, there is no this assumption that this is a level playing field, that people come to be involved in crime from a place of equality. And I appreciated that the member took some time today to talk about the fact that that is not accurate, that there is uniqueness to each story, each individual, and that needs to be accounted for. And I also appreciated that he said today that this is part of the solution, that C5 is part of the solution. The problem is it's only part. So we know for individuals that are suffering from the opioid crisis, we know that they need access to safe supply, and we know that decriminalization is the best way we can also move forward. This keeps people in the criminal system. Would he not agree that decriminalizing possession of small amounts of drugs for personal use is a better strategy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I will respond in English, Madam Speaker.
For Edmonton for her question and also for her work and support on these files. I certainly have heard her throughout the last Parliament advocating this. Look, Madam Speaker, I'll be very, very quick. we don't all start off with an equal playing field. We do need to make sure that we invest in ways that can respond to the individual needs of the people and not a cookie-cutter approach, which we've tried for the last 30 years, which have clearly failed on any measure of any place that we have to measure it. Madam Speaker, I will not let the good be...
We have to resume debate. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome this opportunity to speak today on Bill C-5, a seriously flawed and dangerous piece of proposed legislation. My commentary and opinion on this are shaped by my experience as a lawyer for almost 30 years, with the last 18 years as a Crown Attorney for the province of Ontario. A week ago today, members in this House stood in solidarity to honor and remember the victims of the Montreal Massacre. 14 women were murdered, as well as 10 women and 4 men injured. That day was an opportunity for this House, and especially the Prime Minister and his government, to stand strong against all forms of gun violence and to inform Canadians in very clear terms that they would take immediate steps to curb the ever-increasing tide of this criminal behavior. And what is most disturbing, Madam Speaker, is that less than 24 hours removed from this commemoration, the Justice Minister tabled Bill C-5, a tone-deaf and ill-timed response from this government. The Prime Minister in the last election promised peace, order, and good government. He said that Canada needs leadership that won't back down in the face of rising extremism, and that he will take action to put an end to gun violence in our communities. Bill C-5 is the complete opposite to this pledge and proves to be another example of virtue signaling to all Canadians. Bill C-5 was identical to Bill C-22, first introduced in the last Parliament. The bill never made it past the second reading before the unnecessary federal election was called. The bill would eliminate mandatory minimum penalties for 14 of the 67 offences in the code, 13 for firearm offences and 1 for tobacco offence. Notwithstanding what we have heard in the last week by the Justice Minister and his government, this dangerous bill is not targeted to less serious gun crime. As an example, let's take a look at Section 244.2 sub B of the Code. Every person commits an offence who discharges a firearm at a person with intent to wound, maim, or disfigure, to endanger the life of, or to prevent the arrest or detention of any person. I would pledge to any member of this House to somehow convince me that that would constitute a less serious gun offence. The bill would also eliminate all 6 mandatory minimums for offences under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. These include the very serious offences of trafficking, importing, and exporting, and production of controlled substances. Let's think about that for a moment. Those who traffic and produce fentanyl, the most deadly and lethal form of street drug, the same street drug that is sold to millions of addicts, the same drug that is causing an opiate crisis which results in daily overdoses and deaths, that this soft-on-crime, ideologically driven Liberal government believes these offenders should not expect to receive a minimum period of incarceration. This is utterly shameful and dangerous. As a rookie member and political aficionado, I have repeatedly heard a false narrative from this Prime Minister and his government that former PM Harper is to blame for everything that has gone wrong in this country. Perhaps it's about time for this government to engage in some self-reflection. Contrary to the Justice Minister's talking points that they are turning the page on a failed conservative criminal justice policy, the fact remains they are keeping intact the other 53 mandatory minimums in the code and keeping most of the ones introduced by the Conservative Party. The Justice Minister needs to be reminded that it was former PM Pierre Elliott Trudeau in 1977 and Prime Minister Jean Chrétien in 1995 that introduced several mandatory minimums for firearm offences. These penalties have been rooted in our criminal justice system since the early 1890s. Legislators over the decades that followed have relied upon mandatory sentencing tools to mitigate inconsistencies in the exercise of judicial discretion. A key feature of our system of government is that Parliament constantly reviews old legislation and passes new legislation to ensure its laws, including sentencing laws, properly align with the demands of justice. Those demands of justice speak very clearly that there is a tremendous increase in gun violence across this country. Conservatives believe that serious, violent offences that are committed with firearms deserve mandatory prison time. If this government will not take our word on this subject, then perhaps they will listen and reflect on what eloquent jurists have said about gun violence in our communities. Firearm use and possession is not a momentary lapse in judgment. Heavy regulation of firearms and ammunition mean those who possess them had to make concerted efforts to do so. A person does not stumble upon an illegal handgun. There is a process of purchasing from a trafficker, secreting the handgun to avoid detection and prosecution. There is a high degree of deliberation and contemplation. Loaded firearms, especially in public, add a dimension of heightened risk. Listen to these chilling words from Justice Malloy in the decision of Farragon. A person with a gun in their hands has a godlike power over life and death. Virtually all that is necessary is to point at another person and to apply a few pounds of pressure on the trigger to end a human life. The ease of killing with a gun is exigent danger to us all. Such immense power with so little reason must be opposed with everything at our disposal. A person who loads a handgun with bullets and then carries that handgun concealed in his person into a public place is by definition a dangerous person. Handguns are used to shoot people. A person who carries a loaded handgun in public has demonstrated his willingness to shoot another human being with it. Otherwise, there would be no need to have it loaded. That person is dangerous. He is dangerous to those with whom he associates. He is dangerous to the police and other law enforcement. He is dangerous to members of his community. He is dangerous to innocent bystanders, including children, who may be killed and maimed by stray bullets. According to Public Safety Canada, violent crime involving firearms is a growing threat to public safety in our communities. Gun violence is on the rise, 81% increase in violent offenses involving guns since 2009. 1 in 3 homicides are firearm related. 47% of Canadians feel gun violence is a threat to their community. Gun violence impacts people in communities across Canada. It happens in urban, suburban, and rural communities, across every province and territory, in all age and socioeconomic groups, and lastly, among those who own guns and those who do not. This is a moment in time to strengthen our gun laws, to emphasize the principles of denunciation and deterrence. This is not the time to advance a soft on crime bill which puts communities and victims at risks. Mandatory minimum sentences are an important tool for ensuring, not inhibiting, justice in sentencing. Rather than eliminating a judge's ability to assess a proportionate sentence, mandatory minimums set a stable sentencing range for an offense, permitting citizens to understand in advance the severity of the consequences that attend to the commission of the offense. The Justice Minister stressed that Bill C-5 is not aimed at hardened criminals, but first-time low-risk offenders. He was quoted by saying, "Think about your own kids. Perhaps they got into trouble at some point with the law. I bet you would want to give them the benefit of the doubt or a second chance if they messed up." Well, it's a lot harder to get a second chance the way things are now. This is such a disturbing message from the Justice Minister and the Attorney General. I can't think of any other example of being tone deaf to the obvious. We are indeed focusing on serious violent offenders and not misguided, mischievous, youthful first offenders. The Liberal government claims this bill is to address racism in Canada's criminal justice system. As noted by the Alberta Minister of Justice, K.C. Madhu, quote, "While Ottawa's new justice bill contains some reasonable measures, I am deeply concerned about the decision to get tough sentencing provisions for gun crimes. Removing tough mandatory penalties for actual gun crimes undermines the very minority communities that are so often victimized by brazen gun violence. I also find it disingenuous for Ottawa to exploit a genuine issue like systemic racism to push through their soft on crime bills." As a former Crown attorney, I am very much aware and wholeheartedly accept that there is a disproportionately higher rate of incarcerated Indigenous and Black Canadians. We as parliamentarians have the tools necessary to put into place measures to address that problem. We already have principles that mandate jurists to consider the background of Indigenous offenders. The Liberal government last year committed $6.6 million to produce better informed sentencing decisions based on an understanding of the adversities and systemic inequalities that Black Canadians and members of other racialized groups face. Furthermore, Parliament has an opportunity to put into place a safety valve known as a constitutional exemption that would allow judges to exempt outliers from whom the mandatory minimum would constitute cruel and unusual punishment. This flawed and dangerous bill also substantially alters the conditional sentence regime, which would now allow such a sentence to be imposed for sex assaults, criminal harassment, kidnapping, human trafficking, arson, and abduction. What I found most ironic is that yesterday we heard from the Justice Minister that this legislation will reduce the significant amount of charter challenges and speed up the disposition of criminal cases. What he failed to address is that the changes to the conditional sentence regime will result in a plethora of increased litigation as the proposed amendments are lawfully unavailable. A condition precedent to the availability of a conditional sentence is that a justice must be satisfied that serving a sentence at home would not endanger the safety of the community. Offenders convicted of sex assault, criminal harassment, kidnapping, abduction are indeed dangerous. Furthermore, Section 752 defines the above offenses as a serious personal injury offense, which the provincial appellate courts have consistently excluded from conditional sentence consideration. The number one priority for the federal government is to keep Canadians safe. The Liberal government has been derelict in their responsibility. This soft on crime, ideologically driven bill needs to be defeated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments after the oral question period. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. This holiday season, I would like to highlight the importance of supporting all those who support us during this time of year. Organization and volunteer groups across the riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake are stepping to help less fortunate people and organizations during holiday season. Organizations like Freedom Kitchen in Lower Sackville, the Lions Christmas Express in Fall River, the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Food Bank, and the community groups right across the Eastern Passage are stepping up to make a difference to help others. I encourage all Nova Scotians and Canadians to find ways to either donate time or money to different organizations in our communities who work tirelessly to help support individuals and communities across my riding and across Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on a matter of great concern involving workers in my region. Thank you to the workers and uniform reps for alerting me to a brewing EI crisis. This crisis has many faces. It impacts expectant moms who have had to use their regular EI at the expense of their maternity benefits. One mom was eligible for only 1 week of maternity benefits, 1 week of what should have been several months to bond with her baby. I am thinking of, Madam Speaker, of the 450 assembly plant workers on extended layoff due to a global chip shortage, the laid off workers in the feeder plants, 7 for each one in the assembly plant, and the 854 active on layoff local 444 casino workers who have exhausted their EI benefits. Madam Speaker, some workers in our region have only worked 9 weeks this year. Facing an anxious Christmas and uncertain future, they need a compassionate and swift response from this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Husband's area. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Madam Speaker, I stand here today in this, the first session of the 44th Parliament, and once again humbled and honoured to continue to serve my constituents of Sault Ste. Marie for a third term. With that, thank you. With that, I'm incredibly grateful and thank my family and many volunteers and supporters of my team who work tirelessly in every possible way to get out the vote. A thank you to them for their profound trust bestowed on me. From my family to yours, may beautiful moments and happy memories fill your heart and home with joy this holiday season. We wish you peace, love, and blessings always, and best wishes for the new year. And may Santa Claus bring joy to your heart that will last all year. And I would like to give a special shout out to my mom and dad that have been supporting me now for the past 25 years in local politics. Love you both.
The honourable member for Bécancour-Nicolet-Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to invite all art lovers to visit the exhibition of Sister Jeanne Vanasse. who at the age of 100 is presenting an exhibition entitled Genesis at the Museum of World Cultures in Nicolet. Sister Vanessa studied at the Beaux-Arts de Québec for 4 years in the same class as the celebrated painter Jean-Paul Lemieux. In the 1960s, she began to exhibit her paintings and engravings all across Quebec. In 1967, she gave the Ministry of Education her famous treatise on visual arts. She also worked as a teacher at the Cégep in Trois-Rivières and led study trips to France, Spain, and Italy. As she approaches the end of her journey here on Earth, she decided to tackle even more complex themes like the beginning of the universe, as though beginnings and endings were a single phenomenon. Her works show an incredible sensitivity and serenity. Bravo, Sister Vanessa. We are looking forward to seeing your exhibit and to celebrating your 100 years of artistry.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the community of Noëllville from French River region. This year, Noëllville was chosen as part of Canada Post's limited edition holiday stamp set. This gesture honors the special town and Noël Desmarais, who was the first merchant in the community. Merci. Merci.
Thank you to Canada Post for the festive cheer. And a big thank you to the employees of Canada Post for the long hours that they've been putting in to ensure that everyone can get their packages on time. We greatly appreciate all of these frontline workers. I want to thank all of the volunteers who have supported the most vulnerable, our seniors, and the food banks of Nickel Belt. I wish everyone a wonderful Christmas and a safe and happy holiday season. That's how we celebrate here. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, polio is a horrible disease. It affects one's central nervous system, creating paralysis and even death. While Canada is now 20 years polio-free, it still remains endemic in the countries of Afghanistan and Pakistan. Fortunately, there are organizations like Rotary International who have raised over $1 billion in their mission to eradicate polio. I would like to highlight the efforts of one particular Rotarian from my riding, Dr. Robert Scott, who's dedicated over 40 years of his life to the eradication of polio. For 10 years, he was the chairman of the International Committee on Polio Plus, a committee dedicated to the eradication of polio. He traveled the world rallying global leaders behind their cause of eradicating polio. So thank you to Rotary International, thank you to all Rotarians, and thank you to Dr. Bob.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government understands the need to support people. We do that through the pandemic, where we saw programs that supported real people through programs such as CERB, 9 million plus Canadians, through small business supports, whether it's wage subsidy, loan supports, rent subsidies, Mr. Speaker. But today I rise to emphasize the importance of 3 programs that are so dear to my constituents and provide the type of support that is so essential. Talking about the child care program, millions of dollars along with the guaranteed income supplement, taking people out of poverty, providing millions of dollars of support into Winnipeg North every month, Mr. Speaker. And now we have the child care program, a true national care program that's going to help families, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we understand the importance of supporting real people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to be in the House today to recognize the legacy of a long-time community builder in my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, Beverly Wood. In 2006, Beverly founded Welcoming Arms, a program that provides warm meals and essential goods to low-income families. They also spearheaded the creation of a community garden, financial literacy program, and holiday dinners. Beverly was an angel to all those in our community who felt they could turn to her in challenging times. She responded to everyone's concerns with a listening heart. During the pandemic, Beverly responded to a request from the Mayor of Aurora and created a task force to identify the needs of the most vulnerable. Beverly passed away earlier this year, but the impact of her tireless service to the riding will carry on for years to come. Welcoming Arms continues their work with families in need, And during this holiday season, the continuing work is so appreciated, is need is experienced more acutely during these times. May we all respond to those in need this holiday season with welcoming arms and a listening heart. Joyeuses fêtes et happy holidays to all.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the constituents of the riding of Prince Albert for giving me the honour of serving as their member in Canada's 44th Parliament. As we all know, no one gets elected by themselves. It takes a team, and I had a great team. My success is a result of their hard work. Thank you to my EDA president and campaign manager, Ralph Boychuk, for his tireless work and solid advice. You are a true friend. To all the volunteers, too many to name, and EDA board members who took on a variety of roles across our riding, your help was tremendous. To my staff who provided such high level of service throughout the years, thank you. And of course to my wife Jerry and family, your sacrifice the most. I couldn't do this job without your love and support. Christmas is now just days away. I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a safe festive season. Merry Christmas, good health to all, and a prosperous new year, and a Conservative government in 2022.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, on November 24th, a great lady of Acadian literature was honoured at the Élysée Palace in Paris, the novelist and playwright Antonine Maillet. President Macron awarded her the insignia of the Commandeur de la Légion d'honneur, which was the highest distinction given to a person from outside of France. In Acadia, Maillet is well known as the first non-European to win the Goncourt Literary Prize in 1979. Her works, like La Sagouine or Pélagie la Charrette, were among the first to tell the story of Acadia, its history, its challenges, and its resilient spirit. Over the years, Ms. Maillet's characters have continued to inspire us and make us laugh and cry. Ms. Maillet, on behalf of the entire Acadian diaspora and myself, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your writing and your passion for Acadia continue to inspire us and to encourage future generations to continue speaking what we will call the language of Antonine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
It's my pleasure to rise today to thank the people of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for their continued trust and confidence in returning me to Parliament with a clear mandate. The people have been very busy over the last 3 years with 3 federal elections. They continue to demand strong representation in Ottawa with a focus on securing funding for infrastructure, lowering taxes, and making life more affordable. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the hard work of my many volunteers, too many to name, but special shout-outs to Joan Leahy, Barb O'Reilly, and Heidi Piper Ward for their tireless work on my campaign. And thank you, of course, to my wife Amanda, to our children, Luke, Emma, James, Nathan, Michaela, their enthusiastic door knocking, and the best sign putter-uppers in the last election. So to the people of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, I'll continue to advocate for you, your family, and for our community. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, he was the first politician that ever got my attention, and not because we almost share a name, although the confusion has always been beneficial for me. Former Toronto mayor and businessman Mel Lastman will always be remembered as a larger-than-life politician whose love for his family and his community and his city was infectious. With little in the way of education, he started, like so many of his generation, with nothing but a dream. A man who sold sofas, tables, and chairs shifted his focus to the biggest chair in North York for 25 years before amalgamation. His popularity soared as the mega city's mayor for the next 6 years after that. In Toronto, he won't be remembered for lowering taxes or picking up your garbage. He'll forever be known as the guy who is just like us. Mr. Speaker, Mayor Mel passed away this Saturday. He lived his last years in Thornhill, and we extend our condolences to his children and his grandchildren, and I hope they find comfort in the memories of a life well lived. There's one thing we'll never forget, Mr. Speaker. Who's better than Bad Boy? Nobody!
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, around the world, including in my home in the Yukon, this is a time of festivals and celebrations. Yet, despite the brightness and joy this time of year can bring, these are also the darkest days of the year. Not everyone has family, friends, and loved ones with which to share the time, and due to COVID-19, not everyone is able to gather. This time of year can often exacerbate mental distress and illness, and thanks to the pandemic, this is being felt more acutely than ever. I want to recognize in particular the mental stress and exhaustion faced by our frontline healthcare and public health workers. I came to Ottawa to help build a better future for all Yukoners. I want to be a part of improving supports for mental health in Canada, supporting our healthcare workforce, and moving forward urgently on the opioid epidemic, where Yukon is tragically leading in per capita deaths. As a new year approaches, I ask my colleagues to join me in committing to working together to build a better Canada for all. May all Canadians find solace, peace, and joy this holiday season, no matter where they are or what life has brought them.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the international seabed covers 50% of the planet, and is considered the common heritage of humankind. The International Seabed Authority is tasked with protecting the seabed in international waters. But as a member, Canada has been missing in action by, until recently, only sending one delegate to International Seabed Authority meetings and missing 6 opportunities in the last 6 years to comment on the work of the International Seabed Authority. The International Seabed is the last untouched region of the world, supporting much of the Earth's biodiversity and critical fishery resources. It is now at risk of being mined as early as 2024, as mining regulations are being rushed through at the International Seabed Authority. Mr. Speaker, Canada must step up and show leadership in ocean protection, and the many countries, including the EU Parliament and hundreds of international NGOs, in calling for a moratorium on seabed mining to allow the advancement of critical scientific research so we can better understand deep ecosystems from the sea. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, it was the end of an era in Saint-Eugène-de-la-Drière last month, as an icon of regional politics, Gilbert Pigeon, passed the torch after 38 years serving on the Municipal Council. A true model of dedication and community involvement, Mr. Pigeon has had an inspiring career. He was a mayor of his municipality for 34 years, administrator of the Fédération québécoise des municipalités for 20 years, president of the Fonds de défense des municipalités du Québec for 10 years, and Reeve of Rimouski-Nejet for 6 years. For his work, he was awarded the Medal of the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec in July 2020. Mr. Pigeon, I'd like to thank you for the time, energy, and passion that you have invested in your community over the past 4 decades. Your hard work and conviction have helped keep our beautiful region thriving. Good luck in your new endeavors, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the voters of Beauce for re-electing me as a second term and for allowing me to be their voice in the House. I'd also like to thank my family for their indispensable support and my team who worked so hard during my campaign and who continue to do so. I'd also like to highlight an organization in my riding called Lien Partage, which has been active for 45 years. Its mission is to provide volunteer domestic support services to anyone who has experienced a loss of autonomy and to provide health services to those 50 and over. It's easy to forget how lucky we are to be healthy and independent. Loss of autonomy can happen to anyone, and not everyone is so lucky to have loved ones who can take care of them. So to all of the volunteers of the organization, past and present, thank you for your dedication to serving our communities. Thank you for putting others at the center of your life for a few hours every week. You help people feed themselves, and you help them feel more of a sense of belonging. This makes a huge difference, so thank you.
L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The holiday season is upon us, and I'd like to take the time to thank the organizations and volunteers in Hochelaga who continue to be there for our community year after year. Today, I especially want to highlight the contribution of a citizen in Hochelaga, Rais Zaidi, better known as the Green Pirate. He's been distributing free food to the underprivileged for many years. I want to congratulate him for his incredible generosity, his dedication, and his local involvement in the community. He fights against food waste and distributes food 3 times a week in the neighborhood, simply laying it out on a table, which is in front of his house on Desiree Street. Thanks to him, many families in the riding and elsewhere will be able to spend the holiday season with a full fridge. Mr. Speaker, I invite everyone to be inspired by the Green Pirate and to have a generous and safe holiday season.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Shortage and soaring prices, American President Joe Biden has begged countries like Iran and Saudi Arabia, places with no commitment to climate action, where women aren't seen as people and gay men face the death penalty, to increase their oil production for the Americans. Yet the U.S. canceled Keystone Pipeline and is challenging Line 5. Can the Minister of International Trade explain why the Americans want Saudi and Iranian oil over lower carbon Canadian energy?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite well know, the world of energy is changing all around the world. We are seeing record-level investment, Mr. Speaker, in clean technologies and renewable energy. In fact, if you look at where which part of Canada is receiving the most investment in renewable energy, Mr. Speaker, it's not my home province of Quebec, it's not Ontario or British Columbia, it's in Alberta that we are seeing record-level investment in renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. This is what the future will look like. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, the minister's right about one thing. Global demand for energy is changing. The Americans want more Saudi oil as opposed to Canadian low-carbon energy. The Americans probably want this type of energy because they know Canada's Liberals will roll over on human rights abusing oil cartel countries. They could care less about energy prices, and they love offshoring Canadian jobs. So can the Minister of International Trade, as opposed to letting a man stand and answer her question, tell Canadians what she has done, who she has met with to promote Canadian energy to the American government?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I take exception to the way that the honourable member has framed this. I am perfectly happy to stand up in this House and respond to questions raised. Mr. Speaker, I will always stand up for Canadian industries. I will always stand up for Canadian workers every single day. That is what we do on this side of the House, and we have been successful.
I don't know what's in the water tonight or today, but I just want to remind everyone that questions are being asked and they're being responded to, and I just want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to hear the question and the answer. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, there's one thing that minister won't stand up for, and that's Canadian energy and Canadian energy worker jobs. Let me translate what she just said. She says, I haven't once promoted Canadian energy to the Americans. And at a time when we need continental energy security, cheap energy bills, and climate actions, the Liberals have offshored our jobs and increased energy prices, and they are happy about it. Will the Minister of International Trade commit clearly to promoting Canadian energy to the Americans, or will she give more word salad and keep offshoring Canadian jobs to climate-destroying countries?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservative when it comes to promoting the energy sector in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The member on the other side will well know, Mr. Speaker, not only we promoted the energy sector, we landed the first blue hydrogen project in Canada, Mr. Speaker, in Edmonton and Alberta, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know how to stand up for energy sector, we know how to stand up for workers, and we know how to stand up for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
On va attendre un peu. We'll wait a minute. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as everyone knows, for 60 years, Canada and the U.S. have enjoyed close cooperation in the auto industry. And everyone knows, with the billions of dollars that private companies are investing,
Electric vehicles are the future. But President Biden's tax credit means our jobs here in Canada are threatened. And what is the Liberal government doing about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. When is this government going to defend auto workers in Canada? The Honourable Minister.
Oh, excusez-moi. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question despite the earring mishap there. We have made it very clear to the Americans that the protectionist and discriminatory provision for electric vehicle credits are discriminatory to Canada. We've been building automobiles together for 50 years, integrating our supply chains over 50 years, and that Canada will be prepared to stand up for its national interests. We want to work towards a solution. We're working very hard at that, but Canada will stand up for its interests, and this government, you've seen us do it, we'll do it again.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yes, but Mr. Speaker, if they do exactly what they did with steel, aluminum, and softwood lumber, auto workers may well lose their well-paid jobs because all this government does is talk. There's no action. Why isn't the minister currently contacting her U.S. counterparts to convince them that it's actually a win-win situation if we protect the Canadian industry? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's precisely why I was in Washington, D.C., working with the American government, working with congressional leaders to make the case for Canada. The Deputy Prime Minister and I just released a letter last week to the congressional leadership indicating that we would stand up, we would introduce retaliatory measures should we need to do that. You've seen this government work. When we were faced with Section 232 tariffs, we stood up for Canadian jobs. We will always stand up for Canadian jobs.
I'm going to have to start asking everyone to put an earring on. If that's what it takes to keep everybody quiet, it just seemed to work so well. The Honourable Minister, did she want to finish up? You've got about 15 seconds left.
Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives. We stood up against tariffs, against Section 232 tariffs, against steel and aluminum. We were successful then. We're prepared to stand up for national interests now. We will be successful this time, too.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister unveiled his strategy for challenging Bill 21. First, in the early stages, stay out of it so the Quebec government can't use the federal interference excuse. For now, the Prime Minister has refrained from interfering federally because he knows it's still under Quebec jurisdiction. We know it, he knows it. Knowing that, will the Prime Minister commit to not interfering in the challenge to legislation that doesn't fall under his jurisdiction? In other words, will he mind his own business? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our position has always been clear. No one should lose their job because of how they dress or what their religious beliefs are. What happened in Chelsea, Mr. Speaker, was that there's a community mobilizing to defend one of its own members, a teacher, and obviously there are some difficult discussions that follow. We are monitoring this situation closely. Quebecers who are currently defending their interests before the courts, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, nothing the Prime Minister says about Bill 21 comes as a surprise to anyone, frankly, and it stays here at least. But for Bob Rae, Canada's ambassador to the United Nations, to bash Quebec's reputation internationally, that's going too far. According to him, Bill 21 violates the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, no less. Quebec will not be insulted by Canada's representative to the UN. Imagine, he's supposed to represent Quebec at the UN, and we're paying him for that. Incredible. Will the Prime Minister recall his ambassador to the UN for him to explain himself? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the position of the Prime Minister and of our government has always been clear. We are going to monitor what happens in the courts. Quebecers, Quebec men and women, are currently fighting the battle to defend their rights in court, and we have said that our position is clear. This was a piece of legislation passed by the National Assembly, and we'll see what the courts do with it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's fiscal update is an opportunity for this government to respond to the inflation, which is driving up the cost of living and making it harder and harder for Canadians to make ends meet. In particular, vulnerable seniors are feeling the impact of this inflation because of this government's clawback of their GIS. We've heard stories from seniors who are struggling to put food on the table, who are struggling to stay in their homes, many of whom have already lost their homes. We've been fighting this government since August. When will the government commit to fixing the clawback and ending it so that seniors are no longer put in this vulnerable position?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, when the pandemic began, our government acted very quickly to help millions of Canadians, including seniors, especially those most vulnerable. We've stepped up to support them with payments and historic investments on top of the other boosts that we've delivered for seniors, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to Serve GIS, we know it's been challenging for some seniors this year. And as I said before in this House, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to finding the right solution to support those affected, and we will have more to share with the House soon. And as always, Mr. Speaker, we'll always have their back.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
La mise à jour économique.
The economic update is an opportunity for everyone to address the increasing cost of living. It's harder and harder to find affordable housing. There are tools to deal with this crisis. Will the Prime Minister undertake to respond to this crisis with measures that are appropriate, that fit the scale of the crisis? The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Making life more affordable for Canadians. That's why we've invested in childcare agreements around the country. That's why we support our seniors. It's why we have historic investments, $72 billion in the National Housing Strategy. We will continue to make housing affordable and to ensure that housing affordability is a priority for our government and for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal failed relationship with the United States continues to go backwards. Conservatives have been warning about trade challenges for years, yet the Liberals called an election instead of spending time in the U.S., building relationships and standing up for Canada. Now the Trade Minister is warning that Canada should, quote, prepare for the worst. Conservatives had a Canadian Buy American exemption and a softwood lumber agreement. Despite photo ops and feel-good words, the Trade Minister comes back empty-handed every time from the United States. How much worse does the Trade Minister expect it to get?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives on this. When we were negotiating the NAFTA agreement, the Leader of the Opposition said that we should just capitulate and that we should take any agreement. Canada, on this side of the House, will make sure that we get a good agreement, always for Canadian workers and for Canadian businesses. We have done that before. We're going to do it again.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised that the Canada-U.S. relationship is not a priority and failing. It wasn't even mentioned once in the throne speech, and this is our biggest trading partner. A small business, manufacturing in my riding, Kelowna Lake Country, exports to the U.S. military and will be affected by the Buy American policies. They are being failed by the Minister of Small Business and by the Minister of International Trade. Oh, that's right, it's the same minister. When will that minister get off her hands, do her job, and stand up for Canadian businesses?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this pandemic, as hard as it has been for Canadians all across this country, on this side of the House, we have stood up for small businesses. We have provided unprecedented supports so that they can continue to operate, keep their people on payroll, pay for the bills, and we have an incredibly strong program to help Canadian businesses start up, scale up, and access new markets, including programs for women entrepreneurs, for Black entrepreneurs. This is about helping the Canadian economy recover. We are doing it on this side of the House, and I challenge my colleagues to join us in supporting our small businesses.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Êtres-Humains, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. imposition of countervailing duties on Canadian lumber is a slap in the face to our industry. They've doubled in size. As with inflation and the labour shortage, this government's not interested in this issue. They simply don't care. They're not interested in the economy. Will the Prime Minister make a commitment today to fix this problem before the holidays? The Honourable Minister.
Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear. Canada's forestry sector and its workers are incredibly important to the Canadian economy. We have been very clear that the tariffs are unjustified, that the U.S. has levied against us. We have defended our interests. We have defended it in CUSMA, before the NAFTA panels, as well as before the WTO, and it's been ruled that Canada is a fair trading partner. We're going to continue to stand up for Canadian forestry workers and the industry, which employs so many incredible Canadians across the country.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, there's the Prime Minister's attitude towards the U.S. after the Foreign Trade Minister visited Washington and after the Finance Minister talked about retaliation. Nothing has changed with the American duties. It's one failure after another. For the Prime Minister should stand up and tell the House what the next steps are to resolve this issue.
Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I share my honourable colleagues' concerns. Forestry workers in your riding in all ridings are represented by all sides of this House. I wish to reassure my honourable colleague that we are concerned about a result. We want to find a result that's acceptable to the industry and to the workers. I would encourage the member opposite to work together with us as Team Canada. Thank you.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it's been weeks since the U.S. jacked up softwood lumber tariffs on communities like those in my riding. Yet this government seems to just given up, thrown in the towel. Well, workers in my riding cannot afford to give up. Why does this government not seem to care at all about fighting for forestry jobs?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's forestry sector is incredibly important to the Canadian economy, and I understand the frustration from my colleague on the opposite side. While I was in the United States, I had an opportunity to meet with the American Home Builders Association, who agree with us that the high duties and the tariffs on softwood lumber hurts their plan for building more affordable homes for Americans. We're going to keep doing the work here to ensure that we defend Canada's softwood lumber workers and our industry. That work continues.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Workers in my riding can't take that minister's statement to the bank. Mr. Speaker, communities in my region have been beset by fires, floods, and now a government that's given up. They work hard, and they deserve a government that works hard for them. Sadly, this Liberal government doesn't consider these families and these communities as a priority. What do the forestry workers in my riding have to do to make this government care? Do they have to donate to the Liberal Party?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member will agree that, as we all do, and he has said it, that the forestry sector and those workers are incredibly important. It has been a very, very difficult year for Canadians in that sector, and indeed all sectors, living through this pandemic. I'm very proud of the work that we have been doing to support our workers all across the country, forestry workers, and we will continue to stand up to the United States on this very important issue around softwood lumber.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, by renewing the lease on their temporary facility at Roxham Road, the government's saying they're going to let the problem worsen for 5 more years. Who benefits from federal inaction? The smugglers who sell the dream to refugees. Thanks to this good old Liberal government, they've just learned they can keep getting rich at their expense for the next 5 years. To the Liberal donor Pierre Gay, who leases the temporary facilities to the Liberal government, he just pocketed another 5 years of public money. But does the Liberal minister think that really benefits the families who will keep crossing the border in the woods in the middle of winter? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Are critically important to our government.
The rental agreement that was negotiated was based on fair market value at a competitive price. Given the location of the hotel and its proximity to the border, this was an ideal location for CBSA for use for this purpose. Our government is delivering open, fair, and transparent procurement processes while obtaining the best value for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, now that we've talked about who benefits from Roxham Road, let's talk about who doesn't. It doesn't benefit the families who pay smugglers a fortune to cross borders, putting their safety at risk. It doesn't benefit Quebec, which has to deal with 97% of Canada's irregular arrivals. It doesn't benefit Quebecers who pay for all the services provided to these 97% of applicants, far more than their share Canada-wide. Why is the Liberal government making Roxham Road permanent instead of suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure the honourable member opposite will appreciate, Canada has both domestic and international legal obligations in terms of how we need to treat irregular asylum seekers who cross the border into Canada. I'm pleased to let the honourable member know I'm doing everything in collaboration with my counterparts in the province of Quebec, and I had the opportunity to have a productive conversation last week, and I had a conversation with the ambassador to the United States this week so we can continue the effort to modernize the Safe Third Country Agreement. Mr. Speaker, adult problems require adult conversations. I invite the honourable member to join one.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the renewal of the federal lease on Roxham Road is yet another Liberal ethical failure. The mere fact that the renewal was done secretly, without a tender, and that it was awarded probably by accident to a Liberal donor confirms this. This is an ethical failure because the government is facilitating what's illegal. It's not legal to offer smuggling services at the border. It's not legal or safe to cross the border other than at border crossings, but Ottawa is facilitating it. Why is this government facilitating the circumvention of laws instead of regulating border crossings? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, transparency and accountability are critically important to our government. The rental agreement that is in question was negotiated based on fair market value to arrive at a competitive price, and that's the price that we did arrive at. Given the location of the hotel, this was important to CBSA for this purpose, and so our government is going to continue to deliver to keep Canadians safe in a fair, open, and transparent way.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government sent a strongly worded letter to U.S. senators about the electric vehicle tax credit and its devastating impact on the Ontario auto industry. But the same government hasn't contacted Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, who 3 weeks ago called on President Biden to approve Keystone XL, even though the Canadian oil and gas industry contributes 6 times more to the economy than does the auto sector. Is that because this government values the auto sector over the oil and gas sector?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, this is a really important issue for our government. Of course, we're standing up for all sectors of the economy. The issue around the EV credits are before the Senate right now. It is why I was there last week. It is why we ensured that we communicated clearly to the American government that this issue is important to the many hundreds of thousands of workers that are in this sector of the economy.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, this government says it stands up for all sectors. It says a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, but it acts like a government of the Laurentians, not a government of Canada. When Ontario's auto industry is threatened, it stands to attention, but the softwood lumber and Keystone XL issues languish for years. When is this government going to stand up for all Canadians and all economic sectors, not just those in the backyards of Liberal cabinet ministers from Ontario and Quebec?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just be very clear. This government stands for all industries, all sectors, all across this country. We will do it every single day, and we will continue to do that. All sectors, all across the country.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, this government's relationship with the United States continues to deteriorate. The latest example is the American Beef Labeling Act in Congress. The act calls on U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai and U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack to make country of origin labeling WTO compliant. And if this does not happen, it automatically comes into force. This is devastating impact on the cattle industry in Canada as well as North America. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of International Trade. Will she act now or wait until it's a crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and the U.S. share one of the largest agricultural trading relationships. The WTO has ruled in 2015 that the mandatory country of origin labeling measures in the U.S. discriminated against Canadian exporters, and we expect the U.S. to continue to abide by this ruling and the WTO obligations. Our government will continue to stand up for Canada's beef industry and its workers, and we are firmly opposed to any new proposals from the U.S. to resurrect mandatory country of origin labeling for beef or pork.
Member for Prince Albert.
It sounds like they're just going to watch and listen and do nothing. Mr. Speaker, the government has a terrible record with the Biden administration responding to trade irritants with our most important trading partner, whether it be softwood lumber, electric vehicles, Keystone XL, aluminum, potatoes, Line 5, and now beef. This government's failures on trade relationships continue to cost Canadians their jobs. So again, I ask the minister, will she act now, or is she going to wait until it's a crisis before doing something?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the United States is Canada's largest trading partner. It is a relationship that has benefited workers on both sides of the borders. Every day, we work very hard to stand up for our industries, for our workers, and to continue to develop the opportunities for businesses to grow and to export. I just had a wonderful meeting with the American ambassador yesterday. We agreed that we can absolutely work on helping our businesses start up, scale up, and access that very important market, which is the United States of America.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 months, food banks across Manitoba have seen a 70% increase in individuals accessing services compared to last year. And instead of the Liberal government choosing to help people, they continue to claw back GIS and CCB payments from individuals and families already living in precarious situations. We are in a food security crisis, Mr. Speaker. When will this government implement a national food strategy and immediately end clawbacks to GIS and CCB?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her important advocacy on this issue. Let us recall that it was this government that brought in the Canada Child Benefit that saw close to 400,000 children lifted out of poverty. Let us recall that it is this government that is committed to bringing forward a national food strategy to ensure that children around this country have access to healthy meals, because we know that is one of the best ways to set our kids up for success and to make sure that they can learn everything that they need in school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Canada's Chief Public Health Officer just issued a dire warning. She said our public health system is stretched dangerously thin. Our public health workforce is understaffed and burnt out. We weren't prepared for COVID-19, and we're not prepared for the next emergency. Mr. Speaker, decades of underfunding under Liberal and Conservative governments are putting Canadians at risk. Dr. Tam is calling for transformational investment in Canada's public health system. Will this government finally listen and provide the resources needed to keep us all safe?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. We are currently living through a very serious challenge caused by Omicron. I would remind all Canadians listening and everyone in this House to be extremely careful. We must follow public health measures, get vaccinated, get boosters whenever they are available, and now is not the time to travel, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces is one of Canada's most venerable institutions. But the reality is that it has not always lived up to the values that Canadians expect from the military. Many service members who have bravely come forward to serve their country have instead experienced sexual trauma at the hands of the very institution that is sworn to protect them. Can the minister update the House on the steps this government is taking to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces finds restitution with survivors?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces have always had our backs, but far too many of them have suffered because of sexual harassment, sexual assault, and discrimination. That is why yesterday General Eyre and Deputy Minister Thomas and I offered an apology to all victims and survivors. An apology cannot mend deep wounds, but it is the right thing to do, and we will now move to enact further reforms to address these behaviors.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the last free trade agreement with the United States has been devastating to Canadian dairy producers. Now, our American neighbours have greater access to our dairy market as a result of the new agreement. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister for International Trade confirm that the Americans are respecting this agreement that both parties signed? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure my colleague that, in fact, we are working closely with the Americans. We are making sure that the agreement is respected. There are procedures in place. They will be followed if necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the minister remains evasive about dairy products crossing the border, and particularly with regard to the controls to ensure that our free trade agreement is respected. How can the minister reassure Canadian dairy producers about border controls to restrict the quantity of incoming dairy products as per our trade agreement? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I want to reassure my colleague that we are working as a team with Border Services, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and all the measures are taken to ensure that the free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico is respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are calling out for action on serious gun crimes. Yet, incredibly, this government just introduced a bill that for serious crimes like robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, and weapons trafficking, it would eliminate mandatory jail time and further bring in house arrest for crimes like kidnapping and sexual assault. This is just the opposite of what Canadians are calling for. Won't the minister agree with most Canadians that if a person commits a drive-by shooting or weapons trafficking, that they deserve mandatory jail time?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Time of year, Mr. Speaker. If my honourable colleague had read the bill very carefully, he would have seen that in some instances we also propose to raise maximum sentences for serious firearms offences. What I find ironic is the party opposite, the Conservative Party, flip-flopped so many times on firearms, on protecting Canadians, that it just stretches credulity that they have any credibility whatsoever in this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on Conservatives to join the Government of Canada, all members in this House, in ensuring that we stop gun violence and keep Canadians safe.
The member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, this soft on crime government is completely out of touch with what Canadians are calling for. It is the job of this Parliament to pass legislation that ensures that mandatory jail time is there for an individual who commits a crime like a drive-by shooting and gets them off the streets and into jail. Can the minister declare what crimes he does support mandatory jail time for? We know he doesn't support it for robbery, for weapons trafficking, and for extortion with a firearm. So please tell us, where do you believe a mandatory minimum sentence is appropriate?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I reject the premise of that question. I'd ask the honourable member to read the bill. Mr. Speaker, serious crimes will always be punished seriously. All that we are doing in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is selecting a number of crimes that have a serious impact on the overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black peoples in the criminal justice system in order to give back the flexibility to judges by eliminating certain minimum mandatory penalties and by allowing for the possibility of conditional sentencing orders in order that we can attack systemic racism in our criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, these days, trade with the U.S. isn't easy. The Deputy Prime Minister wrote to U.S. senators, as we know, to threaten them with retaliation if they hurt Canada's electric vehicle sector. We agree. However, we wonder, when it comes to softwood lumber, Ottawa does nothing. Since the Americans announced that they would double tariffs, there was no letter, no announcement, no retaliation. Good news for Ontario's auto sector, but why, when it comes to softwood lumber, Ottawa does absolutely nothing?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that very important question, and to the softwood lumber industry and the many workers that are in his riding and in fact in many, many ridings across the country. I want those workers and the industry to know that absolutely we are standing up for your interests. I raise this at every opportunity with the American administration. We have taken this issue to panels at CUSMA, at the WTO. We will continue to defend the interests of the Canadian softwood lumber industry strongly, and they can count on us to do that.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the delegation that went to Washington, and in the answer the minister gave, she didn't talk about it. I went there to defend the softwood lumber industry, and I reminded the minister of the importance of Quebec's distinct forestry sector. I didn't think she put all of her political weight into abolishing the softwood lumber tariffs. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the government went to Washington with what it called Team Canada in order to defend the Ontario's auto industry. That's it. But what will it take for them to defend jobs in Quebec when it comes to the forestry sector? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a good moment for the Bloc Québécois in any sense. When they talked about the internet, we resolved that. They talked about social housing, and we had resolved that. When talk about childcare, we resolved that. And now the Bloc is continuing day after day to try to quarrel with us. Ottawa is working hard. They should respect people in Ottawa. The Liberal government is defending Quebec.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Contract to rent property as a welcoming centre and an illegal border crossing at Roxham Road was handed out to a Quebec businessman by the Liberals. The lucrative sole source deal comes after $23,000 in donations was given to the Liberal Party. Now, before the Liberals stand up and say, yeah, but he donated to the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party never greased this donor's palms with a lucrative sole source contract. Would someone from that side just stand up and admit that this was a kickback for donating to the Liberal Party?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
And accountability are critically important to this government. The rental agreement was negotiated based on fair market value. That was the agreement that we came to. And it is about the location of this particular hotel, its proximity to the border, and CBSA. It was perfect for their purpose, and that's why we secured this deal. Our government is delivering open, fair, and transparent procurement processes while obtaining the best value for Canadians. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
In Quebec, it's called dresser la patte. It's been an all-you-can-eat buffet for connected Liberal insiders and cronies during the pandemic, lining up to gorge on the $500 million in COVID spending, much of it untendered and sole source. We, Frank Baylis, SNC, the list is long, and here we have another example. The sponsorship scandal will look like a speck of sand in a desert compared to what's gone on. Yesterday, the Liberals rejected my motion at Ethics Committee to investigate COVID contracts, saying they didn't want to stir the pot. I wonder why. Why don't they just get it off their chest and admit that this was payback for a Liberal donation?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would simply state
that this House has a lot of extraordinarily important matters that are in front of it, that the question that has been posed by the member opposite, in my opinion, doesn't really have to do with the business either of this nation or this Parliament. If he wants to play politics and games, the space is right over there, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
I wouldn't expect anything less from these Liberals. Last week, I asked the CRA to investigate a claim that the Liberal member from Calgary Skyview was directing people on how to fraudulently claim the CERB in his riding before he was elected as an MP. According to Canadian press, 7 in 10 people over 15 in the riding received the CERB, one of the highest percentages in the country. When I asked the minister about this, she said she takes all claims of CERB fraud seriously, even if it's against a member of the Liberal caucus, and will launch an investigation. Can the minister inform the House whether she has in fact started an investigation against the member from Calgary Skyview?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there are various places that you can spread allegations and see whether or not there's any truth to them. I would suggest that instead of using the privilege in this place to explore conspiracy theories, the member go and actually use the processes that are available to verify whether or not there's anything that...
Are we ready? The Honourable Government House Leader, if you can continue. We were cut off.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to continue. Hopefully we'll get a question about the business of this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, our government announced the first women entrepreneurship strategy with $6 billion investment for the economic empowerment of women. These investments are important social and economic measures essential to build back better and promote an inclusive economic recovery. Can the Minister of International Trade, Export, Promotion, Small Business tell us more about the strategy and how this program will contribute to the success of female entrepreneurs? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, by focusing on the potential of female entrepreneurs, we have added $150 billion to the Canadian economy. With the WES Economic Ecosystem Fund, our government is supporting sizable projects across the country. In Budget 2021, we have invested $147 million in an additional funding in order to provide women entrepreneurs with better access to funding, mentorship, and training. And I am eager to be able to announce more good news soon.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, as housing affordability spirals out of reach for young working Canadians, the Prime Minister continues to cite the first-time homebuyer incentive as its signature policy for homebuyers. This program was ridiculed by industry, ignored by consumers, and has utterly failed to have any effect on access to homeownership. Will the Prime Minister admit that the first-time homebuyer incentive was nothing more than a cheap pre-election gimmick that does nothing to increase housing supply?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the problem that the Conservatives face is that before the election, they had done nothing on affordable housing. They proposed no clear policy ideas. For 9 years in government, they invested $0 in affordable housing. They, in fact, downloaded affordable housing onto provinces and municipalities. Now, when they have a chance to actually support policies that work, they don't propose anything. In fact, in their housing...
Going to stop the Minister. I believe we have a technical problem. Let's get... Order. Order. Order.
The Honourable Member, is there a problem with the sound? Perhaps the comments are interesting, but we can't hear. I heard nothing.
To start over, I think we had a bit of a technical problem. Hopefully this time it'll be quieter in the chamber and we'll be able to hear the whole answer. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem the Conservatives face is that for 9 years in power, they didn't really invest in affordable housing. They did not have a program like the first-time homebuyer incentive. In fact, they downloaded housing responsibility and investments in housing to provinces and municipalities. They did nothing to invest in the capacity of more Canadians to become homeowners. And in their election platform, they didn't have the word affordable housing in their platform. In fact, their recent housing motion didn't have the word affordable housing in it. Now that they have a chance to support the throne speech commitments with respect to housing, they refuse to do so. They have no credibility on this issue, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, seniors living on a fixed income are among the hardest hit by the inflation crisis. In fact, there are quite a few seniors living in villages in my riding, often retired steel workers from Hamilton who have retired there. These are the seniors who built this country and made it strong. Recently, I heard from Heinz in Flamborough, who has already been struggling with high heating costs and high grocery costs before this crisis, and he's now been pushed to the brink. When will this government get serious about the inflation crisis so that seniors like Heinz will not go cold and hungry this winter?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we've always supported seniors, especially those most vulnerable seniors, Mr. Speaker. One of the first things, Mr. Speaker, we did as a government is to restore the age of OAS and GIS back from 67 to 65. We have enhanced the CPP, Mr. Speaker. We have raised the GIS for single seniors. We have invested $6 billion on home care, Mr. Speaker. We have an ambitious agenda for seniors, Mr. Speaker. We've always had their back, and we're going to continue to make sure we do just that to support them.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is the highest it's been in 20 years. It is making everything more expensive, the essentials, groceries, gas, and heat. This is especially hard on people living on a fixed income like veterans. Our nation's heroes are watching their pensions lose buying power by the day. They are being asked to get by with less and less. Why is this minister forcing our heroes to use food banks during this inflationary crisis?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit rich from a party that did nothing but slice veterans funds, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague.
I'm gonna have to stop the minister. I mean, he's standing right next to me, and I can barely hear him.
You should tell the truth.
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague to give me a chance to indicate what had happened and what has happened since we formed the government. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we have invested billions of dollars in veterans to make sure that they receive the appropriate funding that they deserve. When the previous CPC government was in place, they slashed funding, fired Veterans Affairs employees, and cut funding to veterans. We as a government supplied more funding for veterans to make sure they have the appropriate funds they need. But there is more to do, Mr. Speaker, and we will do more.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 18 months, our government has made historic investments in Canada's biomanufacturing sector to quickly reverse years of neglect under Conservative governments. Earlier this month, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry announced an exciting new agreement with Merck to manufacture life-saving COVID-19 therapies right here in Canada, in fact, in my riding of Whitby. Could the Minister please elaborate on how this agreement will help further to ensure the health and safety of Canadians as we move forward?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for a great question and for his leadership, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows in this House, it has been my absolute priority, Mr. Speaker, to grow our biomanufacturing sector in this country to ensure the health and safety of Canadians for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, our agreement with Merck means that we will be manufacturing their therapy against COVID-19 right here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, in Whitby in Ontario. This project, Mr. Speaker, will help grow our biomanufacturing sector, and it helps in bringing Canada's expertise recognized around the world. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to invest in biomanufacturing. We'll continue to attract investment in this country for our workers and our health and safety.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, within the most recent supplementary estimates, the Liberal government has allocated no money to the Regional Economic Development Agency, which supports small businesses, arts, tourism, and community organizations in Alberta and the prairies. This is outrageous at a time when the Omicron variant is surging and Alberta's economy is suffering. The Prime Minister said he'd have Canadians' backs, but clearly that's not the case. Will the Liberals immediately reverse this unfair decision and make sure all Canadians are supported through another long winter of COVID?
Yes. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, the regional development agencies have supported Canadians from coast to coast to coast from the beginning of the pandemic through the regional relief funds, now through the Tourism Relief Fund. $15 billion for the tourism sector alone, Mr. Speaker. The funding will continue. The supports will continue. We have had Canadians' backs, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
So a new report from Canada's energy regulator says that oil production in 2050 will be, well, pretty much what it is today. No wonder Canada's at the bottom of the G7 when it comes to climate action. Then we learned that the Prime Minister's promise to plant 2 billion trees, well, that was a failure because what's he planted? Actually 0.5%. So the only net zero that this government has actually delivered on is the Prime Minister's environment credibility. So, Earth to the Environment Minister, the planet is on fire. When is he going to start showing up for some Canadians to help?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If my honourable colleague knew anything about tree planting, he would know that we need to grow the seedlings for between 2 and 3 years. I have planted trees.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, anyone who's planted trees would know that it takes between 2 to 3 years to grow them so that they can be safely planted. I have planted trees, Mr. Speaker. I've been known to hug trees from time to time. And our government is engaged in fighting climate change. We've invested $100 billion in the last 6 years, more than 100 measures, and we will keep going at it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
That's all the time we have for today. What is it about? We don't have any points of order? I don't see anything. Okay. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you, but I was very concerned with the comments that were being made under extreme heckling from my Conservatives. But could the Environment Minister tell us how long it does take to actually make a tree?
I leave the Honourable Member. That's not a point of order, but he'll have to ask that question next question period. Orders of the day.
Ordering of an gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
Second reading of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant has 5 minutes of questions and comments remaining. The honourable member for Winnipeg North is rising on a question for the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess my question is, recognizing the great divide where here in the Liberal government, we understand that judges play a very important role in providing them that additional discretion to look at the circumstances around giving dispositions on sentencing. My question to my colleague across the way, why does the Conservative Party not have faith in our judges in Canada?
Exactly. I'm serious.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Amen.
If the honourable member actually listened to my speech, at no point in time did I indicate that we as a Conservative caucus absolutely have no faith in judicial discretion in levelling an appropriate sentence. As a Crown attorney for the last 18 years, I was in front of judges every single day. My point was, Mr. Speaker, was that there already exists sufficient tools within the criminal code where judges can exercise that discretion. They certainly do not need any further assistance from this Liberal government.
Order! Order! We're trying to have a debate. If you want to have a conversation, that's okay, but just maybe take it to the lobby or outside in the hallway. The honourable member for Okanagan-Similkameen-Nicola is rising on a question.
Mr. Speaker, and I certainly listened intently to the member's speech, and given his experience as a Crown prosecutor in Ontario, I think his experience lends itself to the debate excellently. I'd like to ask the member this. There's changes in the bill to conditional sentencing. Obviously, if any mother was to see that kidnapping could now be used, that someone who's charged with kidnapping could be given conditional sentence, as in house arrest, Mr. Speaker, I think they'd find that egregious and wrong. Is there other offences that he believes that should not be subject to conditional arrest?
Honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
I thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. Everything in this bill, Bill C-5, in terms of removing those offences that are currently delineated under Section 742, which is the conditional sentence regime, in my respectful submission, Mr. Speaker, are all serious violent offences. To his point, kidnapping, sexual assault, criminal harassment, abduction, these are all serious personal injury offences. What I was trying to indicate with the time that I had available in my 10 minutes is that there is absolutely zero reference to amending Section 742 to highlight whether or not those offenses that they're delineating can still be substantiated by way of a conditional sentence. A condition precedent to Section 742 is that justice must be satisfied that an offender serving that sentence in the community does not pose a risk. Those offenders convicted of a sexual assault, criminal harassment, kidnapping most definitely pose a community risk. But moreover, Section 752 of the Criminal Code talks about excluding any offenses where there is a serious personal injury offense. Kidnapping certainly qualifies, as does sex assault, as does criminal harassment, as does abduction.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot of people talk today about what's missing in this bill and the shortfalls in this bill, especially when it comes to dealing with the health crisis, the overdose and opioid crisis. We've heard many people calling for decriminalization. You know, as a judge, does he agree with the Police Chiefs Association, medical health officers, social workers, science, and those that are leading experts when it comes to dealing with this overdose crisis, that we need to decriminalize for personal possession and to ensure that everybody has a safe supply? I'd love to hear his perspective as a former judge, given that this is becoming, you know, well-rounded support from right across the country, including the request from Toronto, British Columbia, and Vancouver in terms of an exemption. currently under the Controlled Drugs Act, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant in 40 seconds or less, please.
I thank my honourable colleague, and I want to thank him personally for the elevation to my past career. I was not a judge of the provincial court or the superior court, but rather a Crown attorney. But to address the important issue that he raises is there already exists, Mr. Speaker, a regime in place that vests federal prosecutors, as it does with provincial prosecutors, to exercise their discretion appropriately to deal with those individuals struggling with substance abuse, and to be very creative in terms of how they wish to prosecute, but moreover, what sort of representations they make to a justice to deal with the rehabilitation issue.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge privilege and a huge honour to rise today to speak on Bill C-5, Mr. Speaker. I also want to just take a quick opportunity here, if I could, to thank the people of Courtenay Alberni for re-electing me for the third time. I'm deeply honoured, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to extend my thanks to not just my supporters, but my family, especially my 3 children, who've been there for supporting me in this incredible journey to fight for our country and also for their future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we're hearing a lot when it comes to Bill C-5 from the Liberals is that this is a silver bullet approach to addressing racial injustice and also the overdose crisis by eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for drug offenses, as well as eliminating mandatory minimums for a few other firearms and tobacco offenses. It's naive and it's misplaced, Mr. Speaker. We believe that, as New Democrats, that supporting removing mandatory minimum penalties for all but the most serious offenses, Mr. Speaker. This means we support the removal of mandatory minimums for all drug offenses and expanding access to alternative sentences. That's for personal possession, Mr. Speaker, and diversion programs. However, decriminalization of personal possession remains the preferred option for minor offenses, as it would remove police, prosecutors, and courts as barriers to addiction and treatment, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we know that, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this crisis that we're dealing with, that we need to ensure that we're taking action quickly, Mr. Speaker. And the idea of making conditional sentencing more widely available from court sentences for minor drug cases is just not near enough to address the runaway public health emergency here that's taking place, the opioid crisis. It's a parallel to the COVID crisis, Mr. Speaker. A simpler and less costly approach is the full decriminalization of the possession of drugs for personal use and the expungement of previous criminal records for personal use possession, combined with access for drug users to get a regular, safe supply, treatment, supportive housing. We're talking about a comprehensive strategy to address the overdose emergency and save lives. This needs to happen urgently, Mr. Speaker. We could be debating a more comprehensive strategy, but instead the government has put very little effort as possible when it comes to this bill, choosing instead to reintroduce almost the exact same bill from the 43rd Parliament, which could have been passed, and then instead of holding an unnecessary and costly election as well, Mr. Speaker. So they failed, Mr. Speaker. Canadians who use drugs, they must be free from the threat of criminalization and the fear of losing their liberty and their access to substances in which they depend. Criminal records for personal possession must be expunged to remove an often insurmountable barrier to employment and housing. The right of users to a safe supply of low-barrier regulated drugs as an alternative to the poison substances that are resulting in an epidemic of overdose deaths must be assured. Access to treatment therapies that address the root causes of their drug use must be available as a component of public health in our system. And supportive housing, complete with the wraparound services that are essential to maintaining healthy lifestyle balance, must be made available. And as New Democrats, we're not alone in calling for a comprehensive approach to addressing the overdose crisis, Mr. Speaker, and the implementation of these measures. We're in good company. And first and foremost, Canadians across the country support the decriminalization overall of possession for personal use. With every passing month, Mr. Speaker, the calls for decriminalization become louder as Canadians are confronted with the evidence related to the overdose public health emergency in their communities. Every one of us dreads the call. Every one of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, from a constituent who's lost a son, a daughter, a parent, a friend that is overdosed on a poison drug supply. I have received this call far too often over my 6 years in this House. And it's not an exaggeration to say that a majority of my constituents know a family affected by the tragedy of overdose. I hear from them about drug users hiding in the shadows in fear of apprehension and criminal prosecution. In fact, Mr. Speaker, my daughter was just at a funeral of her friend a week and a half ago of an 18-year-old young woman that died from a poison drug supply. And this isn't uncommon in this House, sadly. In addition to hearing from everyday Canadians, we've heard from public health experts from across the country. Dr. Bonnie Henry, the BC Provincial Medical Health Officer in my province, who continues to call for decriminalization. Most recently, Dr. De Villa, the Medical Health Officer for the City of Toronto, the former Medical Health Officer for the Yukon, who now sits in this House, Mr. Speaker, and their colleagues from one municipality and provincial jurisdiction to another, from coast to coast to coast, pleading that simple possession must be decriminalized. It is not a matter for the criminal justice issue. It's a health issue, and we keep hearing the government say that it's a health issue, Mr. Speaker, but they're still treating it as a criminal issue. And in this bill, they're continuing to do that. These are the same public health experts that I just mentioned who guided our response in the COVID-19 pandemic. We listened to them and heeded their professional advice often, and now we're ignoring them, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the opioid crisis, because they're saying the same thing, that we need evidence-based science to lead us out of this terrible crisis. And, Mr. Speaker, they're being ignored by this very government. They're calling for decriminalization and possession of illicit drugs. This bill could have done that, Mr. Speaker. Standing with the public health community are Canada's police chiefs, who've also called for decriminalization. They know firsthand the failure of the criminalization of drug use. They know firsthand the deadly consequences of exposure to an increasingly toxic supply of street drugs across this country. And increasingly, we're hearing the same message from local and national media across the country. It's like Groundhog Day, Mr. Speaker. In fact, every day we read another editorial by journalists who are hearing from their readers and seeing the evidence of a public health emergency that requires the decriminalization of personal possession, the expungement of criminal records, access to a safe supply of low-barrier regulated drugs, therapeutic support through treatment programs and supportive housing for those in need. We're in good company in calling for these measures. Public health experts, law enforcement officials, the media, and everyday Canadians across the country persuaded by overwhelming evidence and determined that exposure to death by overdose must stop now. What is the evidence that is underpinning this call for comprehensive approach? An 87% increase in opioid overdose deaths in Manitoba last year over the previous year. In British Columbia, we just heard, Mr. Speaker, over 200 deaths in 1 month. The most on record, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it worse, forcing the closure of harm reduction locations, driving users further underground. Currently, it's estimated that 8 people are dying every day in Ontario. Over 6 we know in BC, 20 across our country. In fact, the overdoses have increased in all regions of this country. And we're seeing how it's disproportionately impacting Black and Indigenous and racialized Canadians, Mr. Speaker. In October, the BC Chief Coroner, Lisa Lapointe, cited that illicit drug toxicity, as I cited, killed 201 people, the same number as an entire year of deaths 10 years previous, Mr. Speaker. She's calling for a regulated, safer supply and decriminalized possession of small amounts for personal use. A comprehensive plan to ensure access to safe supply is essential, she said, just last week, Mr. Speaker. Shifting from a punishment and stigmatizing regime to criminalized health-focused model is a critical step to reduce the suffering and save lives. Mr. Speaker, we keep again hearing from the Liberals that they're treating this as a health issue. We've heard the overwhelming advice from police chiefs, health officials, that we need to take the first steps, which is decriminalization of personal possession, that we need to provide a safe supply. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, why this government hasn't chosen to listen to their own health professionals. And we know to end the stigma, the government needs to act.
But, Mr. Speaker, the stigma starts with the Prime Minister. He hasn't taken action. He's ignoring his own health experts. He's ignoring parents. He's ignoring the moms and the dads and the parents that have lost loved ones, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to go straight to Gary Mason, who wrote this in the Globe and Mail. He says, I feel a sense of hopelessness. Giving out free drugs such as heroin to addicts just seemed too big of a step for governments and society generally. Allowing people to die from their addictions is easier to accept, which is just crazy when you think about it. Imagine seeing more than 8,500 people in BC die from a drug overdose in just over 5 years is easier to accept than making a courageous effort to do something that could really make a difference. At this point, what is there to lose? Guess the answer is votes. And it's true, Mr. Speaker, politicians are in the way of saving lives right now. And people are dying as a result of inaction.
Hear, hear.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable
Questions and comments.
Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend opposite for his very impassioned speech. I do want to ask him about the conditional sentences orders that are being introduced here in C5, and I'd like to get to see how that will impact his community and ensure that there's more fairness within the criminal justice system.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
I had a hard time, Mr. Speaker, hearing the question, but Mr. Speaker, I will say this, that this bill doesn't even go close to far enough. Right now, they're talking about leaving it in the hands of judges, leaving it in the hands of police. This isn't going to prevent people from coming out of the shadows, from using, small amounts of drugs. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the evidence, their own expert panel on substance use from their own department suggested decriminalization and safe supply as first steps. Why are they ignoring their own expert panel? Why is it taking so long? Every day that they don't take action, lives are lost in this country, Mr. Speaker, over 20 a day. Why? Why is it taking so long?
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the member for Courtenay Alberni for his comments, and certainly, being a member of Parliament from British Columbia, also just recognize the impact that the opioid crisis is having. We're seeing record amount of people dying. I actually presented a motion last Parliament regarding steps we could do, including a recovery program, investments and all that. I guess it seems to me, though, that some of the debate here seems to be a little off as far as the debate on C5. I'm thinking about mandatory minimums. I think of a girl called Heather Thomas who died, was killed, suffocated. She was 10 years old, and then her body thrown into a lake not far from where I lived. And he was also stalking someone I love. So I'm just wondering, just about mandatory minimums from people that do these sex and crimes towards young people. If you have some comments about this.
For Courtenay Alberni.
First, Mr. Speaker, made it absolutely clear that we don't, we're not talking about supporting removing mandatory minimum penalties for the most serious offenses. And there's judicial discretion that allows judges to ensure that those that have created heinous crimes pay the price. But he's very wrong to say that I'm delineating away from this bill. This bill is talking about still criminalizing people for personal possession of drugs. And I wonder why the Conservatives are going to sit on the sideline. They haven't brought forward any comprehensive ideas that are going to save lives right now. They're part of the problem, Mr. Speaker. They're failing to take bold and courageous action that's necessary, listening to science, listening to the experts across this country, including the police chiefs and medical health officers. They're failing, Mr. Speaker. We need to do more. We need to work collaboratively together. We need to let science and our health officials and our police chiefs guide us through this terrible tragedy that's taking place in our country.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I share his concerns about diversion. Obviously, there's a problem of drug use. It's a health problem, and we need to address it as such, other than by sending people to jail. But when it comes to mandatory minimums, I already expressed some unease about the fact that illegal weapons are circulating in the streets of Montreal, whereas this bill would get rid of the mandatory minimums,
wouldn't my colleague agree that it would be better if the government dealt with that problem head on, the illegal importation of and circulation of firearms separately or even before this bill to reduce mandatory minimums? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the question from my colleague and good friend, and it's a good question, Mr. Speaker. Right now, in the Criminal Code, Section 718.2, it allows judges to increase or decrease sentencing depending on aggravating circumstances. So it still does give judges discretion to be able to ensure that they're taking action on these serious offenses, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of the conversation that I've been talking a lot about around decriminalization and safe supply, taking action on the opioid crisis, I hope my colleague and I hope that the Bloc will support the work that we're doing in this House so we can all work collectively together to listen to those experts and especially the expert panel on substance use here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor in this debate on C5, but I have to say that this is not a straightforward topic. It's very complex, and I'm not a lawyer, so I have to find my way through all of this. And I would thank people from the Bloc House leader who have helped, the staff there have helped clarify things, because there are two very different issues in Bill C5, and I think it would be better if the debate was separated, and I will move a motion along those lines, make such a proposal to the government later. So I said that there are two sides to this. You could be against abolishing mandatory minimums while at the same time being in favor of diversion. So there's two angles to this debate, and you could feel differently when firearms are involved in the offenses. This bill deals with 20 specific MMPs, but I think we have to try to keep things separately because there's the MMP issue and there's the diversion issue. So I'm not a lawyer, but I have heard lawyers debating this, and even they can't agree. It's hard to get a clear opinion. It's hard to choose all or nothing, black or white. There's a lot of gray areas, and so we have to try to tease those apart together. And there are a lot of arguments to be weighed, both for and against getting rid of mandatory minimums, but there are arguments in favor of them too. So I think we need to weigh all these arguments. And I understand that this was a Liberal promise to reintroduce C-22 quickly, and it was also a government promise to reintroduce C-236. But bringing those together in the same bill creates the impression that the government is trying to act hastily here, and sometimes when you act too hastily, you make a mistake or you get things wrong. So that's the impression people are getting. And speaking of impressions in the current context, the impression that C5 creates is kind of unique. There is a crisis in Montreal and in major cities right now with weapons. Virtually every question period and every day we learn while watching the news that there's been another firearms death somewhere. And you hear this almost every day. So the timing is rather poorly chosen, because for 3 weeks, people have been asking the minister to do something to fight against the illegal arms trade, to try to toughen up the rules around firearms and to tighten up the borders. And the first thing the government does instead is table legislation that would get rid of the mandatory minimums for some firearms offenses. So it's a contradictory message, and hardly anyone is reassured, especially families in Montreal. There are mothers who've lost a son. They're expecting us to tighten things up, tighten up our arms control. There are people who are afraid to take a walk in their own neighborhood, even in Montreal, neighborhoods that were previously considered safe. I don't think they're reassured when they're told that the only thing the Liberal government has done so far is abolish mandatory minimums for certain offenses involving firearms. So the circumstances are unusual, the timing is poor, and I think we need to take this into account as parliamentarians as we study this bill. C-22 was introduced at a different time, but now this is C-5, and I think we need to heed the new realities. I was talking about firearms in particular because I know that file pretty well. Some mandatory minimums that would be done away with involving drug production, and this at a time when the opioid crisis is reaching new heights in Canada. So the timing's weird there, too, for this bill. Historically, in a different context, the Bloc is in favor of, in theory, getting rid of mandatory minimums. And we have quite a good deal of confidence in our judges. We need to leave them enough room to maneuver, enough flexibility, enough discretion to tailor the sentence to fit the crime. I think we need to keep in mind that if some mandatory minimums were abolished overnight, that doesn't mean that the offender wouldn't get any punishment. That's not what it means. It means that it would be left to the judge to decide what's the best thing to do to protect public safety. So when there is a mandatory minimum, the judge can, of course, go beyond that if he or she feels that's appropriate, but they can't go below that. And that's where there's an issue, in my opinion. So if the person can't be punished for their offense and they can be rehabilitated in a different way, I think that's better than sending them to jail rather than getting them into the revolving door of criminal justice and becoming repeat offenders. I think another argument in favor of scrapping mandatory minimums is that there's no evidence that these mandatory sentences actually act as a deterrent or have any effect on recidivism. Research has been done in the U.S., in Malaysia, in countries with stiff mandatory minimums for drug trafficking, and it has no impact on drug use, and it ends up that it's the small-time dealers who find themselves behind bars rather than the major players. So all of those people could be dealt with in better ways than sending them straight to jail. As for the effect of mandatory minimums on firearms, there's no evidence there either that mandatory minimums have any deterrent effect on offenses involving firearms. So I get the feeling that a person who's planning to commit a crime or commits a crime in an unpremeditated way, well, whether or not there's a mandatory minimum doesn't seem to weigh into their decision. People who commit offenses involving firearms, either they don't know what the consequences are or they simply don't care. So I think we can agree that abolishing mandatory minimums may be a good idea, even though right now it doesn't seem like the best timing. And this is something that should be studied at greater length. This bill would get rid of a number of mandatory minimums for second and third offenses. And although we agree that mandatory minimums aren't good for first-time offenders for their rehabilitation, but on a second or third offense, maybe there's more reason to have a mandatory minimum. Maybe they're more MMPs are more warranted when a person is a repeat offender, and the sentences could be graduated.
ou un semblant d'arme à feu pour une deuxième ou une troisième offense, je pense qu'il mérite d'être.
However, an individual who uses a firearm or the semblance of a firearm for a second or even third offense deserves to be held accountable for his or her actions. This principle could be maintained for categories of offenses such as weapons possession. At least it's worth considering. I haven't even talked about the second issue, which is diversion. And what I would suggest then is to split the bill. The government has to withdraw C5 and table two separate bills. The first dealing with diversion, which represents the diversion measures based on conclusive data. The second bill would deal with mandatory minimums and would be sent to the committee before second reading. And it would allow the members to examine the principle of the bill and to propose amendments that would change the scope. So it would be sent to committee before the second reading and therefore allow a full study. So that's the proposal that we're making to the government, and I hope that it will be well received. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for King's Hants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague opposite for her speech. First of all, with regard to armed violence, there's nothing in the bill to take away the sentences for those committing serious crimes with firearms. So my question is simple. With regard to the discretionary power of judges to look at the aggravating circumstances, would she agree with me that judges are in the best position in order to use this discretion? The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Matisse, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. I agree with him, and I mentioned it. I think that judges are well positioned, and they have to have the necessary flexibility in order to impose the sentence that is required based on the offense committed. And you can go beyond the mandatory minimum, but you can't go under. And that's where the issue lies. Perhaps allow judges to have the ability to impose different measures, social reinsertion, perhaps break the cycle where people are incarcerated and then fall into this cycle of crime. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable friend a couple of questions. Firstly, does the Bloc Québécois stand for the proposition that all mandatory minimums under the Criminal Code and the CDSA ought to be eliminated? And if that is her response, does she feel then, because judges, according to her, are best equipped to render an appropriate sentence, if she feels that all judges across this great country all think alike and will all deliver sentencing to appropriately deal with all of the sentencing principles in gun offenses such as denunciation and deterrence?
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. And no, I wouldn't say that it's not a panacea. We can't put everything in the same basket. All cases are different, and the proof is that we're looking at 20 mandatory minimums, in particular in the bill. And I gave reasons why for some, particularly for firearm offenses, I think we have to really understand what the situation is and allow the judge to ensure the safety of the population, yet impose a sentence. I think that there could be two cases that are similar with the same crime, but the two individuals are quite different. And we're not saying that tomorrow we're going to abolish all mandatory minimum sentences. I think it could be beneficial in some cases, but not in others. Questions and comments, the Honour.
For Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great care to the member from Avignon, Lamiti Matane Matapédia's speech, because I'm trying to understand the Bloc's position on this bill. And she very eloquently laid out the arguments against mandatory minimums and talked about how they, in fact, don't accomplish what people think they do. But then she says it's awkward timing. I can't imagine why there's bad timing at all for anything that would take away one of the main measures that results in more Indigenous people, more Black people, and more people who live in poverty ending up in prison. So I'm confused, I guess, about why that's an objection to this bill.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Matisse-Matane-Matapédia. It's quite simple. Although we're in favor of the abolition of some mandatory minimums, at this moment there are shootings almost weekly in Quebec and across the country, and we're asking the minister and the government to make a first gesture to show that they're serious in this regard and that they can tighten gun control. And the first thing that it has done is to table C5, which says essentially, well, we're going to take away some mandatory minimums for offenses committed with a firearm. So it sends a very bizarre message. There is never a good time, in fact, to table anything, but I think that we have to move forward with this kind of bill, and I think that the proposal to split the bill in two would allow us to take the time we need to better study each element in the bill. And the context is quite difficult in Montreal. We're asking the minister to take action for gun control and gun trafficking, and C5 does not seem to be the appropriate response. Thank you.
Please.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, let me start with this. Somebody who is battling an addiction does not need a jail cell. They need treatment. They shouldn't be judged. They should be helped. I think there's universal acceptance of that statement. There's not a Canadian or a member in this House that does not know by a degree of separation somebody who's been impacted and is battling addiction. Here's the sad part of where we can't agree, that violent criminals, drug dealers, and traffickers should be held accountable for preying on vulnerable people with mandatory jail time. The bill before us, C5, I had the opportunity to speak in the last Parliament back in this forum here, in my opinion, is a terrible bill that protects drug dealers and people who are trying to profit and prey off of those battling addiction, as opposed to the victims of these crimes. In this legislation, here's what Canadians are not being told by the government. There is not mandatory jail time for simple drug possession. That does not exist. But sadly today, I can say what also does not exist is anywhere near enough treatment beds to get people who are battling addiction the help that they truly deserve. The government called an unnecessary election a couple months ago, took 62 days for the House to come back, and one of their first bills here is not giving more beds or a program to create more beds across this country to help those battling addiction, but rather on page 10 from the speech from the throne, there was a simple line that literally says on page 10, there's more work to be done on mental health in addiction treatment. That was it. No plan, no strategy, but rather eliminating mandatory jail time for very serious crimes. The Minister of Justice earlier in question period today, and I heard my colleague from the NDP a little while ago saying, well, there still is serious consequences for serious crimes. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we have a very warped definition of what a serious crime in this country is. Let me specifically say from here that C5 eliminates a number of mandatory jail time provisions relating to gun crimes, robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, discharging a firearm with intent, using a firearm in commission of offenses. There's also the expansion of conditional sentencing, Mr. Speaker, where the bill allows greater use of conditional sentencing orders, such as house arrest. And some of the new eligible offenses in this bill would include arson for fraudulent purposes. Somebody who commits arson, burning somebody's home or a property down, may be eligible for house arrest in their own home. The height of irony of that knows no bounds. This bill does not go and help people who are battling addiction, opioid or drugs, whatever it may be, in this country. Mr. Speaker, what we already know is that police officers already have the ability to use their discretion
when determining whether to lay charges. I think one of the things, the most profound and impactful opportunity I've had in my 2 and a bit years as Member of Parliament is to do ride-alongs with the Ontario Provincial Police and the Cornwall Police Service in my community of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. I got to see firsthand on a Friday night, late into the night, early into the morning, the amazing work that our frontline police officers do, and I got to see, thankfully and confidentially, on the front lines, their ability to use that discretion. What I saw was that discretion being used. What was not there was somebody that clearly had an addiction issue, the availability and ease of getting treatment to get past their problem. Over and over again, when we talk to law enforcement about tackling this issue, better service for treatment, getting people the help that they deserve needs to be top priority, not letting off drug traffickers, gun crimes, violent criminals with the opportunity for more lenient sentences after they've been convicted. And furthermore, just to build on that point, Mr. Speaker, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada has already and previously issued a directive to prosecutors for them to avoid prosecuting simple drug possession cases unless there are major public safety concerns. That is clear. This bill does nothing to change all of that rightful practice that is in place. Instead, it gives breaks and the opportunity to provide breaks to people who are trying to destroy the lives of people battling addictions and profiting off of it. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, there have been several news stories over the course of how the opioid and addiction battles, not just in Eastern Ontario, but across this country, have unfortunately only gotten worse during the pandemic. I look at a news release that came from the Cornwall Police Service in the Eastern Ontario Health Unit that are warning about increases in drug-related overdoses in Cornwall and area from April of this year. Inspector of Field Operations for the Cornwall Police Services, Chad Maxwell, says opioids are endangering the lives of vulnerable members of our community, and we are dependent on everybody to take this messaging seriously, Mr. Speaker. I look at the Cornwall Standard Freeholder, the headline, "A Hidden Pandemic in the Cornwall Region, Opioid Overdoses and Death." The Morseburg Leader, opioid overdose numbers rise during the pandemic in the Eastern Ontario Health Unit, and the Seaway News shares the same news back from April 9th, 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, as we wrap up Parliament in the next few days for the year, having been back for a couple of weeks, when I go back home, I have the opportunity to liaise, as I mentioned, with the Ontario Provincial Police, the RCMP, the Cornwall Police Service, and the Akwesasne Mohawk Police. I also have the tough job of having to speak and hear the stories and learn of the stories of parents who've lost a child, a sibling, to addiction. I go back to them this week telling them that there's no more money for residential treatment beds for people battling addictions. There's no plan to address it or to fill that massive gap that we all just heard in the recent election know that it exists. But I will have to tell them that there's a bill on the table that's going to lower the bar for convicted violent criminals. Whether it be in Morseburg or Cornwall or Chrysler, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, addiction impacts every single community in this country. I would encourage members from the Liberal and NDP side that are strongly promoting this bill to go back and ask their constituents if they want increased number of residential treatment beds as a priority for this Parliament, or whether they want the list that I exhausted earlier, Mr. Speaker, of all the mandatory jail time where leniency can be given upon conviction for these serious crimes. I want to wrap up today by quoting something that was in our Conservative platform earlier this year. Canada's Conservatives will treat the opioid epidemic as the health issue that it is. The last thing that those suffering from addiction should have to worry about is being arrested. Any interaction the government has with them should be focusing on keeping them safe and helping them recover. We believe that law enforcement should focus on dealers and traffickers. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say we need more residential treatments. We need a better plan at the federal level and every part of this country to get people who need help the help they need and deserve. What Bill C-5 does not go after dealers and traffickers appropriately. It lowers the bar. It opens the door. That is wrong. Our opposition will stand every step of the way against this terrible, misguided bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from a closely neighboring riding of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, for his intervention today. He might not be aware, though, that for the first time in Canadian history, there is a cabinet minister that sits at the cabinet whose only and primary objective role is for mental health and addiction. I think it would be a far stretch to try to suggest that this government does not take mental health and addiction extremely seriously. The problem is he's trying to conflate two issues as though they're exclusive together. The reality is that he talked about police officers having discretion. Police officers have discretion of whether to charge or not to charge. They do not have discretion as to what the outcome or rehabilitation or various different measures might be if charged and found guilty. Can he please explain why he thinks that the discretion is okay with the police officer but not with a judge?
For Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Kingston and the Islands does like to pack a lot into the question. Appointing a minister to say they're going to do something is not a result, Mr. Speaker. We hear this time and time again, and there's so many examples with this government. Oh, we are spending X number of dollars on this. We appointed so-and-so to study this, and nothing happens and changes on the issues. So again, there's been a minister appointed, but there's no plan before us to tackle the very issues I addressed in my comments. When we talk about discretion, there's a difference between the discretion for simple possession, as I mentioned, and supporting, and I think having the universal process and agreement on it, Mr. Speaker. But even further, some of the challenges, I do not believe. I think there should be mandatory jail times for robbery with a firearm, prison breach, sexual assault, kidnapping, motor vehicle theft, theft over $5,000. I think when it comes to that, there's a difference between simple possession and all these things that are included in C5.
Excellent. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just thank the honourable member for delineating between what that member believes should continue to have mandatory minimum sentencing and what shouldn't, because I'd like to hear an explanation on why it's important that we tackle and address the mandatory minimum sentencing for drug offenses, because in my community of Edmonton-Griesbach, for example, we know how far that kind of policy would go to help marginalized people, particularly Indigenous and Black community members in my community, to actually getting the access to rehabilitation services that are so desperately needed. Would the member just elaborate on how that kind of process would be beneficial for their community as well?
Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from the NDP from Edmonton for that. I will say, we talk about delineating things in this bill. What the government's trying to do is that they're talking about help for opioids and addictions and lumping everything into this bill that will not go to address that. And there is a massive difference between a simple drug possession of a minor nature and somebody committing robbery, arson, kidnapping of a child, and so forth. There needs to be serious consequences. The government defines and says their definition is serious. I'm not even sure what that is defined as now. But I will say to the member, what is not in this bill and what continues to be ignored is a real, tangible plan that in this country we get more residential treatment beds, that the focus be on recovery and assistance to get people with addiction out of a bad cycle on the right path and given the supports they need. There is nothing in this bill. There's been no news from this government on that key part of addressing Canada's addiction battles.
Okay. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for now. The honourable member will have 1 minute of questions coming to him when we come back. We'll have to work that in. It being 4 p.m. pursuant to order made Monday, December 6, 2021, I now invite the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
To table, in both official languages, the Economic and Fiscal Update for 2021. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I wish to table a notice of a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. I'm wondering if her video is on, if she can click it on there.
So sorry, Mr. Speaker. I believe my video is on, but it sounds as if you can't see me. Is that right?
The little camera has an X across it, or the red bar across it. Maybe if you can take a look or try it out.
I have.
Is something blocking it, or is another program using?
So, I'm sorry, what was... if the Honourable Minister can maybe shut down other programs that she's got running, they may have hijacked the camera and taken over.
Thank you for the technical advice, Mr. Speaker. I will do what I can.
Okay.
And I apologize to colleagues.
Come on down. I'm noticing on the screen that the actual camera has an X across it, or the red bar across it, meaning it's not working. Take a look. We've done that. We're good. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has the floor. Please continue.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, colleagues in this House, and Canadians, many apologies for the technical challenges. I have the honour to table, in both official languages, the Economic and Fiscal Update 2021. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I wish to table a notice of a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion. I
also have the honor to table a notice of Ways and Means in view of tabling a law to implement a tax on digital services. I also ask that this motion be tabled, added to the order of business of today. Thank you for your patience. and to all colleagues in the House for their patience.
Now, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, please do. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
21 months ago, a global pandemic reached our shores. Few of us had any idea how long it would last or the toll it would take. And today, we are facing Omicron, an even more virulent variant of this virus. But we can be confident that we will get through this because our government did understand from the very outset that to save lives, our economy would have to be locked down. So we put in place unprecedented measures to meet this unprecedented challenge. We supported municipalities and we supported provinces and territories. We supported our healthcare system and we supported schools. We provided free vaccines and PPE and rapid tests and therapeutic medicines. Notre priorité.
Our focus was on people and jobs. We helped millions of Canadians through income supports. We delivered direct payments to seniors and families. We also helped companies, small businesses in particular, to keep their doors open. And we helped workers keep their jobs through wage subsidies, rent subsidies, and small business loans.
Nous avons agi ainsi.
We did this because it was the right thing to do. We also did it because we knew it was an investment in our economy that would pay off. Our goal was to prevent economic scarring. We wanted to emerge from this with our economic muscle intact, ready as a country to come roaring back. Keeping the Canadian economy on life support was costly as we went into hibernation, but we knew that keeping Canadian families and businesses solvent would help our economy rebound.
This economic and fiscal update provides Canadians with a transparent report of our nation's finances. It also includes targeted investments that will ensure we have the weapons we need to finish the fight against COVID-19, an effort more urgent now than ever with the surge of Omicron. First, we're protecting children with pediatric vaccines, now available for free for all children 5 and over. Booster shots are free for all Canadians too, just as first and second doses have been. Omicron makes boosters more urgently important now than ever. Please go and get your booster as soon as you are eligible. I have booked mine, and I'm very glad to have done so. We have enough boosters for everyone, and boosters are an essential defense against the mounting threat of Omicron. We're investing in new antiviral drugs for COVID-19 patients that prevent hospitalizations and will save lives. We're investing in ventilation improvements to prevent outbreaks at schools and workplaces. Jusqu'à présent, notre gouvernement.
To date, our government has delivered nearly 80 million rapid tests to provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities, and this free of charge. This fiscal update sets aside a further $1.7 billion, enough to procure 180 million additional rapid tests. These rapid tests are an additional tool in the intensifying fight against Omicron. We are buying these tests and distributing them. we encourage Canadians to use them as well. We are also providing support to provinces and territories for proof of vaccination credentials. And as we brace ourselves for the rising wave of Omicron, we know that no one wants to endure new lockdowns. This is why vaccines, vaccine mandates, boosters, ventilation, and rapid tests are so essential. Over the past 21 months, we have all learned that fast, local action to limit outbreaks is much less costly than waiting and being forced to impose wider and deeper restrictions.
Grâce à ces connaissances.
In that knowledge, and out of an abundance of caution, we are providing local lockdown support for workers and businesses. These measures are an insurance policy for our country. They are in place to help local public health officials make the right decisions in the coming months. Difficult decisions will have to be made, but health officials will know that their communities will be able to obtain the support they need. We are also moving forward on 10 days of paid sick leave for workers in federally regulated businesses.
And we are provisioning an additional $4.5 billion to pay for possible further costs of fighting Omicron and other COVID-19 surges, including spending on border measures and income and business supports. The COVID pandemic triggered the steepest economic contraction in Canada since the Great Depression. At its worst, it cost 3 million Canadians their jobs as our GDP shrank by 17%. This was a once-in-a-generation trauma. When it first hit, many predicted it would take years to rebuild. That's why we are so pleased to report that Canada has largely recovered from the economic damage inflicted by COVID-19 and is poised for robust growth in the months to come. We have now surpassed our target of creating 1 million jobs. In fact, we have recovered 106% of the jobs lost at the peak of the pandemic, significantly outpacing the United States, where just 83% of lost jobs have been recovered so far. From the start, we've understood that few things are more central to the economic well-being of Canadians than having a job. That's why our investments have been so singularly focused on employment and why Canada has experienced the second fastest jobs recovery in the G7. Our GDP has already returned to near pre-pandemic levels. Our GDP growth of 5.4% in the third quarter outpaced the US, the UK, Japan, and Australia. OECD projections suggest that by 2023, Canada's recovery will be the second fastest in the G7. This update shows that the size of the Canadian economy this year will be $2.48 trillion. When we published our economic forecast in the 2018 budget, that is almost exactly the size we expected our economy would have grown to by this year. And we made that forecast when none of us had any idea that our economic growth and our lives would be so deeply disrupted by COVID-19. We are back on track, Mr. Speaker, and that is good news for all Canadians. Canada posted a $25.1 billion surplus in our trade in goods in October as our exports rose. Fewer businesses went bankrupt over the past year than in 2019, before the pandemic. There are now an additional 6,000 active businesses in Canada compared to before the pandemic. Household employment income is now 7% above its pre-crisis level. And Canadians have used this difficult time to pay down their personal debt relative to their income. Our recovery from the COVID-19 recession has significantly surpassed Canada's recovery from the 2008 recession. We have already more than recovered lost jobs, a healing which took 8 months longer after the much milder 2008 recession. We're on track to recover lost GDP 5 months more quickly than after the 2008 contraction. Les bilans des gouvernements.
Provincial government balance sheets were sheltered from the pandemic, thanks to strong support from the federal government. Provincial and territorial government revenues actually increased in 2020-2021. Why? Thanks to substantial federal support, both through direct transfers and through Canada's COVID-19 economic response. This assistance helped to set a floor under provincial and territorial government revenues, thus limiting their deficits and debt. 8 out of every $10 provided to fight COVID-19 and support Canadians throughout the pandemic came from the federal government. Our government will continue to be agile despite the great volatility and new developments in health sectors and in the global economy. We must continue to manage the spread. We must continue to manage the spread of this sneaky and unpredictable virus. The pain of families who lost a loved one can never be measured. Our guiding principle will continue to be the conviction that the best economic policy is a strong health policy. Because saving lives has always been our priority, we were able to achieve excellent economic performances and the second lowest mortality rate in the G7. As we look ahead, we are mindful of elevated inflation and its impact on the cost of living for Canadians. We know that inflation is a global phenomenon, driven by the unprecedented challenge of reopening the world's economy. Turning the world economy back on is a great deal more complicated than turning it off. During lockdowns, Canadians' incomes remain strong on average, but opportunities to spend on services were severely restricted. The result was that Canadians spent more on durable goods. Without meals in restaurants, personal care, or vacations, Canadians spent their disposable income on renovations, new furniture, appliances, and cars. It will take some time for supply chains to catch up and for our economy to rebalance itself. To alleviate pressure on Canada's supply chains, today we are announcing $50 million to launch a call for proposals. This will help Canadian ports acquire cargo storage capacity and take other measures to relieve supply chain congestion.
Our government understands that a strong monetary policy framework is the best weapon in our arsenal to keep prices stable so that Canadians can afford the cost of living. That's why yesterday we renewed the Bank of Canada's 2% inflation target to ensure that the current rate of inflation does not become entrenched. Canada was a pioneer when we established an inflation target to guide our central bank in setting interest rates. In the 30 years since, the Bank of Canada has successfully maintained price stability in our country. Our government has every confidence the bank will continue to deliver on this essential mandate. Canadians should be wholly confident in their central bank. Beaucoup de Canadiens s'inquiètent de.
Many Canadians worry about making ends meet. That is why we are glad to have indexed the Canada Child Benefit to inflation, as well as indexing to inflation the Old Age Security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the Goods and Services Tax Credit, and other benefits for the most vulnerable. Today, we are committing to provide to beneficiaries of the Guaranteed Income Supplement or allowance a one-time payment. This will help alleviate the financial hardship that they may have faced as a result of unintended consequences of receiving a second benefit. We are also laying out a plan to provide debt relief to students who need to repay the Canada Emergency Response benefits that they were not eligible for. We propose to offset their debt with the Canada Emergency Student Benefit amount for which they were eligible. We are also proposing to establish the $60 million Canada Performing Arts Workers Resilience Fund. This fund will support new or enhanced initiatives that improve the financial and career and working conditions of performance art workers, including independent contractors.
Second mortgage for many young Canadian families. And childcare, which is too expensive or just not available, keeps many mothers from going back to work. An unacceptable break on our economy at a time when we are facing labor force shortages. We knew that high-quality $10 a day childcare would make life more affordable for Canadian families and drive economic growth. That's why our $30 billion investment in early learning and childcare was the cornerstone of the April budget. Our plan was widely supported, but many Canadians were skeptical about our ability to get the job done. I understood them. After all, Canadian women had been trying to establish a national system of early learning and childcare for more than half a century. And, à l'exception du Québec, we had not succeeded. Well, today, I have great news for Canada's working mothers and fathers. Less than 8 months after we announced our bold project in our budget, we now have childcare deals with 9 provinces and 1 territory. Within 5 years, Canadians will proudly rely on $10 a day childcare, just as our universal, publicly accessible healthcare system has come to define us as a society. This is a historic accomplishment which will transform the life of every parent in Canada and of every future parent in Canada for generations to come. So, let's give this effort a final push and conclude agreements with Ontario, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. We can and we must get this done now. Immigration is another important driver of economic growth and a Canadian competitive advantage. Our government is committed to bringing in 411,000 immigrants in 2022, the highest number in Canadian history, to help support this effort and reduce processing time for permanent and temporary resident and Canadian citizenship applications, we are investing $85 million in our immigration system. Housing prices are a real concern, especially for middle-class Canadians hoping to buy their first home. Housing affordability remains a priority for our government, and we will take further action in the upcoming budget. As we announced in the spring budget, on January 1st, 2022, our government will apply Canada's first national tax on vacant property owned by non-resident, non-Canadians. As we said we would, the government is also bringing forward legislation to extend the Northern Residence Deduction so Canadians in the North can claim up to $1,200 in eligible travel expenses on their taxes starting next month. The government will also bring forward legislation to extend small businesses' deadline for the repayment of Canada Emergency Business Account loans and ensure that seasonal workers who received pandemic benefits can still qualify for the EI Seasonal Workers Pilot Project. Les changements climatiques sont également.
Climate change is also contributing to causing increased volatility in the economy. The recent floods in British Columbia, which were tragic, devastated homes, farms, and critical infrastructure. It also further disrupted supply chains. Severe droughts, including across the prairies, contributed to driving up food prices. We are taking action to fight climate change. Canada is a world leader with its price on pollution. Our price on pollution is contributing to lowering emissions and building a cleaner economy. In fact, many countries are now seeking to be more ambitious and are taking inspiration from our plan. We are also working to finalize Canada's first national adaptation strategy by the end of next year. The green transition of the global economy is underway. This transition gives us new economic opportunities, as well as some major challenges. Our government is determined to ensure that Canadians emerge from this international transformation even more prosperous than we are today. This will ensure that there are good, sustainable jobs for Canadians in every corner of the country for decades to come.
We know that our national focus, once we emerge from COVID-19, must be growth and competitiveness. Measures to promote them will figure prominently in the budget. Our government understood from the start of this pandemic that the best way to maintain strong public finances was by keeping our economy strong. That's what our emergency spending achieved. This fall, Moody's and S&P both reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. We know that Canadians work hard to earn a living and expect us to be careful with their money. We know we have a duty to do the right thing for today and for tomorrow. We understand that our debts must be repaid. We came into this crisis with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and in fact, we have increased our relative advantage during the pandemic. We remain committed to the fiscal anchors that we outlined in the spring budget to reduce the federal debt to GDP ratio over the medium term and to unwind COVID-19 related deficits. In October, we pivoted from necessary but costly broad-based support programs to more narrowly targeted, less expensive measures, as we had promised we would do. Our government will continue to be a responsible and prudent fiscal manager. This update reports a deficit of $327.7 billion for the last fiscal year and of $144.5 billion for this fiscal year. This compares favorably to our forecast of $354.2 billion and $154.7 billion, respectively, in the April budget. Our debt to GDP ratio in the last fiscal year was 47.5%. It will peak at 48% in this fiscal year and then fall steadily, as will the deficit. This contrasts positively with our prediction in the April budget. In Budget 2021, we forecast that in this fiscal year, 42% of our bond issuance would be long-term debt of 10 years or more. Today, we can forecast that it will be 45%. And recall, in 2019, only 15% of our debt was locked in over a long-term horizon. Pushing more of our debt into bonds with a longer maturity ensures that Canada's debt servicing costs are sustainable. Thanks to an improving fiscal outlook, the amount of money we will need to issue in borrowings this year is $35 billion lower than forecast in Budget 2021. Despite a necessary and unprecedented level of spending to support Canadians during COVID-19, our public debt charges as a share of GDP will be the same this year and next year as they were in 2018-2019, before the pandemic. This fiscal update includes a provision to settle the cases on harm to First Nation children currently before the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and to invest in transforming the services offered to First Nation children and their families. We have provisioned $20 billion for compensation and $20 billion to improve the system going forward. The Government of Canada is working towards an agreement with the parties on this issue. We know that paying our historic debt to Indigenous peoples is paramount, and that we must act to ensure that these injustices do not happen again. We will not, and we cannot, evade this essential commitment. That is why we are today setting aside the funds to pay for it. It has been a hard 21 months, but we are succeeding because we are doing what Canadians do in a crisis. We are helping each other, we are working together, and we are doing what needs to be done, whether it is as big as the wage subsidies or as small as wearing a mask at the grocery store. With winter upon us and Omicron now among us, we know that there will still be tempests ahead. But we are resilient. Our plan is working. And once we finish the fight against COVID-19, we will turn our resolve towards fighting climate change, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and building an economy that is stronger, fairer, more competitive, and more prosperous for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Minister.
Is that a point of order? Or?
It was, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry for the
I'm sorry to interrupt, and I'll let the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park Court Saskatchewan.
Rising on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, to say it has long been the practice of this House that when an update is given of this nature, that copies are distributed of the documents that are being debated. And I understand today I'm quite frustrated by the fact that the government has not supplied nearly enough copies of the document for members of Parliament to be able to look at those documents while the minister is speaking. I ask you to come back to the House and rule on whether or not this is appropriate. This is a critical issue. Members should have access to those documents right in front of them in paper form. This has long been the practice of the House. I'm not sure why the government isn't respecting this practice.
Okay, actually, the question, excuse me, the Honourable Member for Carleton, I just want to answer this. The question was asked during the speech, and we did look around. There weren't enough hard copies provided to the opposition lobby to be passed around. But my understanding is there is an electronic copy coming your way shortly. Unfortunately, I don't have any control over that. That is something that the government provides. Okay. The Honourable Member, or we'll go to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. I guess with all the money printing deficits, they didn't have enough paper left to print these documents, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Inflation for her presentation today. It reveals that inflation is in fact 50% higher than she promised in the budget. Wow. And the deflation that she said we'd have a year ago has definitely not materialized. $500 billion of inflationary deficits mean more dollars chasing fewer goods and higher prices. The result, of course, is that housing and gas is up by a third, making it hard for people to get to work or house themselves. Food prices will rise $1,000 for the average family next year, and not to mention that taxes cost the average family more than food, clothing, and shelter combined. The more this government spends, the more Canadians pay. And to add insult to injury, we learned today that the government is collecting a windfall of tax revenue as they get higher taxes on higher prices. It's called the inflation tax, or as liberals would say, just inflation. So my question is a very specific one. How much in extra tax revenue will the government collect as a result of higher than expected inflation on the backs of Canadian consumers?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that question actually was a very general and meandering one. So I'm going to offer a general and specific answer. And let me say this. Yes, the government did undertake extraordinary spending.
A second, I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. Is there a problem with... No, I'm sorry. Somebody was signaling that their earpiece wasn't working. I believe it's working now. Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please continue, Madam Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So let me be very clear. Yes, the government did undertake extraordinary spending to support Canadians during the fight against COVID-19. And Mr. Speaker, in this fiscal update, we are making provision for further spending in that fight. We are spending on therapeutics. We are spending on rapid tests. We are spending on boosters. And we are making a $4.5 billion provision to account for potential additional costs imposed by Omicron. Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely confident that the vast majority of Canadians understand that this spending is not only necessary, it is essential to protect health and also to protect our economy. And Mr. Speaker, the results speak for themselves. Our economy has already more than recovered all the jobs we lost to the COVID recession. GDP is nearly at pre-pandemic levels, and this is a better performance than most of our peer countries around the world.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitié, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech. I have a question for her. Quebec and the provinces have unanimously asked over several months that an immediate payment be made for health transfers with 6% indexing. Therefore, I want to know why she intends to keep the transfers indexation rate at 3%, which will not keep up with health costs until 2027. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I think this announcement underscores how much the federal government is there for Canadians, as well as the provinces and territories, including when it comes to health care. We bought vaccines. We purchased booster doses, therapeutics, tests. And as I underscored in the statement, 8 out of $10 spent by governments at all levels throughout Canada, 8 out of $10 then were spent by the federal government. The federal government is there for Canadians, as well as for Quebecers, both when it comes to health care and elsewhere. And the federal government will also support businesses and individuals. We will do our fair share.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Alongside low-income advocacy groups, seniors advocacy groups, and affected seniors themselves, the NDP has been pushing for months now for action on the GIS clawback. We see some indication now of the approach that the government intends to take, but it does raise some questions. The solution we were advocating for was to not count pandemic benefits in the eligibility calculation for the guaranteed income supplement. The parliamentary budget officer said that would affect about 88,000 seniors. It would cost about $434 million. The government is instead proposing a program they say will affect about 200,000 people at a cost of about $742 million, and that it'll be a one-time payment. It's unclear if seniors will be back paid for the income that they lost. It's unclear if their monthly payments will be restored so that they continue to have the monthly income they need to pay rent over the next number of years, or whether they're just going to be receiving a check. So if the minister could provide some clarity to these seniors, some of whom have lost their home and have been waiting for an announcement on what their life is going to look like going into the future, how are they going to determine how much is paid to each individual senior? How are they going to roll out the funds? When is it going to happen? And how is it going to help ensure that they have the money they need to get back in an apartment and pay rent for the next 12 months instead of just getting a one-time thank you very much, sorry for the inconvenience from the government?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for that important question. Our government does agree, and I think all Canadians would agree, that seniors have been so hard hit by the pandemic, and that seniors who qualify for the GRS are among the most vulnerable people in Canada, and we have to support them. That's why I'm really glad that in this update, I was able to confirm that we will compensate those seniors who have had their GIS clawed back because they received the CERB. And so the most important thing I want to do today is to reassure all of those seniors who I'm sure are really worried about paying their bills, that is going to be fixed and they will be compensated for that clawback. We're going to ensure that the compensation meets the amount of clawback for all the seniors who were affected by this.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the fiscal update today. My question to her is along the lines of where this government has been over the last number of years in terms of being there to properly support Canadians. We know that the government has been there every every step of the way. And with the onset of Omicron and the potential of what outbreaks could mean in our country, what is the message that we want to give to Canadians right now in terms of properly ensuring that they have the resources to protect themselves and to get through and to finish the fight against COVID? We know that employment, despite the fact that it initially had went down, has bounced right back up. And we want to know, Mr. Speaker, from the Minister, if she can provide some direction, some comment to Canadians about what they can expect in the weeks and months to come.
Great question. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I would like to thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for that really important question. I have 3 messages for Canadians today. The first is a bit of a tough one, and that is that COVID is still with us, that the Omicron variant is serious, and we need to take it seriously. That's not a message anyone wants to hear as we head into the holidays. And I know how hard it is for us to really accept that, but it's the reality. And I think one thing we have all learned from this virus, and I think, by the way, it's the way Canadians tend to behave anyway, is better to do the right thing now and to take action now and to avoid something more serious in the future. So message 1 is be careful. Message 2 is the government is supporting Canadians with all the tools we need, the healthcare tools and the economic support. Message 3 is we've been doing a great job. Our economy has largely recovered from the COVID recession. Let's keep on going. We're almost there.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has proven her government has no economic plan for our country. That's how I started my response to last year's economic update. And unfortunately, the exact same thing rings true today. Today, the Liberal government shared a snapshot of Canada's economic position. The minister is actually hoping to fool Canadians into thinking that everything is fine. After shutting down an economy for over a year and spending $500 billion, Mr. Speaker, of course you will see some growth and some employment gains. But what they neglected to point out is how their mismanagement has led our country and Canadian families to the edge of an economic cliff, Mr. Speaker. Inflation, in fact, is helping fudge the Liberal numbers while hurting families and seniors across this great country. Just inflation, good for his budget, bad for your budget, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are living through a cost of living crisis. We hear that all across the country, Mr. Speaker. They're living through an inflation crisis that this finance minister predicted a year ago would be deflation, Mr. Speaker. Wrong on all the fundamental projections upon which cost of living is based. Canadians, new families, seniors are struggling with a housing crisis across this country, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberal government is now focused on making life more expensive for Canadians. They plan on taxing the sale of homes, including your home, Mr. Speaker. And on January 1st, they're going to start raising taxes. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals have no plan for our recovery, they certainly have a high tax, high debt agenda. And that is the last thing Canadians can afford right now. During my response to the speech from the throne last month, I spoke about Peter from Nova Scotia, who owns a boat charter and lobster eatery in Peggy's Cove. Small businesses like his are struggling with rising costs. They're struggling to make ends meet, and they're going to be struggling to pay this government's new payroll tax. I spoke about Clifford from rural Alberta, Mr. Speaker,
who's felt completely left behind by the Liberal government. Clifford is a senior on fixed income, and he's struggling with rising prices. Gas is up, food is up, home heating is up. Everything is going up except his benefits, Mr. Speaker. Does this Prime Minister, does the Liberal Finance Minister know about the real struggles these Canadians are facing? Are they listening? Sadly, Canadians like Peter, like Clifford, like millions of Canadians across this country are being left behind by a government that is continually out of touch. That's why the Conservative opposition will be here to be a voice for the millions of Canadians being left behind in the Liberal economy. Les Canadiens sont en difficulté.
Canadians are increasingly struggling, Mr. Speaker. Their paychecks can't keep up with the increased cost of living. Average wages have increased by about 2%. Meanwhile, inflation has increased by nearly 5%. That means that the average family has seen their pay go down by 3% just this year.
Are getting priced out of their own lives, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas from the Liberal government. To cope with rising home prices and stagnant wages, Canadians have been piling on more and more personal debt in recent years. And now many Canadian families have their finances close to a breaking point. Is this government listening? 27% of Canadians say they're insolvent and can't pay all monthly bills and debt payments as costs are going up. Half of Canadians say that they're $200 or less away from financial insolvency each month. Canadian household budgets are fragile. And when you see increases in 20 to 30% for gas, for fuel, for rent, or food, that crisis is out of control, Mr. Speaker. And 35% of Canadians are concerned that future interest rate increases could drive them towards financial bankruptcy. And the Bank of Canada recently said that interest rates will go up next year, Mr. Speaker. Some experts expect rates to be increased 5 times or more next year. In the Globe and Mail today, the head of the CD Howe, Mr. Speaker, had a column warning on this called Brace for Impact, Mr. Speaker. He said that investors, quote, investors, homeowners, businesses, and big borrowing governments need to get ready. Interest rate increases are coming. This at a time when this government is starting the new year by raising taxes on Canadians on January 1st, Mr. Speaker. Happy New Year. Mr. Speaker, this is why inflation matters. This is why monetary policy matters. This is why the budget, job creation, our competitiveness, trade with the United States, it's why our economic future matters, Mr. Speaker. By 2023, this Prime Minister will have doubled the national debt, spending more than all previous Prime Ministers combined. That is astounding, Mr. Speaker. And hardly even a notice from a Prime Minister who thinks that budgets balance themselves and might think that Canadians' credit card bills do the same, Mr. Speaker.
Remember that?
That is not the case. We have a government coming out of COVID that spent more per capita than all our allies, Mr. Speaker, and have some of the worst results. So in today's fall economic statement, cleverly snuck in just before the Christmas break, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance bragged about how Canada's deficit numbers are better than expected. But let's take a look at that, Mr. Speaker. We know the Minister of Finance has already been flagged for misleading video on Twitter. Maybe we should look at the numbers behind her claims. Because, in fact, inflation is boosting their tax revenues, Mr. Speaker. If you raise the general price level by almost 5%, that boosts GST revenues by 5%, Mr. Speaker. Our deficit numbers are smaller because their inflation
is higher. And when the Shadow Minister for Finance asks a simple question of the Minister of Finance on this issue, how much more revenue they've collected from driving up inflation, she wouldn't answer the question, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are paying the price. Inflation may look good to pad their budget, as it makes it impossible for Canadians to meet their budget. Inflation is rising by almost 5%, the highest in 18 years. And the Bank of Canada is warning that will get even higher in the months ahead and stay that way through parts of next year. So, Mr. Speaker, for families with tight budgets, families of seniors on fixed income, these are alarming numbers, Mr. Speaker. Our country is drowning in the rising waters of debt that is being fueled by inflation and by ideological policies that are driving away investment and making Canada one of the last places people will come for their economic recovery. And now we're watching the consequences of this government's decisions in real time. Heating your home as we head into the Christmas holidays, more expensive. Natural gas prices up nearly 20%. Filling up your car to go visit grandparents on Christmas Eve. Gas up almost 42%. And even the cost of that big breakfast on Christmas morning, Mr. Speaker. Eggs up 7.4%, juice up 5%, jam up 8%, and bacon up 20%, Mr. Speaker. Almost losing our appetite with the rising inflation, Mr. Speaker. But their lack of action on competitiveness and supporting Canadian workers is the real canary in the coal mine for our economy, Mr. Speaker. Canada is bleeding capital investment. More investment and production is going to the United States and to overseas. This means we're becoming even more dependent on foreign countries and on foreign supply chains that are not choosing to get supply to Canada, but to themselves. This is a government that its only record achievement beyond debt is record failure in negotiations with the United States. They've failed energy workers. They've failed forestry workers. They've failed farming families. They have failed auto workers. And with Buy American, Mr. Speaker, they're failing every supply chain in manufacturing, including steel and aluminum, across this great country, failing millions of Canadians. No wonder President Biden said Canada, under this Prime Minister, is his easiest relation. It's easy to win for the U.S. under this government, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, les entreprises manquent.
Mr. Speaker, companies are facing a terrible labor shortage. Everyone can see it, except for the Liberals. My question for the Prime Minister, does he have a plan and concrete solutions to end the labor shortage problem? Or rather, I should say the labor problem crisis. As always, the Prime Minister is turning a deaf ear. It's time for the Liberal government to deal with the labor shortage, which is affecting all of Quebec and all of Canada. It must facilitate the arrival of foreign workers, invest in specialized training programs, and encourage people to go into the trades. The government must also offer incentives to employers, but also employees, so that they go back to work. That will encourage people to get back to work. This is urgent, Mr. Speaker. Entrepreneurs are at the end of the rope, just as we are.
Investment declined by an average of 1% every year from 2016 to 2019, reaching a 25-year low as a percentage of GDP. And that was just before the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Canadian factories are operating with the lowest levels of capital investment in 35 years, which will lead to lower productivity, fewer jobs, and lower wages. Businesses across Canada, but particularly in Southern Ontario, are investing and creating jobs, but in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, Mr. Speaker, they're going to a more competitive, less regulatory burdensome environment where they don't see payroll taxes going up the first of the new year, where they see incentive and opportunity as opposed to ideological being held back, Mr. Speaker. The saddest part is we're losing opportunity to build the future economy, Mr. Speaker. Canada should be booming, firing on all cylinders, investing in new technologies, innovating, and providing upward pressure on wages because of that growth. We can get back to building prosperity and great jobs for Canadians, but the Liberal government, and it's clear today, has no plan to make that a reality. Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, believe in a Canada where everyone has the chance to work hard. Everyone has the chance to own a home. Everyone has a chance to build this country up and give it to their children for success in the future. But half of Canadians under 30 are giving up on owning a home. That is a failure of leadership of epic proportions, Mr. Speaker. Nationwide, the average price of a home has jumped by $54,000 just in the last few months, Mr. Speaker, up 30%. And worse, according to RE/MAX last week, real estate prices are expected to surge another 9.2% next year. Do we really want to be the country, Mr. Speaker, where young people, a generation of them, are giving up on the idea of owning a home? Do we really want to be, increasingly, a nation of part-time, of contract, of not long-term jobs with growth potential for all Canadians? This government is giving up on the next generation of Canadians. And for those that already own their home, Mr. Speaker, they're going to tax the sale of it, Mr. Speaker. They're slowly coming after your home equity under the guise of a solution to the housing crisis they presided over the last 5 to 6 years, Mr. Speaker.
His tax targets hardworking Canadians who want to take advantage of the sale of their home to finance their retirement. It's simple. This tax takes away their hard-earned savings.
Their solutions will only make the housing crisis work and attack people as they approach retirement. Conservatives have pressed for concrete actions to address our housing crisis, to build more homes, Mr. Speaker, and to return the dream of home ownership to millions of Canadians. Unlike the Liberal government, we are not giving up on Canadians under 30, Mr. Speaker. What we see in another hollow economic statement released on the eve of a Christmas break is empty promises, massive debt, higher taxes, and no real economic plan. The finance minister is not telling Canadians the real story, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is hurting Canadian families, but helping the Liberal finances, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives on this side of the House will continue to be a voice for the millions of Canadians being left behind by the Liberal government. We're going to fight to build more housing, to tackle the cost of living crisis, to hold this government to account for giving up on the next generation. And we're going to build a plan to restore Canadian prosperity and to make Canada an economic powerhouse. Right now, Canada should be focused on proposing solutions to lift up Canadian families with great jobs and rising wages. We need to build a dynamic economy that benefits people in all sectors of our economy and in all regions of the country. From the resources in the ground, Mr. Speaker, to the ideas in our heads, we need Canada to build, discover, and strive. We need a generation of Canadians that want to win and not settle for second, third or 10th best. C'est le temps de simplifier.
It's time to simplify the tax system. It's time to cut red tape. It's time to make Canada the best place in the world to invest, create, development, build, and start a business. We are going to make Canada a country with the most innovative economy in the world. A country with ultra-competitive tax rates. A country with incentives for innovation. And an advanced research agency focused on the private sector and the economy of the future.
Financing and investment capital to small businesses so they can flourish, Mr. Speaker. Let's build world-class infrastructure all across this great country, not fund more bureaucratic programs. Let's also be proud, Mr. Speaker, of our resource sector and the millions of direct and indirect jobs from it. It is the only thing really driving our current account balance, Mr. Speaker, and this Prime Minister and his ideological ministers want to end it. Our energy is the most ethical, our critical minerals are the most accessible, and our commitment to emission reduction and Indigenous participation is the most reliable in the world. It's time for a new approach, not more empty words and failed promises. It's time to create a dynamic and more prosperous Canada, one that grows, that strives, that wins. It's time to stop being happy with last place. It's the time to stop being happy with record debt, higher taxes, and more government intervention, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Conservatives are here to build. We're here to hold up. We're here to win, and we're here to fight for our children's future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the worldwide pandemic hit Canada, the Prime Minister and this government stepped up and made it very clear that we were going to be there for Canadians. And over the days and weeks and months that followed, programs flowed to support Canadians in a very real and tangible way. Whether it was wage subsidy programs, whether it was a CERB program, whether it was direct payments to seniors, whether it was direct payments to people with disabilities, we were there. The Conservatives, depending on which member is speaking, will talk about the deficit, trying to imply that we spent too much. Madam Speaker, we were there to support Canadians. We now have Bill C-2 before us. It's a continuation of supporting Canadians. Will the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservatives ensure that ongoing support for Canadian workers and businesses and Canadians in general be there by supporting Bill C-2 and ensuring that it passes before Christmas?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians that might watch the debates in Parliament know that there's another inflation in the last few months in this Parliament. It's the inflated word count by that member, the Deputy House Leader. The inflated amount of outrage, Mr. Speaker, manufactured fiddling while our economy burns. Let's talk about stepped up at the beginning of this crisis. Mr. Speaker, it was the Conservatives that asked for the border to be controlled when the pandemic first broke 2 months before this government asked. It was myself, Mr. Speaker, that 2 months before the government asked said the EI system and the military had to be stood up to help our healthcare sisters. It was the opposition that said a 10% wage subsidy won't save a single job, Mr. Speaker. It was our Shadow Minister of Finance that said let's save as many jobs as possible and not have people not work, Mr. Speaker. We will always put the health and well-being of Canadians first. But right now, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, the inflationary crisis facing our country hardly warrants a mention by this finance minister. I would ask that honourable member to raise his voice tomorrow in caucus. Stop neglecting Canadian families and the cost of living crisis they're facing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible, this whole story. While Quebec has issues with health care, everyone unanimously is asking for $28 billion in payments and a 6% indexation of increases. There's nothing on that. The minister said earlier there will help people, but they're not doing anything. Same thing for seniors. They're paying 7% more for their groceries. What is the federal government doing? Just one check. Across Quebec and other provinces, we're asking for an increase that is recurrent. We're asking for a $110 increase per month on a recurrent basis. They divided seniors in the 65 to 75 age group, and they're still not doing anything. The government seems to be tired. There's also the labor shortage. There's no measures to fight that. In my riding, there are 4 restaurants that have closed and clothing stores that have closed. There are people who are sick. There was the bill to help Émilie Sans-Façon and others who were ill with EI sick leave. And there was only 15 weeks, even though we know it should be more. I don't know what my colleague thinks about this, but in my view, today's statement completely misses the mark. Our needs have not been met, and it's incredible to see how this government is out of steam, even though there's still much more to do. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are here for all Canadians and Quebecers, and it was a serious mistake in the throne speech to have no mention about the labour shortage, Mr. Speaker. It is a serious issue in Quebec and across the country as well. And that is why we proposed policies to tackle the labour shortage, to accelerate the process to bring in foreign workers, and to offer training in partnership with the provinces, Mr. Speaker. In my speech, I spoke about Atlas, a company in the Beauce region of Quebec that is in a crisis of labour shortage because of the Buy American policy in the U.S., Mr. Speaker. There is no action on steel, on aluminum, Mr. Speaker. And now there are even more tariffs on our countries. There is a competition issue in Quebec and across the country. And, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are the only ones that will be there for Quebec companies and Quebec families and for Quebec seniors. We are here for the well-being of all citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his speech. Now, Canada is faced with an affordable housing crisis. There's no question that those who are trying to get into the market to own a home for the first time are having a real tough go at it, and we need to address that. And one of the ways in which the NDP proposes to address that is through the issue of financialization and not really treating housing as though it's a stock market. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, there's a whole spectrum of people who are experiencing the housing crisis, those who are unhoused, who are homeless. In fact, right now, outside the Confederation building, there's a homeless man right there on the streets in the snow in the dead of winter in Ottawa. There are those who cannot afford to pay rent. I'm not talking about high-cost rent, but and for fancy apartments, but just regular apartments, and they can't even afford that. And what needs to be done is, of course, to address the whole spectrum of the housing needs, and not to mention the incredible need for Indigenous peoples who are 11 times more likely to use a shelter. Across the country, 235,000 Canadians uses a shelter each year. So my question to the leader and to the Liberals is this: will they support the NDP's proposal to build 500,000 units of real affordable housing, including cooperative housing, so that people can get housed and get people off the streets so that they can have stability? And finally, to make sure that we actually have a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the Honourable Member from the NDP, and I agree with her that there's no question that there's a housing crisis in Canada right now, particularly for an affordable housing crisis, first-time homebuyers crisis, a crisis of homelessness, opioids addiction. So I agree with her, Mr. Speaker. The only party that doesn't seem to acknowledge that fully is the Liberal government that has completely ignored the issue in a major way in the fall economic statement. I would also invite that member and all Canadians to look at the great program we ran on in the election, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to be talking about the 1 million new homes that are planned. We want more ambition than just 500,000, Mr. Speaker. We had a plan to give 15% of federal properties to accelerate the building of homes, including affordable homes, Mr. Speaker. We were going to tie federal infrastructure investments to density. We had a for Indigenous, by Indigenous policy in our platform, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud that we were the only party to really represent the crisis that is being faced at all levels right now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of people at the margins, first-time homebuyers, and many seniors. As I said, Canadians 30 and younger, half of that generation is giving up on home ownership, and this government is giving up on them, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Conservatives will never give up on home ownership for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for their great support. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to repeat myself, but this fall, while we were in the midst of an election, and this wasn't necessary, how come we were going to an election? What is it for? What are the priorities and what has to change? And the House, once again, has a Liberal minority government, so people have said that's what they want. We don't trust them to give them a majority government. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, things are even worse. We kept the same number of seats for each party. These were useless elections at a time when we had an opportunity to work together, to sit at the House and to provide support measures and ensure the follow-up on everything that was tabled in the spring budget in April in 2021. No, we had elections. Then, Mr. Speaker, we found ourselves with a throne speech that I would say was insipid. And then what was the logical follow-up from the throne speech? What was the vision? Right after an election that was so necessary, what was in it? Nothing new under the sun, Mr. Speaker. And now today, we have an economic and fiscal update that we were waiting for. We were expecting one this fall, but really, when I look at this, it seems rather thin than what we're used to. both in terms of the number of pages and the number of measures that are in it. It lacks vision. It's just a follow-up to this unnecessary election and a somewhat empty throne speech. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, such a tired government that has no new ideas, that's proposing nothing special, it doesn't make sense. We've never seen such a thing, and it's discouraging. 5 days ago, Mr. Speaker, all provinces came together to talk to Ottawa and ask for a healthcare meeting. It was urgent and a priority. This request is not just based on whimsical requests. It's based on an analysis from the PBO that has said that the problem in terms of budgets happens with provinces. Why? Because Ottawa has no longer been assuming its responsibilities for quite some time. It doesn't give enough health transfers to meet needs. The PBO and others have said, at the pace things are happening at, health expenses will increase, and Ottawa's health transfers don't keep up. It just gets worse year after year. And the provinces are going to hit a budgetary wall. There were tremendous expenses that took place during the pandemic in an exceptional situation. All of this was repeated by the provinces. But what's Ottawa's response to this in this? Go stuff yourself. That's what they're saying in this. Because when you look at the figures that are projected, there isn't 1 cent of an increase based on what was asked for. Up to 2027, there isn't even 1 new cent. And there's going to be a confrontation with provinces. You want health care funding, but you'll get nothing, it says. There's 50 pages of this budget, if you don't account the appendices. 50 pages, as I said. Well, there's 2.5 pages roughly that tells you why you won't get 1 extra cent in healthcare transfers for provinces. During the pandemic, we had extraordinary expenses, and they said you benefited from this, so you won't get 1 extra cent until 2027. We did pay for the wage subsidy, they said. We paid taxes to provinces. I understand these expenses were necessary, but it doesn't solve our fundamental issue, which is fairly funding health care expenses. And there's nothing in this document, and they're waging a war on provinces. This is unacceptable. We are denouncing this, and we can't not believe this.
Soulevé dans la mise à jour. Il n'y a pas grand mesure.
There's not a lot in the update, but there are some positives that we support. For example, for older workers, those who receive the guaranteed income supplement. My colleague and we have been bringing this up since the summer. Throughout the election campaign, after the campaign, we've been writing to ministers responsible for this. I'm trying to stand so you can see the Bloc Québécois spokesperson for seniors. Right. So, Madam Speaker, we have been asking the government to act. They told us that they would fix the problem. We gave them ideas, solutions, for example, to consider CERB as income in calculating the GIS, or different ways of calculating how people could reimburse. For example, allowing recalculation for the year-to-date. We also suggested that Service Canada and the CRA could work together. We brought this up many, many times. The government replied that there were technical issues at hand, yet what's here in this update is completely different from what we suggested, and that disappoints us, Madam Speaker, because we feel that we put forward really strong solutions. We don't have access to as much as the government does. We don't have access to all public servants and to the full government apparatus, so maybe the government does have considerations that we're not aware of. For example, some sort of software that can't do things as we've suggested, but it seems pretty simple to us. We've made so many suggestions throughout the pandemic. That said, they are putting forward a solution. There will be a benefit paid out to offset losses. This is like a big Band-Aid to fix the problem. It works a little, but there's an issue, a big issue, how long it's going to take. I know, and the member for Shepherd knows, that seniors who are experiencing this, well, time is of the essence. In all of our ridings, seniors have had to leave their homes. They have had to sell their homes. Sometimes they can't afford medication. Sometimes they go to the hospital to get medication that they need because they can no longer afford their own medication. These are real, tangible situations. The government is putting forward a solution. They have a solution, but for May 2022, which will make it so that seniors are struggling with this for a total of 1 year by May. This is so worrisome. We're very worried, Madam Speaker. Rest assured that we are going to do everything in our power to speed up this payment because this will take way too long. We find this unacceptable. Moreover, also about seniors, we have been talking about this for a long time. We decry the fact that the government has created two categories, two classes of seniors. Seniors are very upset about this. We want the government to fix this. We want an increase of $10 a month for old age security for all seniors. This would support seniors whose income is no longer indexed to inflation, which is hitting record highs as we speak. We've been calling on the government to act. The government has not taken action. Nothing for inflation, nothing to undo creating two categories of seniors. Now, there are measures for child care, but there's not necessarily a direct link between that and the cost of the breadbasket in Canada. We want solutions, and we have solutions. There's a solution here for an offset, but it will be way too late in May. Now, this is very last minute, it seems. We've gotten the impression that the government had their employees in lockup until 4. We were in lockup until 4, looking through the documents. But, you know, we had a lot of time to chat because it was pretty easy and quick to go through this. In Ways and Means that we're going to vote on, during the in camera, we were told that there was nothing else in the notice, the Ways and Means notice. And by the time I got back here, there were 92 pages for the Ways and Means notice. There are also measures for taxing web giants, and I'll come back to that. In Annex 3, in this update, there is a measure to tax residences, condos, houses, housing units belonging to foreign owners who do not live in these properties. This is a measure to slow speculation and to make housing more affordable. So this is a small measure, an incentive, a government incentive, a tax, which may deter foreign buyers from buying in Canada and leaving the property vacant. We agree with that in principle. The principle being that we do need to take action because housing should be more available. A caveat that we in the opposition would like to rise, a big caveat. This tax is a property tax. What this means is that Ottawa, the federal government, will be collecting property taxes. This tax is meant to be temporary, but history shows us that every single time, Madam Speaker, every single time Ottawa gets into a new type of taxation, be it temporary, be it minor, Ottawa has never actually withdrawn. That is how Ottawa continues to get into different types of taxation. For example, consumer taxes, income tax, business tax. There was only one field of taxation that the federal government wasn't involved in, to my knowledge, that being property taxes. Property taxes are handled by provinces and municipalities. For example, Quebec gives municipalities the ability to collect property tax. Ottawa was not involved, but if you take a look at this document in Annex 3, we see that Ottawa will now be involved. It seems that the government is very hungry and to really get its hands into all types of taxation. That worries us. Madam Speaker, it's very worrisome for us, for the Bloc Québécois, that the government will collect these taxes. Madam Speaker, during the election, there was a lot of talk about small and medium enterprises. My colleague, the member for Nicolet Sorel Bécancourt, can tell us more than anyone else here, perhaps, that labor shortage is the major issue facing businesses. We thus expected that this economic and fiscal update would be chock full of good solutions. In my view, during the campaign, the Bloc Québécois was the party which had the most solutions, for example, for increasing productivity, for encouraging part-time return to work for seniors. We also suggested speeding up processes with the Department of Immigration for temporary workers and permanent workers, employees. Innovation as well, and increasing productivity. There is a quick mention here mentioning speeding up immigration processes. It's also written that in the next year or so, there might be action. No, that's too late. We wanted to read that today there will be action. Our party has suggested many solutions. We are very disappointed, thus, that there aren't solutions, and these solutions haven't been listened to. As I was saying, the government seems really exhausted. They don't seem to have any ideas. And that's pretty worrisome, just 2 months after the election. We're also pretty worried about inflation. The update document contains projections for this year. The projections are that inflation will be at 7.6%. If these projections are correct, prices will continue to rise. But the government said that it will be fixed soon. That said, We expected that the government would be a lot more concerned with this issue. This is very important, inflation, for low-income families. And for seniors, their incomes are not rising along with inflation. It's serious. Madam Speaker, there are a bunch of small measures in here, for example, measures for teachers or daycare workers. If daycare workers buy materials for their students, their tax credit goes from 15 to 25%. That's good. Now, something else I'd like to bring up. We had the budget in April. We had waited 2 years for it. Finally, the budget was tabled, announcing a whole slew of measures. All right. The budget was adopted. There were some positive measures in there. We supported it. For example, there were positive measures for the green recovery. Then the Budget Implementation Act, we supported it. It only, in fact, carried out a few of the good measures that we'd heard about in the budget. We expected that the government would move forward, continuing to pass more measures in its budget. But no, because then there was an election called. Today, we are being presented with an economic and fiscal update, which doesn't contain all these measures we've been waiting on. This is like a mini budget here. In fact, there were 52 measures, policy measures, and in the April budget, 100 pages of budget measures. But they weren't in C30, most of these measures. They're not in today's update. Where are they? With this update, the government seems to be saying that everything they'd announced in their budget was just to get them elected. Now, the government is still a minority government, and here we have this update. This shows us that the government doesn't really have much vision. I just can't believe it. This was my third election. We had to wait 2 months to get back to work in the House after the elections. We were told that the ministers had to be appointed, and then there was a speech from the throne. It took really quite a while. The speech from the throne wasn't so interesting. As for today's update, it seems that the government is really slow to act. They don't seem to have any ideas. Madam Speaker, if the government doesn't have any ideas, well, we have ideas. We have zest and energy. The government can listen to us. We can suggest a whole host of measures that they can implement. Starting, Madam Speaker, by addressing health care. When you take a look at surveys, it's very, very clear that what provinces want is transfers. Transfers could help. Transfers could help seniors. And I look forward to answering questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Joliette for his question, for his speech this afternoon. I think that all members of this House feel that we need a strong, robust healthcare system. We will ensure with funding that our healthcare system is strong. In order to do so, we need a sustainable plan. Does the member support reducing interprovincial trade barriers and obstacles to increase income and revenues so that there can be sustainable healthcare funding. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his questioning comment. I'll address what he asked. When it comes to interprovincial trade obstacles, that will be dealt with in negotiations. We at Bloc Québécois want jurisdictional issues to be respected because Ottawa is stomping in with this fiscal update, trying to get its hands and claws into provincial and municipal jurisdiction. We want funding for healthcare. For sustainable healthcare funding, it has to be sufficient. It has to meet the needs of provinces. It's also important to listen to the parliamentary budget officer who has said that it's necessary to have equity in order to have sustainable funding, which requires unconditional funding from Ottawa. That's very important. The members of this House, Madam Speaker, support a sustainable funding for healthcare, but it doesn't seem like the finance minister supports it because it's not in this document. What provinces want, what everyone wants, is for the federal government to catch up so that it is funding 35% of healthcare and then increasing with a 6% escalator year over year in order to keep pace with rising costs. With this update, the government is basically declaring war on the provinces. We want health care funding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Madame Speaker. Ça marche? Oui, parfait. Je voulais aussi remercier mon collègue.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Joliette, for his comments.
Around knowing that we've had an incident of climate-fueled weather events across the country and in Quebec as well over recent years, noting in this fiscal update there's only one mention of climate adaptation. It's for a strategy to be developed by the end of next year. Wondering if the member would comment on his thoughts around the need for the federal government to be doing more around climate adaptation.
Honorable Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Kitchener Centre for his remarks. I fully agree with him. There's very, very little about the environment in this update. There were some measures announced in the spring's budget, and we were expecting that after the pandemic, with the recovery, there would be a greening of the economy with ideas towards net zero. And here in the Bloc Québécois, we have many policies that we propose. For example, stimulus incentives for the private sector to help them engage in this transition. But in the end, what we ended up seeing was all sorts of announces throughout Canada for all sorts of projects, which very often didn't have much to do with the environment, very little to do with the green pivot. And what we see here with this statement is the same thing from this government. Clearly, if it's something they can use as a slogan during a campaign, great. If not, they wash their hands of it.
And I apologize to the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. Anyway, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je sais qu'une des choses.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that something the Bloc Québécois mentioned during the debate on C2 was the matter of independent workers in the arts and culture sector. We've been talking a lot about seniors and the GIS. What we've seen a great deal about these two issues in the statement, well, we've seen a lot about it, but it's very vague, very few details. In my opinion, the government's policies are not an adequate solution for seniors who have already had their GIS clawed back by the government. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this vague agenda announced for freelance workers in the arts and cultural sector. Does my colleague trust that the Liberal government will properly deliver such a program? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Elmwood Strathcona. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to pronounce his riding name because I'm more used to calling him by his first name because we sit together on the Finance Committee. And in fact, we sat intensively on the committee for lengthy sittings recently, and I can see how hard he works, how brilliant he is, and how much he wants to serve Canadians. He's here for the right reasons, and he has a lot of talent. So I would like to congratulate him. And he's raised some good points. Now, when it comes to the GIS and CERB and the problem there, a solution has been proposed here, but based on the answers we got from public servants at the briefing, well, we do think that this is a solution, although perhaps not the one we had imagined. But there's still a matter of the time frame. The public servants told us that this amount would be sent in May, and we feel that that is too far away. We will continue to study this. Now, when it comes to independent workers in the culture sector, that is not in the economic update. What is in the update is something else that we'd asked for more than a year ago. What the Minister of Heritage told us at committee, for our party, well, it is reassuring, but we are looking forward to seeing the targeted policies that will be brought forward by the Minister of Heritage and this government. We think this is essential, and it is a condition of our support for C2 regarding continuing the wage subsidy. Even though the minister made some remarks about C2 in her speech, this update is not C2. We shouldn't mix the two up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Joliette. My colleague said that Ottawa has declared war on the provinces when it comes to health funding, and now it has essentially also declared war on seniors who are still in a precarious situation as they were before the pandemic, which has only made things worse. I'd like to hear from him about the following. We often tend to help seniors on an ad hoc basis, a little bit of help here, a little bit of help there, like we did during the pandemic, but it doesn't really help. Again, we've seen the same thing here. One check electioneering during the campaign for seniors over 75. Seniors are insulted by this. It's remarkable that people haven't been able to find solutions for seniors or for cultural sector workers. We weren't able to get answers at the Finance Committee. It's ridiculous. And health. The government should be investing in health. We're still in a health crisis. Health and seniors, two areas which have been deeply affected by the pandemic. Really, this is a 1-2 slap. I'm very upset to see that in 2021, this is still how the government is behaving. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague for Shefford for her question. We can see how incredibly committed she is to her work in this House and how much she cares about the people that we are trying to defend in our party in the Bloc Québécois. For example, seniors. I'm really touched by what my colleague said. I'm sorry, I'm really touched by what my colleague, the member for Shefford, said. The situation is ridiculous. Just as she said, there has been an ad hoc band-aid solution approach from this government. They just do just enough to save face, but no more. We've been saying this for some time. When we look at the matter of the income replacement rate between the active period and retirement, when we look at the inflation increase regarding purchasing power, we see that deteriorating year after year. I see I have no more time, Madam Speaker, but thank you. This is something that we will be continuing to follow with vigor. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Les Canadiens et les Canadiennes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians today are facing serious economic challenges. They can see that in prices at the grocery store, housing prices, or when it comes to how hard it is to find a job, just as employers are having trouble finding employees as well somehow. Canada is at a crossroads. Madam Speaker, we're facing the issue of how to create an equitable recovery from the pandemic. There are also major climate challenges facing us. We need to figure out how we can create a just transition for the climate and for workers. We are at a crossroads that requires leadership. This economic update would have been a time to show that leadership from this government. But instead, we essentially saw a defense of the status quo. And this is not a harmless status quo. No. It is a status quo that is working very well for the wealthiest, but that is making life very difficult for workers.
Alors,
therefore, we want to see solutions from this government, but we're not getting that in this economic update. According to us in the NDP, when we talk about broad economic questions, we need to ensure that the basic thing that we're analyzing is how to help those who are most vulnerable, both financially or for workers who may have some savings or a slightly higher income, but who are experiencing pressures due to inflation and who may be wondering if they have enough to pay the bills.
Kind of at a crossroads as a country, just as we are as a world, Madam Speaker, where we are, some will tell you, and depending on the day, the Liberals will tell you that we're out of the pandemic and that the economy's back to normal and everything's good. And then when it suits their purpose, they'll tell you actually what most people know to be true anyway, which is that we're not out of the pandemic. That some things are better, but many things are still very bad, and people are still looking to find their way collectively, whether it's at the level of a country or a province, a city, a community, and individually, how they fit into what is becoming a new economy. A new economy coming out of the pandemic, to be sure, and some of the pressures that we still face around supply chains and other things that have been caused by the pandemic, but an economy that was already going to change because of climate change. And we've seen so much evidence. I look to my colleagues that are seated around me from BC who know all too well the real cost of climate and the economic consequences and the real financial cost of not dealing with climate change. So here we are at that crossroads, trying to figure out what this recovery is going to look like. Recovery from the pandemic and transition into a sustainable economy that can mitigate as much as possible the impact of climate change. And New Democrats believe that in all of this pain and all of this challenge is an opportunity to build the infrastructure and the framework for a more just economy and a better Canada. One that recognizes that it is wrong to have an economy that now, and we just heard this from the parliamentary budget officer last week, sees 25% of all the wealth produced in this country go to just 1% of the population, and asks 40% of all the people in this country to share just 1%. That wasn't always the case. And that is getting worse and worse and worse. So when we see the government defend a status quo that's creating those kinds of outcomes, you have to know it's not just defending 25% of the wealth going to 1%, it's defending the trend line that continues to see more and more of that wealth go to fewer and fewer people. And while Canada's economic pie has been growing, the proportion that goes to the 1% at the top has been growing much faster, leaving less and less for the rest of us, Madam Speaker. And so as we come out of the pandemic to the extent that we are, and I would say to the government, we are not anywhere near as far out of the pandemic as they sometimes like to pretend. And as we venture into this uncertain future with so many more extreme weather events as a result of climate change, we need to make sure that we're getting the principles right that will ensure that everybody gets to partake in a prosperous future, not just the people who already own all of the important assets. The word there is capitalism. We've had less and less regulation of the market. We've had less and less fair taxation, which has allowed the people that own assets to continue to own more and more and more. And unless there's a way to rein that in, eventually we'll get to a point where what is shared between the rest of us isn't enough for most of us. So that's why I'm very proud to be the finance critic for a party that's talking about a pandemic excess profits tax that recognizes that while many businesses have suffered through the pandemic, there are some that have done extraordinarily well when compared to their pre-pandemic performance, and that it would make sense to ask them to pay a little bit more on that extra that they've made in order to help some of the things we need to get us the rest of the way out of the pandemic and to build a just future. It's why I'm proud to be the finance critic for a party that ran on imposing a 1% wealth tax on fortunes of over $20 million. That's not a lot of people, but it's a lot of money. And it's a lot of money that can do a lot of good. And it's money that's going to people who benefit from the investments that we all make in public infrastructure. So it is right and good that when they receive such a disproportionate amount of the benefit, that they would pay proportionally more in order to create that infrastructure. And to do things that protect people at the bottom. There's been a lot of talk about inflation in this place over the last 3.5 weeks. Well, the fact of the matter is that the money that went to the financially vulnerable isn't what's driving inflation. It wasn't the CERB payments. It wasn't the wage subsidy payments. They bought groceries. They paid bills. They fixed their car. The people that were on the wage subsidy got 75% of what they were used to making. I don't know how you cause inflation when you've got a 25% decrease in your salary. So let us not pretend that the help that went to people who needed it is the cause of the inflation here. And the reason why that matters is because those folks are still hurting and they still need help. That's right. It's why it was wrong of the government to cut the CRB with just 2 days' notice. But it's also why it's wrong for them to be dragging their heels on promises like a Canada Disability benefit, something that they promised a while ago now, that people living with disabilities in Canada who aren't able to work need in order to be able to live a life with dignity. It's why they should be doing the same for seniors on the Guaranteed Income Supplement. We've talked a little bit about the clawbacks, but I want to talk about the fact that even when it's not being clawed back, the Guaranteed Income Supplement does not provide enough for a person to live at the poverty line. It's still below the poverty line. And that is all part and parcel of working toward a time in Canada where we can have a livable basic income for everyone who needs it in Canada. We got close with the CERB. It was an interesting time, and that's why it's such an important moment, because we can say these were just temporary things, and we're out of the worst of it now. We're going to drop all these people like a brick again and get back to the status quo that led us to the point where 1% of people own 25% of the wealth, or it could be an opportunity to say that we learned how to do things differently, and that was an important moment in our history. And notwithstanding some of the very real problems with the way programs were delivered, the principle is an important lesson for our future. Today, the Liberals could have taken some real action on one of the things, the structural things that's driving inflation in Canada right now, which is in the housing market. Anyone knows. I mean, whether it's somebody trying to get into the housing market or whether it's parents that are contemplating the future of their children, everyone is worried about the housing market. And we know that a record amount of the mortgages now in Canada are actually by investors. And there are things that the government could be seriously considering, like a moratorium on real estate investment trusts, acquiring more property while the market is so hot. They could be creating an acquisition fund so that nonprofits that are in the business of creating social housing and other forms of more affordable housing could compete with some of these investors in the market to snap up buildings and land as it becomes available. Those are some of the things that they could do now in order to help bring down the temperature on the housing market and create some hope for Canadians for the future, that even if they can't afford a home tomorrow, we're on a trajectory that will allow them or their children to afford a home in 5 to 10 years. But there's nothing in here that talks about that. There's a little bit of poking around the edges, but we're in a difficult time, and it calls for real leadership and real measures. When we talk about affordability, I mean, what is one of the biggest cost pressures for Canada's seniors? It's the price of prescription drugs. And the Liberals promised an answer to this as long ago as 1997. The temptation is to get tired of talking about it because we talk about it so much and it doesn't happen. But that would be a victory for the Liberals, who have cynically promised it so often, and it would be a victory for the pharmaceutical industry that would like nothing more than for the NDP to shut up about pharmacare so that they can get on making their money without having to worry that one day we're going to do right by Canadians and organize our purchasing and make sure everyone's covered and actually save money.
Hear, 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 hear.
And I hope I get to see the day when we do that with dental care as well. There are opportunities when we talk about what to do to create employment and to fight inflation when it comes to the climate challenge as well. We ought to be out there helping people retrofit their homes to make them more efficient, to transition the way that they heat their homes off of fossil fuels. And if we do it in the right way, particularly for lower income households, we could do it in a way where they realize savings in their monthly budget. That's an investment that we absolutely have to make if we're ever going to have a hope of realizing our emission reduction targets. And it's something that could actually provide some tangible financial relief to households that are struggling right now. What better time to do it, Madam Speaker? And yet, we don't see anything here. Also, committing to a large-scale, ambitious retrofit project and a real nation-building project that's actually not about building a pipeline, but about building other critical things that we need, like a Western power grid that would allow for solar and wind energy produced in Alberta and Saskatchewan to work collaboratively with the hydro energy that we have on either end of our Western region. That's something that can create a lot of jobs. And the ambitious retrofit program together with that can create a work forecast that would allow employers in the trades to plan well into the future and, working with government, train a whole generation of tradespeople that are working on environmentally sustainable infrastructure, helping us reduce our emissions and having good, well-paid jobs building the future economy of Canada. What better time to do that? What better time to do that than now, Madam Speaker? And yet there's hardly a mention of the climate crisis in this economic statement. You'd think it hadn't happened. There's money, much needed money, for our brothers and sisters in British Columbia who are hurting after the severe weather events there, but that's just a response to what's happening. And as we heard earlier in the House here, the only proactive thing they talk about is coming up with another plan. I don't know how many times we're going to have to hear about the next great plan that the Liberals are going to come up with to finally start reducing emissions, while we're an embarrassment in the OECD with the highest emission increases. Yeah. Stop with the plans. Pick something and do it. This has been researched to death. When we talk about inflation, we're also talking about supply chains. And particularly, we're talking about the exposure of supply chains to things like the pandemic, which we saw, but also to the climate crisis. And we saw that in BC. And one of the inflationary pressures in Canada right now is at the Port of Vancouver that was decimated by the extreme weather events there. One solution that the government might adopt when we talk about supply chains and trying to reduce the extent to which Canadians are exposed to that kind of international pressure is to actually talk about things that we want to make here. We heard during the pandemic that we had a hard time getting personal protective equipment and other essential medical goods. And there are a lot of Canadian companies that were lining up to say, we can do that work. Yeah. We can do that here. We would love nothing more than to train Canadians to do that work in our facilities. We can scale up. All we need is for the government to choose to invest in us instead of giving more money to multinational companies that have been offshoring their manufacturing for decades. So invest in us, invest in Canadian success stories, and we can do it. And that wasn't the path that the government chose. There's nothing here about talking about how we could reshore some important manufacturing. I just went to Washington, where they're contemplating things, and Canada is going to be collateral damage in their effort to reshore. But I'll tell you, we're at a disadvantage in a place like Washington because we can't talk about our automotive strategy. We can't talk about what we're going to do to ensure that future generations of Canadians get to work in a high-paying, highly unionized, not a coincidence, incidentally, sector in Canada, because we don't have a plan. So instead, we just keep reacting to what other people are doing. And that means that the U.S. is going to continue to drive the agenda, and we're going to have to continue, jumping up and down to get their attention to try and be at the table. What would be helpful would be to say, this is Canada's plan. We are looking, there's a lot of talk these days about, producing batteries for electric vehicles. Well, if Canada's going to get serious about that, we're going to need partners. China's knocking on the door. Germany's knocking on the door. The U.S. should be knocking on the door. I would love for the government to be able to show them the National Automotive Plan for Canada that's continuing our long partnership with the United States, and the one that sees Canada end up partnering with China or Germany and say, look, this is our preferred option to continue the well-integrated automotive sector that we have. Don't cut us out. And I can tell you, I believe that would have been a far more effective argument in Washington, but we refused to plan. I'm from Winnipeg, where the aerospace industry is important, just as it's important to the province of Quebec and other areas. We don't have a national plan. And we saw our government scramble in the pandemic, not knowing really what to do. And aside from the wage subsidy, which, unfortunately, the Liberals weren't open to taking advice on how to close loopholes, so ended up being abused in a number of ways. But other than the wage subsidy, there was no sense of urgency that it was important that Canada maintain passenger air service, even though we're one of the largest countries in the world with the most distance to travel. Even this place to work, for people to be represented in the House of Commons well from each part of the country requires a well-functioning passenger air service. It's a fundamental strategic asset of Canada, and yet the government had no plan, continues to have no plan. There's one-off little, doling out of money here and there, but there's no cohesive strategy for how such a strategic sector is going to be maintained and the benefits maximized. So those are just some of our reflections on this side of the House about the fall economic statement. And I think, as you can tell, Madam Speaker, the real problem with it is just not unlike the speech from the throne. We had this election because the government said, we're at a pivotal point in our history and there are big decisions that we have to make that go above and beyond what we're already doing in the House of Commons. So we have to go to the Canadian people, we have to get a mandate to meh. That's what we got out of that $600 million election that nobody except for the Prime Minister wanted. We saw that in the speech from the throne. We've seen it now in the so-called fiscal update. And it's just not good enough for the moment that we find ourselves in, where more and more Canadians are struggling to get by, while people at the top take a larger and larger share of the economic pie, while Canada is a laggard in reducing its emissions. And we've got a housing market that's getting out of control and a government that has no real proposals about what to do about it. When you look at other countries, like New Zealand, for instance, has brought in a policy that says if you already own one home, the down payment you're going to need for your next home is going to be larger. And the next one after that, even larger. And so on. In order to discourage people from going out and who are in a financial position to snap up properties from doing it. To make sure that more people can be in a financial position to get their family home. Yeah. That's just one example of a government that's clearly serious about doing something and is being creative. There's some creative work at the municipal level we see in the city of Vancouver, former NDP MP, I might add, who's the mayor there, that is doing some interesting work and trying to figure out how to enable more density on residential lots, not so that developers can take all of that money. They're going to get some of that money. This is the worry. I mean, I think people, the guys at the top always seem to be worried that they're not going to make any money. There's a lot of money to be made while you pay your fair share. We're not talking about them not making any money. We're talking about them making a fair amount of money and ensuring that they're reinvesting in the communities and the infrastructure that allows them to make that money in the first place. And ensuring that the people who live in the communities around their developments are able to live in dignity even if they can't buy the premium apartment on the top floor. That's what we're talking about. That's a vision for Canada I think most Canadians can get behind, but it's not one that's going to happen spontaneously on its own. It's one that's going to take some leadership. It's one that's going to take good public administration and good public policy instead of the kind of chaotic mess that we've seen here over the last number of weeks with a government that can hardly get its own legislation through the House. So, we're here to try and hold the government to account. We're here until we are the government, which I hope happens soon, to try and help them be their best selves, because it can make a big difference in the lives of a lot of Canadians. We see that with the Guaranteed Income Supplement. We have an announcement today, which is the result of a lot of public pressure. It wasn't a negotiated solution, you know that, because it's not the solution we proposed. But it is some kind of solution, and we have yet to see the details, and we're hoping that it's going to actually help. We're hoping that it's going to help quickly, but we need more. And I wish they'd stop hanging on to it for the big reveal. You know? There are some people that are living in their car waiting for that reveal who would much rather be in a home. So let's get on with get past the suspense and the build-up, and let's get to the project of getting those people back in a home as they were just 4 months ago, before the government decided callously to claw back their GIS benefit. So that's why this is a very dissatisfying economic statement. And I hope for Canadians listening, if they don't take anything else away from this speech, it's to say that there are people in this place who are thinking about real actions that the government could actually take. We're not all just here to blow steam. We're also here to do a real job and to try and find the policies that are going to find their way to them and make a concrete difference in their life. And we're here to continue to apply that pressure and make sure that those things really happen instead of kind of passing by in a sound clip on the news and then people here thinking that the issue is settled. We're here to remind the government these issues are not settled. They won't be settled until there's real action. That's what we're here to push for. And we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep pushing for some of these concrete things to be in their budget. They've missed the opportunity on the speech from the throne. They missed it in the fall economic statement. Let's be damn sure to have some of it in the budget. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for King's Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks here today. A couple things that I certainly heard from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance that he seems to have not either heard during her remarks was the fact that we've actually returned 106% of the jobs pre-pandemic. I mean, our government has been there to help grow the economy. And my question to him, he certainly talked about Canadians needing support. We know that Omicron is certainly something that we're watching. We know that countries around the world are taking this seriously. We have small businesses in my riding that are mom and pop type of tourism related businesses that this member just voted against. And so can that member explain why he and his party, through you, Madam Speaker, would have voted against a measure that would actually support small businesses and the individuals that he certainly said that he supported and wants our government to be supporting more?
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Sure, I would talk about the folks in my riding who also work in the tourism industry, that in an industry that's 85% women, who are independent travel agents that work out of their basement or their home office, and there's nothing in there for them. So don't pretend. Don't pretend. Because we've heard this again and again and again. And the fact is, look, we support getting help in the way that the government says they want to help certain businesses. It's not that we don't want the help to be there for them, but this divide and conquer strategy of the Liberals to hive off certain groups and deliver help to them while abandoning other people like independent travel agents, like a lot of people who are working in the arts and culture sector who are still waiting on some kind of program when all they had to do was be included in the Canada Worker Lockdown benefit. Without the requirement for a lockdown. There are ways that government could be delivering help to a lot more people who really need it. Bill C-2 is about the basic structure of Canada's recovery, and it's a complete failure from that point of view. So stop with the pretending that somehow we're against helping the few people the government wants to help when we're clearly making a statement about the nature of the recovery and all the other people that need help that this government isn't there for.
The honourable member for Tobique-Matiquak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real privilege to rise in the House, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and his passion that he's displaying here on the floor of the House. I'm sure he shares along with me and several of us here on this side of the House the concern for the rising cost of living and the impact that this is having on young families and in particular our seniors. The dream of owning a home for our young couples and families that are wanting to get started and have that seems to be getting further and further out of reach. And for our seniors, they're not making enough to even keep up with the rising cost of living on a regular basis, let alone the inflationary pressures that's putting on increased gas prices as well as increased costs for heating their homes and getting groceries. So I'd ask the honourable member if he shares those concerns and any comments he may have on that.
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I certainly do share those concerns, and it's part of why the NDP has been such a loud and consistent advocate, for instance, for seniors who have seen their GIS clawed back. It's why we've been talking for a while now about trying to get the guaranteed income supplement level up to the poverty line so that our most vulnerable seniors aren't legislated into a life of poverty. When it comes to housing, I mentioned some of the initiatives that we've been contemplating in my remarks. I would be curious to hear some concrete measures from the Conservatives that might actually help. I mean, you guys are good on the critique right now, but on the solutions, we haven't actually heard a lot that would make a big difference, including on inflation. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the impact of inflation, and we share your concern about the impact of inflation. But your finance critic is very adamant that we need to not talk about things like a dual employment mandate like they have in the States, or having some more interesting mandate ideas like what they have in New Zealand, where they've asked their central bank to consider housing prices in the way that they set monetary policy. Instead, he was very focused on the 2% inflation target, which is what is going to cause the rise in interest rates that your leader was just talking about earlier today, that their leader, pardon me, Madam Speaker, was talking about just earlier today. And those interest rates in the current economy, and given how stretched Canadians already are, will also cause a real crisis for those who were able to buy into what is a really hot market. They're not going to be able to sustain their home if we see massive interest rate hikes, which is what it means to doggedly pursue a 2% inflation target. So there's some big discussions we need to have here. I know Conservatives have been big on the critical side lately, but I think you guys really got to get your act together on proposing some solutions, because that's where the dialogue on that side of the House, Madam Speaker, is falling apart.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to my colleague's speech. I also would like to pay tribute to his great desire to bring forth concrete proposals in this chamber to help people. I commend him for his passion. I have a question about health transfers. I think it's no longer a secret. Before the pandemic, every province, including Quebec, already were experiencing problems with respect to health care funding, and the pandemic exacerbated them. Now, we have been supporting Quebec for quite some time. We've asked for an immediate and an urgent increase in health transfers without strings. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. We don't have to learn from the federal government how to take care of our people and run our hospitals. We need money to do so.
The
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. When I ran for the first time to be a Member of Parliament at the House of Commons in 2015, one of the reasons I did so was because under the Harper government, well, I found what they were doing was unacceptable. I thought that healthcare increases of 3% only were unacceptable. At that time, the Prime Minister was saying that was also unacceptable. But as soon as he became Prime Minister, he adopted the Harper government's policies. So yes, we do need a healthcare increase. It's something the NDP has supported for quite some time, and is something that we want to see. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House
Speaker. And, you know, the member made reference to the fact that, you know, the government needs to have some sort of a retrofit housing program, one that has energy efficiency, and he's disappointed that we didn't have that. Well, let me alleviate the disappointment. We actually have a program. 700,000 applicants are expected in terms of grants that are going to be coming out. It is all about making homes more energy efficient. It's good for the economy. It's good for the environment. It's good for our housing stock. It's providing people, for many people, that would not have the finances in order to be able to do what it is that they're doing. I'm wondering if the member would at least, the very least, acknowledge his dream of having something of this nature is actually a reality, and it's a good thing, and that he would support that, much like he should be supporting C2, but that's another issue.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I'm happy to acknowledge that it's a real talking point of the Liberal Party, as was a national housing strategy, which continues to be a dream of the NDP. But what we found was that when the time came to deliver the money and to actually get the work done, this government wasn't able to deliver. Also, I'd asked for an ambitious program, and by that I mean one that's actually getting the work done. And when I start hearing about it in my community, that people are amazed at how many homes are getting done in our neighborhoods where people are upgrading their homes, changing the way they heat their home, then we will have arrived. But just hearing about it in the House of Commons because 700,000 applicants over a country of 40 million, when we don't actually, and I notice he used the term applicants, and there is a lot of weasel words in this place, Madam Speaker, so I wonder how many of those applicants are actually going to see a successful delivery of the program. So I'll believe it when I see it. I recognize that they're talking that way, just as they've talked about pharmacare for decades now. And when people in my community start telling me how happy they are that they, their friends, and their relatives are able to retrofit their home, that's when I know we'll have arrived.
Questions and we don't have time for questions and comments. My apologies. It being 6:22, pursuant to order made on Monday, December 6th, 2021, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.